October 3. By then the high emotion had worn off for many, and relief at deliverance from war was being replaced by humiliation. Duff Cooper opened the debate over Munich in the Commons by tendering his resignation from the cabinet. A European war would follow the invasion of Czechoslovakia. He said, "The Prime Minister has believed in addressing Herr Hitler through the language of sweet reasonableness. I have believed that he was more open to the language of the mailed fist." Obviously tired and irritable, Chamberlain rose to reply that the agreement he had signed with Hitler in the Führer's flat was extremely significant. There was sincerity and goodwill on both sides, and it would be extremely difficult for Hitler to take back the emphatic declarations he had made. He was applauded, but without enthusiasm, for a feeling of guilt pervaded the House. The debate continued for 3 days, with the denunciations climaxed by an eloquent damnation from Churchill. "All is over," he said. "Silent, mournful, abandoned, broken Czechoslovakia recedes in't the darkness." He did not begrudge the loyal, brave people of Britain their natural and spontaneous outburst of joy and relief on learning of the pact. But they should know the truth. They should know that there has been gross neglect and deficiency in our defenses. They should know that we have sustained a great defeat without a war, the consequence is of which will travel far with us, and do not suppose that this is the end. This is only the beginning of the reckoning. Chamberlain and his co-appeasers had sought a new revisionist settlement in East Central Europe, which Hitler would underwrite. But now it was obvious that the Führer's program ran counter to this, and no accommodation had ever been possible. Already Chamberlain and his umbrella were becoming the symbol of pusillanimity, and such was his concern that he sought help from Adolf Hitler. He dispatched a secret message wondering if the Führer, who was to make a speech at the Sportpalast that evening, could give the Prime Minister some support in forming public opinion in Britain. Hitler obliged, launching a blistering attack on Chamberlain's detractors in the House. But aid and comfort from such a dubious source were not necessary. The House of Commons hastily approved Chamberlain's policy, by which war was averted in the recent crisis. The vote was 366 to 144, with some 35 dissidents, including Cooper. The following day, October 6, Eden and Churchill abstaining. The attack of those three had far greater effect in Berlin, where every word launched at Chamberlain was taken as a personal insult by Hitler. He had come out of the Führer after signing the pact pleased, so agreed his adjutants, and Idis convinced that the Czech problem was solved once and for all, and he intended to keep his part of the bargain. The chorus of condemnation in England changed all that. There were already whispers in the will, Helmstress, that Ribbentrop and Himmler were taking advantage of Hitler's annoyance to persuade him that Germany had not fully exploited the Western democracies' fear of war at Munich, and that England only negotiated to gain time so she could strike later when better armed. Franois Poncet did his best to calm Hitler down by suggesting he sign an agreement with France similar to the one concluded with Chamberlain. Aware of this discontent, I wished to flash before his eyes the possibility of further agreements, economic and financial, which might lead to a future organization in Europe. I hoped to direct his mind toward prospects and in directions other than those of violence. But Hitler was convinced, or allowed himself to be convinced, that he had been deceived by perfidious Albion. On October 9, he publicly displayed these feelings in a bitter speech at Saarbrücken, comparing the British attitude with that of a governess. He went on to attack that malevolent trio of Churchill, Cooper, and Eden, far surpassing the acidity of the Sportpolist speech. The effects of his diatribe were felt 3 days later when the International Commission selected to implement the Munich Agreement voted unanimously to dispense with plebiscites. Its members had already bowed to German demands that the 1910 census be used in determining those districts to be ceded to the Reich, and it was becoming increasingly obvious that the original pact was being contorted to strip Czechoslovakia of her last defensive line of fortifications. Franz Ponset made a final appeal for reason to Hitler in mid-October. The occasion was his farewell to the Führer. He was being transferred to Rome. Hitler had always liked him and showed his appreciation for 7 years' service in Berlin by inviting the French ambassador to his mile-high mountain tea-house atop the Kelstein, built under the direction of the indefatigable Bormann at a reported cost of 30 million marks. It was a remarkable engineering feat. Equally so was the 5-mile winding asphalt road from the Berghof, which had been blasted out of the side of the mountain at the cost of several lives. Franz Ponset was driven up this road to an underground passage dug in the peak. At the end of the corridor he was escorted into a copper-lined elevator, its shaft hacked out of solid rock. After a ride of about 400 feet, Franz Ponset found himself in a gallery of Roman pillars. Beyond was an immense glassed-in circular hall. Great logs were burning in a huge open fireplace. On all sides extended such an immense panorama of mountains that it gave the Frenchman a sensation of being suspended in space. The entire view, bathed in the autumn twilight, was grandiose, almost hallucinating. In this fantastic setting, Reich was already palling on Hitler after several visits because of its grandiosity. Ambassador and Führer held their last interview. Pale and drawn, the latter confirmed his disappointment with the aftermath of the Munich Agreement. The crisis was far from over, in fact, threatened to worsen if the situation did not improve. Great Britain, he complained, was sonorous with threats and calls to arms. The ambassador pointed out that a reaction was inevitable after the excess of joy following the preservation of peace. Hitler's own harsh speech at Saarbrücken had spread the impression that the sacrifice of Czechoslovakia had only increased Germany's appetite and thereby strengthened the position of the adversaries of the Munich Pact. Furthermore, Hitler protested it was the British who had started the present trouble, nor had he uttered a word against France. As he went on to defend his treatment of the Czechs, Franz Ponset interrupted, urging him not to linger over the past. The future was more important. The democracies and the totalitarian states must now demonstrate that they could live side by side in peace and gradually lead Europe towards more normal and enduring conditions. Hitler objected neither to the interruption nor to the concept. He was quite prepared, he said, to do this. As they descended the mountain, Franz Ponset reviewed the conversation. I know that he is changeable, dissembling, full of contradictions, uncertain, he reported to Paris. The same man with the debonair aspect, with a real fondness for the beauties of nature, who discussed reasonable ideas on European politics around the tea-table, is also capable of the worst frenzies, of the wildest exaltations, and the most delirious ambitions. There are days when, standing before the globe of the world, he will overthrow nations, continents, geography, and history like a demiurge stricken with madness. At other moments, he dreams of being the hero of an everlasting peace, in which he would devote himself to the erection of the most magnificent monuments. These apparent conflicts within the Führer were leading many foreigners to conclude that he was simply insane. One was Sigmund Freud, now safely established in London. "You cannot tell what a madman will do," he told an American admirer. "You know he is an Austrian, and lived for years in great misery. When Hitler took over that country, it seemed to go to his head." A former disciple had a far different theory, and that October in Zurich expounded it to H.L. Knickerbocker, who had just come from Prague. "Hitler belongs in the category of the truly mystic medicine man," said Dr. Carl Gustav Jung, who had spent hours discussing the Führer with Ernst Hahn Stangl immediately after the latter's escape from Germany. "His body does not suggest strength. The outstanding characteristic of his physiognomy is its dreamy look. There was in his eyes the look of a seer." This prompted Knickerbocker to ask why Hitler made nearly every German fall down and worship him. "I was especially struck by that when I saw pictures taken of him in the Czechoslovakian crisis, yet made little impression on foreigners. He is the first man to tell every German what he has been thinking and feeling all along in his unconscious about German fate, especially since the defeat in the World War. And the one characteristic which colors every German soul is the typically German inferiority complex. The complex of the younger brother, of the one who is always a bit late to the feast. Hitler's power is not political. It is magic. Hitler's secret was that he allowed himself to be moved by his own unconscious. He was like a man who listens intently to whispered suggestions from a mysterious voice, and then acts upon them. In our case, even if occasionally our unconscious does reach us through dreams, we have too much rationality, too much cerebrum to obey it. But Hitler listens and obeys. The true leader is always led. Hitler sang a purely Teutonic song which rang true to Germans, and they chose him as their representative. He was the demagogue appealing to the primitive, an echo from their own tribal past. Jung predicted that England and France would not honor their new guarantee to the Czechs. No nation keeps its word. A nation is a big blind worm following what fate, perhaps. A nation has no honor, it has no word to keep there. For why expect Hitler to keep his word? Because Hitler is the nation. Won by 1943, his accumulated royalties with a Verlag would amount to 5,525,811 RM. To the party he left all his personal possessions, the Berghof, his furniture and his pictures. To Eva Braun and his two sisters he left the same amount, 12,000 marks a year for life. Alois was granted a lump sum of 60,000 marks, and there were further bequests to relatives in Spittal, Frau Winter and his valets. He also ordered the party to worthily take care of Meyer, Jitens, Bruckner, and Wiedmann for life. In 1968, Wilson told journalist Colin Cross that he could understand Hitler's feelings on the Jews and put the question, "Have you ever met a Jew you liked?" Part 6. TOTHEVERYBRINKOFBOLDNESS. Chapter 18. CRYSTALNIGHTNOVEMBER Mach 1939. The path of anti-Semitism in Hitler's Germany was tortuous. The first Jewish restrictions in 1933 were so inconclusive that it seemed as if the Führer were deliberately compromising his principles. Could this be an attempt to solve the Jewish question by rational means acceptable to those Germans who wanted Jews controlled but not persecuted? There followed a period of struggle between the racial radicals in the party and Mutter. It's in the government and civil service, which came to a climax during the summer of 1935. At this time, the Tatar took the offensive, objecting openly to the continuing mistreatment of Jews on the grounds that it was bad for business. The unlawful activity against Jews must end, Reichsbank President Schacht told a small, influential group including Interior Minister Frick, Finance Minister Schwerin von Krassig, Justice Minister Göttner, and Education Minister Rust. Otherwise, he warned, he could not complete his task of economic rearmament. For example, the Jewish agent of Alliance Insurance in Egypt had been so harried that he resigned, leaving the market to the English. Many Jewish importers were canceling large orders, and it was ridiculous to imagine that it was possible for a nation to succeed economically without Jewish business. Schacht had no objection to the public display of signs such as Jews not wanted, since these could even be found in the United States. Whoever buys from a Jew is a traitor to the people. It was unanimously agreed by the group that wild single actions must cease so that the Jewish question could be solved legally, but he bitterly opposed those put up by Streicher, proclaiming, "The first steps in the direction of legalization were taken a few weeks later at Nuremberg by the Führer himself, legalizing a number of repressive measures which were promptly justified by the official Catholic clerks, but as indisputable safeguards for the qualitative make-up of the German people. Even Streicher seemed to be satisfied now that the matter was being solved piece by piece in the best German legal tradition, when he proclaimed the law for the protection of German blood and honor. We don't smash any windows, and we don't smash Jews, he boasted. Whoever engages in a single action of that kind is an enemy of the state, a provocateur, or even a Jew. Were the Nuremberg laws an attempt by Hitler to solve the Jewish question by less harsh, acceptable methods? Or was he merely biding his time before effecting his dream of extermination? In either case, solution of the problem, for the time being at least, had been taken from the party and turned over to the law. This resulted in growing resentment among the more radical Nazi racists, held in restraint during Hitler's expansion program. They finally broke out 3 years later, in 1938, with the destruction of synagogues in Munich, Nuremberg, and Dortmund. A wave of Jew baiting swept the nation. The entire Kurfürstendom, wrote Bella Fram, a diplomatic correspondent from Berlin, was plastered with scrawls and cartoons. Jew was smeared all over the doors, windows, and walls in waterproof colors. It grew worse as we came to the part of town where poor little Jewish retail shops were to be found. The SA had created havoc. Everywhere were revolting and bloodthirsty pictures of Jews beheaded, hanged, tortured, and maimed, accompanied by obscene inscriptions. Windows were smashed, and loot from the miserable little shops was strewn over the pavement and floating in the gutter. The tide of anti-Semitism was given impetus on November 7, 1938, when a young Jew, Herschel Grinspun, shot a minor German Foreign Office official in Paris. Grinspun, whose parents had been deported from Germany to Poland, had gone to the embassy to assassinate the ambassador, only to be sidetracked by Councillor Ernst von Rath, himself an enemy of anti-Semitism. Rath was being investigated by the Gestapo, but it was he who took the bullets intended for his superior. Being a Jew, is not a crime, sobbed Grinchben to the police. I am not a dog. I have a right to live, and the Jewish people have a right to exist on this earth. Wherever I have been chased like an animal. On the afternoon of November 9, Rath died. The news reached Hitler at the Munich town hall, where he was attending a meeting of party leaders. He left the room with his escort, conferred briefly with Goebbels before boarding his special train. Goebbels returned to the meeting to announce that Rath's murder had inspired anti-Jewish riots in the districts of Hessen and Magdeburg-Anhalt. The Führer, he said, had decided that if the riots spread spontaneously throughout Germany, they were not to be discouraged. The party leaders took this to mean that they were to organize demonstrations while making it appear that they had nothing to do with them. But as a chief Lutz either misunderstood Goebbels or refused to believe Hitler had given such a command. After assembling all Gruppenführer present, he ordered them not to participate in any actions against the Jews. While these SA officials were transmitting Lutz's instructions, which in some cases were ignored. The party leaders were telephoning conflicting orders to the provinces. At first, the SS did not participate in the ransacking of shops and burning of synagogues. Upon learning that Goebbels had ordered a pogrom, Himmler directed his men to prevent excessive looting, then dictated a file memorandum. The order was given by the Propaganda Directorate, and I suspect that Goebbels, and also in his empty-headedness, started this action just at the time when the foreign political situation is very grave. His castigation may have been only for the record. In his craving for power, which I noticed a long time ago, hours earlier Himmler himself had violently attacked the Jews in a secret speech to his SS generals, were bent on destroying Germany, and so had to be driven from the Reich with unexampled ruthlessness if Germany did not win this all-out battle against Jewry. The Jews, he said, there won't be a single refuge for a true Teuton left. Everybody will be starved and butchered. If Himmler objected to the terrorism sweeping the country, his chief assistant did everything he could to capitalize on it. Soon after midnight, Heydrich sent urgent teletypes to all headquarters and stations of the SD and police, enjoining them to cooperate with the party and SS leaders in organizing the demonstrations. Finally, as many Jews, particularly rich ones, were to be arrested as can be accommodated in existing prisons. For the time being, only healthy men, not too old, are to be arrested. The appropriate concentration camps should be contacted immediately in order to confine them in these camps as fast as possible upon their rest. It was a night of despair for the Jews in Germany, with the police standing by as witnesses of the destruction and beatings. One policeman was found by the deputy police chief of Berlin weeping in front of a looted shoe shop. It had been his duty to enforce order, and yet in violation of all his ideals, he had done nothing. By official count, 814 shops, 171 homes were destroyed, and 191 synagogues put to the torch. 36 Jews were killed and another 36 seriously injured. But the figures Heydrich himself admitted must have been exceeded considerably. Autotolicius cabled the New York Times that he had just witnessed a wave of destruction unparalleled in Germany since the 30 Years' War, beginning systematically in the early morning hours in almost every town and city in the country. The wrecking, looting, and burning continued all day. Huge but mostly silent crowds looked on, and the police confined themselves to regulating traffic and making wholesale arrests of Jews for their own protection. The reaction from abroad was immediate, and the acts of brutality were given an unforgettable names, fired by the multitude of smashed windows, crystal night. On all sides, Germany was assailed as a barbarous nation. Many Germans agreed, and other party officials beside Himmler joined in the condemnation of Goebbels. Frau Funk, wife of the Minister of Economics, overheard her husband cursing him over the phone, "Are you crazy? Goebbels, to make such a mess of things, one has to be ashamed to be a German. We are losing our whole prestige abroad. I am trying day and night to conserve the national wealth, and you throw it willy-nilly out of the window. If this thing does not stop immediately, you can have the whole filthy mess." Gring complained directly to the Führer that such events made it impossible for him to carry out his mission. "I was making every effort in connection with the 4-year plan," he later testified, "to concentrate the entire economic field to the utmost. I had, in the course of speeches to the nation, been asking for every old tooth, paste tube, every rusty nail, every bit of scrap material to be collected and utilized. It would not be tolerated that a man who was not responsible for these things should upset my difficult economic task by destroying so many things of economic value on the one hand, and by causing so much disturbance in economic life on the other hand. Then Hitler, according to Gring's account, made some apologies for Goebbels, but on the whole he agreed that such events were not to take place and must not be allowed to take place. Hitler was already giving the impression that he knew nothing of Crystal Night, and added his own complaints. "It is terrible," he told Frau Trust. "They have destroyed everything for me like elephants in a china shop, and much worse. I had the great hope that I was about to come to an understanding with France, and now that but Fritz Hess summoned to Munich from London for a special press conference, claimed he heard otherwise from Hitler's own lips the very night Crystal Night was set in motion. At dinner the Führer was boasting how he had bluffed the English and French at Munich, when an adjutant whispered something to Goebbels. He turned and muttered to Hitler, but when the others at the table lapsed in silence, it became clear that the propaganda minister was explaining a mass attack which he and the SA were going to launch against the Jewish shops and synagogues in a few hours. At first Hess couldn't hear what was said. There was no doubting the Führer's approval, recalled Hess. Hitler squealed with delight and slapped his thigh in his enthusiasm. The following day Hess called on Ribbentrop, who was still irritated at not being invited to the previous day's press conference. First, he labeled the Munich conference a piece of first-class stupidity. All it meant was that it postponed hostility for a year, when the English would be much stronger. Believe me, it would have been much better if war had come now. We hold all the military trumps. Who knows what will happen in a year? But the worst was that the Führer imagined he had called the English bluff. For years I've tried to make it clear to him that he must be careful of the English because they are dangerous. But he won't believe it. Instead, he fools about and makes bombastic speeches. You heard him yourself yesterday. As for that little beast Goebbels, have you heard what his gangs have done everywhere? These imbeciles have smashed up the Jewish shops. White have long been Aryan property anyhow. They've spoiled my game for me, despite Hitler's protestations to moderates. The pogrom continued, and by November 12, an estimated 20,000 Jews had been shipped to concentration camps. That day Gring Hu had objected to the destruction of property on economic grounds, called a meeting of the Council of Ministers to determine who would have to pay for it. He began by announcing that this conference was of decisive importance, and his next words had a significance his listeners could not fathom at the time. I have received a letter from Bormann, sent me by order of the Führer, asking that the Jewish question be now, once and for all, treated in its entirety and settled in some way. Yesterday the Führer telephoned me to point out again that decisive measures must be undertaken in a coordinated manner inspired by this directive. The conferees agreed that the Jews themselves would have to pay for the damage in the form of a 1 billion mark fine. I certainly would not like to be a Jew in Germany, remarked Gring, and brought the 4-hour meeting to a close with a grim forecast. If in the near future the German Reich should come in conflict with foreign powers, the Führer was about to suggest to those foreign powers so concerned over the plight of German Jews that they be deported to the island of Madagascar. It goes without saying that we in Germany should first come to a show down with the Jews. Furthermore, he explained it to me November 9, concluded Gring. He wants to say to the other countries, why are you always talking about the Jews? Take them. While this plan for the complete elimination of Jews from the Reich economy was getting underway, other Germans, including many party leaders, were privately expressing deep concern at the excesses of Kristallnacht. The bureaucrats and party leaders, aware that such violent actions always get out of hand, protested that a pogrom was too costly and accomplished almost nothing in the battle against Jews. Others were repelled by the inhumanity of such actions, but did little more than grumble cautiously. Gerhard Hauptmann, for instance, complained to a friend that Hitler had ruined Germany. This scum will bring war to the whole world, this miserable brown comedian. This Nazi hangman is rushing us into a world of war, into destruction. Then why didn't Hauptmann emigrate in protest like Mann and Zweig? Because I'm a coward, replied the famous playwright. Do you understand? I'm a coward. Those safe from reprisals were heaping abuse on Hitler. Almost every newspaper and radio commentator in the United States responded to Kristallnacht with outrage. Ambassador Dyakoff wrote the Foreign Office that he hoped the storm at present sweeping across the United States will subside again in the foreseeable future, and we shall be able to work again until Kristallnacht. From Washington, he reported, most Americans ignored the anti-German propaganda, but now even German Americans were incensed. What particularly strikes me is the fact that with few exceptions, the respectable patriotic circles, which are thoroughly anti-communist and, for the greater part, anti-Semitic in their outlook, also begin to turn away from us. The fact that the Jewish newspapers write still more excitedly than before is not surprising, but that men like Dewey, Hooverhurst, and many others who have who maintained a cooperative reserve and have even to some extent, are now publicly adopting so violent and bitter an attitude against her is a serious matter in the general atmosphere of hate. Expressed sympathy toward Germany, the idea of boycotting German goods has received new fuel, and trade negotiations cannot be considered at the moment. National outrage was climaxed by a rare denunciation from President Roosevelt. At a news conference on November 15, he read a prepared statement to the reporters. The news from Germany, he said, had deeply shocked American public opinion. I myself could scarcely believe that such things could occur in 20th century civilization. With a view to gaining a first-hand picture of the situation in Germany, I have asked the Secretary of State to order our ambassador in Berlin to return at once for report and consultation, but official condemnation did not extend beyond the verbal, and the United States continued its trade relations with the Third Reich. Perhaps the protests from abroad had some effect on Hitler, which sought to protect in the part Jew that part which is German, rather than the party which looked on the part Jew. As a carrier of the Jewish influence, his support came in the form of the first regulation to the Reich citizenship law, which separated so-called non-Aryans into definite categories. A week after Crystal Night, he supported the civil service, or an individual with two Jewish grandparents who also belonged to the Jewish religious community or was married to a Jew. A Jew was defined as anyone descended from at least 3 Jewish grandparents. Then came a curious category, the Mischling half-breeds, those descended from only 1 Jewish grandparent, or those with 2 Jewish grandparents who neither practiced the Jewish religion nor were married to a Jew. In practice, this split non-Aryans into 2 distinct groups, with the Mischling no longer subject to repressive measures. With one bureaucratic stroke, Hitler made it possible for a substantial portion of the hated enemy to escape his wrath. Was his resolve to exterminate Jews truly weakening, or, again, was he merely waiting for a more suitable time to act decisively? Or was this a conscious or even unconscious attempt to save himself, since there was still the possibility that one of his own grandfathers was Jewish? The Mischling regulation also saved Jesus, who, by Hitler's argument being the Son of God, had but 2 Jewish grandparents. Neither did he practice the Jewish religion, nor was he married to a Jew. From his youth, Hitler had held cynical views of the democracies and their leaders' ability to speak one way while acting another. Consequently, he was not as concerned about the vocal protests from the West throughout the latter part of 1938 as were many of his most faithful followers. Rudolf Hess, for one, was extremely downcast. On December 23, he spent 2 hours with the Bruckmann's early supporters of the Führer, and told how he had implored Hitler in vain to stop the pogrom. He remained in such good spirits that he let himself be persuaded to wear tails for the New Year's Eve celebration at the Berghof. While Hitler must have been aware of the defection of these old adherents, my sister Ilse Braun wrote in her diary, had been at great pains to persuade him to dress with a minimum of good taste. Look at Mussolini, she would say, he has a new uniform. And you with those postman's caps. He kissed Ilse's hand, remarking that the Braun sisters were all beauties. When he looked at me, beads of sweat formed between my breasts, and I did not have the courage to say Dankeschön, though I had promised myself to make a great speech. After accepting formal congratulations from the guests and his staff, the Führer participated in an ancient Teutonic ceremony. Molten lead was poured into a small basin of water, and the shape it assumed supposedly determined the future. Hitler did not seem satisfied with his results, for afterwards he sat down in an armchair, gazing dejectedly at the fire, and hardly spoke for the rest of the evening. Eva was extremely worried about him. His dark mood was intensified a few days later by a revolt of bankers against his vast rearmament program. The reckless expenditures of the Reich read a memorandum composed by Hilmar Schacht, president of the Reichs bank, and signed by every governor of the bank, represents a most serious threat to the currency. The tremendous increase in such expenditures foils every attempt to draw up a regular budget. It is driving the finances of the country to the brink of ruin, despite a great tightening of the tax screw. Could not be stabilized in the face of such an inflationary expenditure policy, and the time has come now to call a halt. And by the same token, it undermines the Reichs, bank and the currency. The stability of the currency warned Schacht. Schacht knew that Hitler would be infuriated because the declaration in effect called for the end of military adventures. He told Schwerin von Krassigk what he had done, adding that he expected to be fired, whose powers were promptly annexed by Göring as chief of the 4-year plan. The finance minister said that if Schacht went, he would ask for his own dismissal. He had already lost his post as Minister of Economics to Walther Funk, then composed a similar memorandum and sent it to the Führer. Days passed, but nothing happened. Finally, at midnight of January 1939, Schacht's phone rang. He was ordered to report to the Führer the following morning at 9. It was an unusual hour for an interview, since Hitler rarely went to bed before 3 in the morning. I have called you in order to hand you your dismissal as President of the Reichs. Bank. Schacht took the piece of paper extended to him. According to Schacht, the Führer said without preamble, "You don't fit int." The National Socialist picture, continued Hitler, then waited for some comment. Schacht remained silent until Hitler reprimanded him for condemning Kristallnacht at a Christmas party of bank office. "Boys, if I had known that you approved of those happenings," Schacht finally said, "I might have kept silent." This reply seemed to take Hitler's breath away. "I'm too much upset to talk to you any more now." Both men agreed that Schacht should take a long trip abroad, and he left for India soon thereafter. In any case, he said indignantly, Hitler was relieved to be rid of him. When it is a question of a bit of sharp practice, Hitler later told his inner circle, "Schacht is a pearl beyond all price, but whenever he was called upon to show strength of character, he always failed." Soon after Schacht's dismissal, Captain Wiedmann was summoned to the Winter Garden. For the past months, Hitler had been treating him with increasing coolness, and Wiedmann guessed he was going to be fired. Ever since Kristallnacht, the Führer had seemed to inhabit an imaginary world which had nothing in common with reality. And whenever Wiedmann attempted to discuss any defect in the system, Hitler ignored him. "I have no use for people in high places and in my closest circle who do not agree with my politics," Hitler curtly told Wiedmann. "I hereby discharge you as my personal adjutant and appoint you Consul General in San Francisco. You can accept or refuse this new position without hesitation." Wiedmann accepted, adding that he hoped he wouldn't have to take a cut in salary. At this, Hitler's tone became milder. "I will always keep an open ear for your financial welfare." Thus, after 4 years' close association, the two war comrades parted without bitterness. The exit of Schacht and Wiedmann signaled the return to grace of Joseph Goebbels, who had fallen from favor due to his sexual adventures. "Every woman inflames my very blood," he wrote in his 20s. "I pace back and forth like a wolf, nor had marriage to Magda restrained him." At the same time, he kept his numerous affairs under control, never compromising himself publicly. That is, until he fell in love with Czech actress Lida Barova in the summer of the Olympics. Magda imagined it was one of his usual flirtations, but finally lost her patience in 1938 and demanded a divorce. Hitler had shown remarkable tolerance to homosexuality, but was distressed by the party leaders who abandoned mates who had helped in the rise to power. He demanded that Goebbels give up the actress. At first he refused, offering to resign from his ministry and become an ambassador to Japan or some such distant country. Finally, he succumbed to pressure and renounced his great love. No sooner had Borova returned to Czechoslovakia under advice from the police than Hitler summoned the entire Goebbels family to the Berghof. Pictures of the couple and 3 of their children at the entrance to the Kelstein tea house were published as public proof that all was well with the household. This stage reconciliation took place only a few weeks before Crystal Night and the anguish of losing Lida Boroval, with a desire to rehabilitate himself with people like Himmler and Rosenberg, who felt that the scandal had dealt the severest kind of blow to the moral status of the party, might have caused him to act so recklessly that November night. The reinstatement of Goebbels coincided with Hitler's new approach to the Jewish question. On his most recent trip to her atelier in Munich, Frau Trust had urged Hitler to reinstate a Jewish composer. Arthur Pichler to the School of Music in Augsburg. Why shouldn't Jews be judged individually, she argued. The few she knew were not only experts in their field, but valuable human beings. Those are your personal experiences, said Hitler after some thought. If I'd had similar ones, then I never would have taken my path. But I had much different experiences. Like those in Vienna, he must place the fate of the German people above all else. The Jew lives and serves his own law, but never that of the people or the nation where he has become a citizen. He does not belong to the German people, and can therefore be among us only as a guest, but not as it was during the period between when he took all the top positions in art, culture, and the press, as well as in trade and the banks. It is my responsibility to see that our nation's future once more has a healthy and strong foundation based on national characteristics. I have made it my life work to build a safe existence and future for the German people, and especially the German worker. This was all a prelude to Rief, using her request on principle. Curiously, on his next visit to Munich, he reversed himself and agreed to reinstate Professor Pichler. Just as the false accusations of troop movements on the Czech borders early in 1938 had roused Hitler to premature action, so the storm of protests from abroad over Crystal Night may have hardened his resentment toward Jews and prompted him to look for new ways of dealing with them. When he told Czech Foreign Minister Chvalkovsky that no German guarantee would be given to a state which did not eliminate its Jews. An indication of this complete loss of objectivity came on January 21, 1939. Our own kindness was nothing but weakness, and we regret it. He said, this vermin must be destroyed. The Jews are our sworn enemies, and at the end of this year, there will not be a Jew left in Germany. They were not going to get away with what they had done in November 1918. The day of reckoning has come. A few days later, a foreign ministry circular on the Jewish question as a factor in foreign policy was dispatched to all diplomatic missions and consulates. Is the emigration of all Jews living on German territories since the advent of National Socialism only slightly more than 100,000 Jews had legally or illegally left Germany to find homes in new host countries. The ultimate aim of Germany's Jewish policy, it said. Even this modest influx of Jews from Germany had already aroused the resistance of the native populations of America, France, Holland, and Norway. Despite the moral denunciation of Germany, the Western nations were hermetically sealing their own boundaries against Hitler's Jews. This groundswell of anti-Semitism confirmed the validity of shipping out Jews en masse, and the goal of the new German policy concluded the circular, not dictated by false sympathy for the Jewish religious minority, which has been expelled, but by the mature realization by all peoples of the danger which the Jews represent for the racial preservation of the nations, will be an international solution of the Jewish question in the future. On January 29, Hitler proclaimed his abrupt change in tactics even more explicitly. In a speech to the Reichstag on the 6th anniversary of the Nazi rise to power, he declared war on world Jewry. Significantly, hours earlier, he had ordered the Navy to begin building a mighty submarine fleet to be completed within 5 years. We're continually being stirred up to hatred of Germany and the German people by Jewish and non-Jewish agitators when all he wanted was peace and quiet. England, America, and France, he charged. These lying attempts to bring about a war could not in the slightest influence Germany's manner of settling her Jewish problem, he said, and for the first time since his rise to power, he publicly lifted the veil on his ultimate plan. In the course of my life, I have often been a prophet. If the international Jewish financiers in and outside Europe should succeed in plunging the nations once more into world war, and have usually been ridiculed for it, I will once more be a prophet. Then the result will not be the Bolshevization of the earth, and thus the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. He was crying out to the Jews the paranoiac warning, "Stop, before you force me to kill you." In the past year, Hitler had destroyed one sovereign state, reduced and paralyzed another, and in the process humbled the West. 1939 promised even greater political conquests. On January 1, Mussolini finally made up his mind to accept the German offer of the past autumn and transformed the anti-Comintern pact from a propaganda front to a full-fledged military alliance. During this month, wrote Ciano in his diary, he plans to prepare the acceptance of his views by public opinion, about which he doesn't give a damn. The reason Mussolini feared war with the West was now inevitable. We may succeed in contributing to the German pacification of the world. The next step in his peaceful program of pacification was the complete control of Czechoslovakia. In his New Year's message, Hitler announced that the German government had but one wish, that in the coming year, for some time he had regretted the Munich Pact, since it had become apparent he could have annexed the entire country without reprisals. Now he would have to find some acceptable excuse to march in and liquidate what was left. In February, he ordered Goebbels to launch a massive propaganda campaign against the Czech government. It was still terrorizing its ethnic German citizens, concentrating troops along the Sudeten borders, conspiring with the Soviets, and grossly mistreating its Slovak population. The last accusation proved to be the most fruitful, for radical Slovak nationalists eagerly rose to the bait and began increasing their demands for complete independence. It was an explosive situation that needed but a single misstep from some inexperienced Czech in high place, is to set off another crisis and give Hitler the excuse he needed. In London, the spirit of anti-appeasement was reinforced by a fallacious report from Eric Court of the German Foreign. He secretly informed a British official that Hitler was planning to bomb London in the near future. It was a deliberate its attempt by the anti-Hitler grip in Germany to push England into a war with the Reich, and was only the first of other false alarms to be planted by court and other foreign office men in the Platte. Chamberlain took the bombing scare seriously enough to call a special cabinet meeting, and, although no Nazi planes appeared, the temperature of suspicion was raised. Ambassador Henderson was brought from Berlin to report on possible Hitler military action, and he did his utmost to convince permanent Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs Cadogan that the Germans were not even contemplating any immediate wild adventure, and that their compass is pointing towards peace. The Stit Cadogan was not so sanguine. He suggested that Hitler's intentions were strictly dishonorable, yet he was hesitant to believe reports that Hitler was about to engulf Czechoslovakia. Henderson returned to his post in Berlin, where he continued to send back optimistic assessments. Rumors of Nazi adventures in the Ukraine or in Holland were dying down, he reported. Although it is suggested in some quarters that this calm may only be a prelude to another storm, I am not inclined to take that pessimistic view at present. Yet the very next night even he was concerned by Hitler's actions at the annual banquet for the diplomatic corps. The apparent friendliness which he had shown at the motor exhibition was notably absent at this dinner, Henderson wrote in his memoirs, while stressing the point that it was not Britain's business to interfere with Germany in Central Europe. Although the Führer's attitude left Henderson with a feeling of vague uneasiness, he did not bother to mention it in his next report to London. He kept his eyes fixed over my right shoulder and confined his remarks to general subjects. Evidence of German intrigue was soon forthcoming. On March 6, British Ambassador Nitton reported from Prague that relations between the Czechs and Slovaks seemed to be heading for a crisis. Matters had come to a head over a demand for financial assistance on the part of the Slovaks. Germany is playing in the dispute is a matter for conjecture, but it may be noted that the Slovak Minister of Commerce and Minister of Transport visited Berlin last week, accompanied by experts. What role, if any? For some reason, this telegram was delayed 48 hours, and by that time Henderson had recovered from his vague uneasiness. On March 9, he wrote Halifax a long letter, expressing conviction that both Hitler and the German people longed for peace. Hitler himself fought in the World War, and his dislike of bloodshed, or anyway of dead Germans, is intense, although Nazi extremists might be tempted to urge continued aggression. Hitler's inclination as a demagogue would be to please the majority rather than the fanatical minority. That is one reason why, since I can find no justification for the theory that he is mad or even verging on madness, I am of the opinion that he is not thinking today in terms of war. Emil Hatch, although once admitted he understood very little about Poland, accidentally committed the blunder Hitler was waiting for. That evening, the president of Czechoslovakia, he dismissed the Slovak government from office and ordered troops to prepare to move in the Slovakian district. The next day, Friday, Hatcha declared martial law. Hitler reacted with rapidity. He cancelled his trip to Vienna to take part in the celebration of the Anschluss so that he could prepare for his next invasion. The slight but nagging fear that the Soviets might rush to Prague's aid was relieved almost immediately, even as Hatcha was resorting to martial law. Stalin told the 18th Party Congress that they must be cautious and not allow the West to use the USSR to pull its own chestnuts out of the fire. It was in line with Soviet policy to proclaim publicly that they were Czechoslovakia's only faithful ally, while risking nothing. The excuse for inaction was that their pact with the Czechs required them to provide aid only after France had acted. On Saturday, his favor, a day for a coup, Hitler went into action, improvising with customary agility. First, he instructed General Keitel to draft an ultimatum demanding that the Czechs submit to the military occupation of Moravia and Bohemia without resistance, then issued disruptive orders to agents in Czech and Slovak territory. At the same time, Henderson was telephoning Halifax to proceed circumspectly. He doubted whether Herr Hitler has yet taken any decision, and I consider it therefore highly desirable that nothing should be said or published abroad during the weekend which will excite him to precipitate action. Nothing was needed. That evening, Hitler's two puppet leaders in Austria, accompanied by 5 German generals, drove across the Danube to break into a meeting of the new Slovak cabinet at their seat of government, Bratislava. The members were told to proclaim the independence of Slovakia, but the new prime minister stalled for time by announcing that he would first have to discuss the situation with the Prague government. His predecessor, Joseph Tis, a Roman Catholic priest who was a friar tuck in the flesh, had been placed in a monastery under house arrest. But he now dramatically re-entered the scene, and that soon my nerves escaped from his prison and demanded that a meeting of the new Slovak cabinet be held early Sunday morning. The corpulent Monsignor Tiso, when I get worked up I eat half a pound of ham March 12. At this secret convocation, Tiso revealed that he had received an invitation to see Hitler in Berlin. He had accepted, he said, under threat of occupation by German and Hungarian troops. At exactly 7:40 p.m. March 13, Tiso was ushered into Hitler's office by Ribbentrop. Orders had already been issued to the Army and Air Force to stand by for a possible invasion of Czechoslovakia at 6:00 on the morning of the 15th. The Führer, looking stern and implacable, was flanked by his 2 top military men, Brochetsk and Keitel. Owes it only to Germany that she has not been mutilated further, nor did the Czechs appreciate the great self-control exhibited by the Germans. Czechoslovakia, said Hitler accusingly. He raised his voice either in anger or a show of it, and asked what kind of a game they were playing. He assumed the Slovaks wanted independence, and that was why he had prevented Hungary from seizing their territory. He wanted one question cleared up in a very short time. He accented each of these words, then put the question directly to Tiso: did Slovakia want to lead an independent existence or not? Tomorrow at midday, he said, I shall begin military action against the Czechs, which will be carried out by General von Brochetsk. He pointed to his commander-in-chief. And that is why you must either immediately proclaim the independence of Slovakia, or I will disinterest myself in her fate. Germany does not intend to take Slovakia into her Lebensraum. To make your choice I give you until tomorrow midday, when the Czechs will be crushed by the German steamroller. Tiso hesitated briefly, then telephoned the Slovak cabinet in Bratislava and said in German that he was speaking from the Führer's office. He requested them to convene the Slovak parliament for the following morning. Once he was sure his stupid listeners understood the message, Tiso rang off. He arrived in Bratislava in time to read to the assembled deputies a Slovak declaration of independence drafted by Ribbentrop. Opposition to the proclamation collapsed, and a new Slovakia, independent in name only, was born. That afternoon in London, Chamberlain stoutly parried angry questions in the House of Commons over the government's failure to stand up to Hitler. "What about Britain's guarantee to Czechoslovakia?" asked one critic. That guarantee, he retorted, referred only to unprovoked attack. No such aggression, he said, has taken place. While Chamberlain was making excuses in Parliament, Hitler acted and, as usual, made it appear as if he were only reacting. His tool in the final step of the drama was President Hatcher of Czechoslovakia. Harried and confused by the events of the past few days, Hatcher now urgently requested an interview. With the Ferrara case of the fly seeking an invitation to the spider's net. After keeping Hatcher in suspense for hours, Hitler finally agreed to see him. Already psychologically crushed, the president of Czechoslovakia, accompanied by his daughter and his foreign minister, boarded a train for Berlin. He could not fly because of a weak heart. As he was leaving Prague, a British newsman who had often seen Hitler at close quarters arrived. Sefton Delmer noticed that the habitués of Kaufmann whence Esla's Square were stolidly sipping their coffee, unaware of what was going on. Suddenly, at dusk, troops of white stocking, citizen Germans, 6 abreast, marched through the square, carrying Nazi banners and shouting, "Sieg Heil! Sieg Heil!" They were followed by fascist collaborators waving the Czech tricolor. At first, the crowds obeyed the demands to salute the Nazi banners. But once the factories closed and the workers flooded into the square, there was a different spirit. They refused to make way for the marchers and fighting erupted. The police supported the demonstrators, who continued to march about shouting Ein Reich, Ein Volk. Ein Führer. If Prague was symbolically German, the important Czech industrial town of Moravska Ostrava on the Polish border was already that in fact. Elite troops of Hitler's own bodyguard division occupied this area soon after dark to safeguard its modern steel mill from Polish seizure. In Berlin, Hitler and his guests were assembling in the drawing room of the Chancellery to see a movie, A Hopeless Case. Next to the Führer sat General Keitel, on hand to issue, if necessary, executive orders to begin the invasion. At 10:40 p.m., the train from Prague pulled into Anhalt station, but it was not until an hour after midnight that Hatcher was summoned by the Führer to give the old gentleman a chance to rest and recover from the tiring trip. But the delay only increased Hatcher's anxiety, and by the time he and Foreign Minister Chvalkovsky passed by an SS Guard of Honor and entered Hitler's study, his face was flushed with agitation. He had waited that long, so he told Keitel. Hatcher made a personal appeal by assuring the Führer that he had never mixed in politics. In a sad exhibition of abasement, he threw himself on Hitler's mercy. He was convinced that the destiny of Czechoslovakia lay in the Führer's hands, read the official German minutes of the meeting, and he believed it was in safe keeping in such hands. Even this servility could not stem the vitriol stored up in Hitler. He charged that under the surface the bean spirit lived in the new Czechoslovakia. Frail little Hatcher was a pitiable figure as he cringed under this attack. After repeating the alleged wrongs perpetrated by Masaryk and Bean, abruptly Hitler, either from compassion or a need to change tactics, hastened to add that he did not mean to imply any distrust of Hatcher, and he had come to the conclusion that this journey by the president, despite his advanced years, might be of great benefit to this country, because it was only a matter of hours now before Germany intervened. Both Hatcher and his foreign minister sat as if turned to stone until Hitler again gave them a glimmer of hope by insisting that he harbored no enmity against any nation, and remained convinced of Hatch's loyalty. But this was extinguished by a declaration that the Bean tendencies still flourished. "The die had been cast on Sunday," said Hitler. The order for the invasion by the German troops and for the incorporation of Czechoslovakia into the German Reich had already been given. The two Czechs sat still. Hitler announced that his army would enter their country from all sides at 6 a.m. while the Luftwaffe occupied all Czech airfields. Threat was again followed by promise. Hatcha could serve Czechoslovakia by a simple decision. He would have to act quickly, or at 6 o'clock German troops and planes would go into action. "I would have immediately lost face if I'd had to put this threat into execution," Hitler recalled several years later. "For at the hour mentioned fog was so thick over our airfields that none of our aircraft could have made its sortie." He suggested that Hatcha and his foreign minister withdraw to discuss privately what should be done. The position is quite clear. He admitted that resistance would be folly, yet how could he possibly restrain the nation in less than 4 hours? But to Hitler's relief, Hatcha said, then added hopefully that he saw dawning the possibility of a long period of peace between the two peoples if the decision was to resist. Hitler replied that it had to be done somehow. He concluded sharply he saw the annihilation of Czechoslovakia. With these ominous words, Hitler ended the interview. As the two dejected Czechs were escorted to an adjoining room, Ribbentrop attempted to place a telephone call to Prague. The line was out of order, and Schmidt was asked to try again. As the interpreter was dialing, he heard Gring exclaim from the adjoining room that Hatcha had fainted. A call went out for Dr. Morel, who had been kept on duty in case the ailing Czech president needed him. "If anything happens to Hatcha," thought Schmidt, "the whole world will say tomorrow that he was murdered in the Chancellery." Just then the line to Prague was opened. Schmidt went for Hatcha, and to his surprise found him recovered thanks to Dr. Morel's vitamin injection. Hatcha came to the phone and, after informing his cabinet what had happened, advised capitulation. In the meantime, Schmidt was making a fair copy of a brief official communique which had been composed beforehand. It stated that the President of Czechoslovakia confidently laid the fate of the Czech people and country in the hands of the Führer of the German Reich. It was in reality a document of surrender, and Hatcha asked for another of Morel's injections. This revived him so much that he refused to sign it, despite urgings of Ribbentrop and Gring. These two, according to the official French report, then proceeded to hound the two Czechs pitilessly. They literally hunted Dr. Hatcha and Mr. Chvalkovsky round the table on which the documents were lying, thrusting them continually before them, pushing pens into their hands, incessantly repeating that if they continued in their refusal, half of Prague would lie in ruins from bombing within 2 hours, and this would only be the beginning. Hundreds of bombers were waiting the order to take off, and they would receive that order at 6 in the morning if the signatures were not forthcoming. At last Hatcha gave in and, face still flushed, signed the document at 3:55 a.m. with trembling hand. He turned to Dr. Morel and thanked him for his ministrations. The moment the pen dropped from Hatch's nerveless fingers, the Führer rushed from the conference room to his office, where his two middle-aged secretaries were waiting. His face was transfigured, recalled Christa Schroeder, as he exclaimed, "Children, quickly give me a kiss." Quickly, Schroeder and Wolf bussed him on both cheeks. "Hatcha has just signed," he said in exultation. It is the greatest triumph of my life. I shall go down in history as the great German. Late as it was, Hitler stayed up to savor the triumph. I was sorry for the old gentleman, he confided to Hoffmann and other intimates. But sentimentality in the circumstance would have been out of place and might well have jeopardized success. Dr. Morrell interrupted to remark that but for him, the Commune Nick might not have been signed. Thank God, he said, that I was on the spot and in time with my injections. You go to hell with your damn injections, exclaimed Hitler. You made the old gentleman so lively that for a moment I feared he would refuse to sign. The celebration was briefly interrupted by Keitel, who reported that executive orders for the invasion of Czechoslovakia had been issued with the proviso not to open fire unless there were signs of resistance. And even then, there would be attempts to negotiate before resorting to force of arms. He asked Hitler's permission to retire and was instructed to report back in a few hours so he could accompany the Pharaoh to the special train which would take them to the Czech border. At dawn on March 15th, disheveled men, ashy pale with fear, appeared at the American legation in Prague to ask for asylum. They revealed they had been Czech spies in Germany and were known to the local Gestapo. Their faces were twitching and their lips trembling when I sent them away, recalled George Kennan. A little later he had to follow instructions and turn to German fugitives from Hitler int the snow-swept street where they were no more than hunted animals. Next came a Jewish acquaintance who had to be told he could stay only until he could calm his nerves. He paced wretchedly up and down in the anteroom through the long morning hours. In London, Lord Halifax first learned of the invasion from his ambassador in Prague. Several hours later, Henderson phoned from Berlin advising his chief to postpone the visit of the president of the Board of Trade to Germany. It does not appear to me possible to prevent Germany from restoring order, but I would nevertheless deprecate visits at this juncture of any British cabinet minister. Within the hour, Henderson was on the phone again, reading off the agreement signed by Hitler and Hatcher, and at 11 a.m. he was dictating the text of a Hitler proclamation just issued to the German people. Since Sunday, it read, wild excess against Germans had taken place in many Czech villages, and from hour to hour, the appeals from victims and persecuted had increased. The shell-shocked Henderson at least realized that it was the final shipwreck of his mission to Berlin. Do you wonder that I regard Berlin as a soul-scarifying job? He hurriedly scrawled to Halifax in an informal letter. Hitler has gone straight off the deep end again. Hitler slept during most of the train trip from Berlin, not wakening until about noon on that memorable Ides of March. I must be the first in Prague, he told his valet as he dressed. The closer they came to the frontier, the more excited he became. At mid-after, his party dice bucked near the frontier and transferred to a 10-vehicle motor convoy. Hitler sat in the first car next to the driver Kempka as the column set off slowly in the blinding snowstorm. They passed through the open barriers of both customs stations, and before long came upon German marching columns struggling in the drifts and ice. Kempka turned off the main road onto winding lanes and muddy byroads, and it was dusk before they reached Prague. No one took notice of the convoy as it approached Hradčin Palace. The party was billeted in the castle, and someone was sent in town to get cold Prague ham rolls, butter cheese, frit, and Pilsner beer. It was the first time Keitel ever saw Hitler drink beer. The reaction to Germany's latest aggression was immediate and vehement. In response to public indignation, both the French and British governments gave military guarantees to Poland, Romania, Greece, and Turkey, and at the same time inaugurated political and military talks with the Soviets. Outrage extended to Hitler's own ally, and that evening, Ciano caustically wrote in his diary that the invasion of Czechoslovakia had destroyed the state established at Munich. The Führer had already sent Prince Philip von Hesse to Rome with a letter of explanation. He hoped that Mussolini would understand and look at the latest move in the right light. Although Il Duce grumbled to Ciano, "The Italians will laugh at me every time Hitler takes another state. He sends me a message." He decided that now, more than ever, it was essential to ally himself with a winner. "We cannot change our policy now," he said, "after all. We are not political whores." At the same time, submission to his junior partner was humiliating. Never before had Ciano seen his father-in-law in such distress. Hitler was oblivious to criticism from home or abroad, and his complacency seemed justified on March 16, as he surveyed his latest conquest from the walls of the castle of the kings of Bohemia, the swastika flying from its battlements. He savored the pleasure of possessing an ancient city with so many historical memories to Teutons. In front of the city hall, 27 leaders of the Protestant uprising against the Habsburgs had been beheaded in 1621, and in the Republic Platz Kaiser Wilhelm. Bismarck and Moltke had resided during the Prussian-Austrian War at the famous Hotel zum Blauen Stern. The magnificent structures of Prague, a number designed by German architects, owed much, in his opinion, to Teutonic culture. Only Germans built such bridges, towers, and buildings. An aide interrupted Hitler's reverie to inform him that neither France nor Britain had mobilized. In 14 days, no one will talk about it any more. Of more interest to him was the report that pro-Nazi Czechs were already coursing through Prague streets, mocking Jewish shops in large colored letters. "I knew it," he said, and made a prediction, JID or JUD. The factual dissolution of Czechoslovakia came later in the day when Monsignor Tissot sent a telegram to Berlin asserting Slovak independence and requesting German protection. Without delay, Hitler's troops moved into Slovakia. The provinces of Rad-Vídnia also asked to be absorbed into his orbit. But Hitler was more interested in appeasing the Hungarians, whose troops he allowed to swarm over the border and seize Rad-Vídnian territory all the way to the Polish frontier. After a mere 20 years of independence, all of Czechoslovakia was again in bondage. Although they had stopped short of mobilization, the British were infuriated. I can well understand Herr Hitler's taste for bloodless victories, Halifax warned the German ambassador. But one of these days he will find himself up against something that will not be bloodless. For some time he, as well as the outspoken Cadogan, had objected to aspects of Chamberlain's appeasement policy, yet had supported him out of loyalty. But the moment had come to take a stand. The Foreign Secretary went to Chamberlain and made it clear that the nation, the party, and the House of Commons demanded that Hitler's aggressions be condemned publicly and positively. Chamberlain heeded this advice. On the 18th, Ambassador Henderson was temporarily recalled from Berlin, and that night, the eve of his 70th birthday, the Prime Minister made a speech at Birmingham which changed the course of British foreign policy. Has so lost its fibre that it will not take part to the uttermost of its power in resisting such challenge if it made it was hardly an inspiring call to arms, but he warned that it would be a great mistake to suppose that Great Britain, despite its detestation of war, coming from this symbol of conciliation, it aroused the audience to enthusiasm, for it did mean the virtual end of appeasement. It also revealed that Hitler had made his first serious miscalculation. Czechoslovakia was his by threat of force, but in time it would inevitably have fallen peaceably in his orbit, and by breaking an international agreement freely entered in by his own government, he had completely reversed official and public opinion in both France and England. No longer would Chamberlain and his followers take Hitler at his word. He had broken the rules of the game and not for a good enough cause. How then had the Führer come to make such an obvious blunder? First, he had not expected his move to provoke such a violent reaction. Hadn't the West accepted the same excuses for restoring law and order in Austria? Hadn't they been satisfied with just as specious arguments at Munich? He had been convinced he must seize the territory Germany needed to guarantee the future of the Teutonic race, while he still had his physical vigor and Germany's military strength was still superior to that of its enemies. When he marched into Czechoslovakia, he was not certain where he would strike next or against whom, only that he must have Bohemia and Moravia before launching or threatening to launch any further military action. And so in Hitler's eyes he had committed no blunder, only sustained public relations setback. What concerned him was the next step. One, Johannes Papitz, the Prussian Minister of Finance, got a similar account from Gring. When Papitz remarked that those responsible for Kristallnacht should be punished, the Reichsmarshal replied blandly, "My dear Papitz, do you wish to punish the Führer?" In reply to Post, War claims that Goebbels had nothing to do with Kristallnacht. His personal advisor, Leopold Gutterer, signed an affidavit to the effect that Goebbels admitted his involvement at a small party in 1942, took the emphatic standpoint that one could not remove the Jews from the economic life of Germany to any greater extent than had been done to date. Influential circles of the National Socialist economic leadership, Goebbels reportedly said, "Therefore, we decided good. Then we will mobilize the streets, and in that way, solve the problem within 24 hours. I should be sorry if I had to bomb beautiful Prague, but he hadn't intended doing it, since resistance could always be broken more easily without such bombing." 3. Gring admitted at Nuremberg that he had told Hatcher, "But a point like that might, I thought, serve as an argument and accelerate the whole matter." Chapter 19. THEFOXANDTHEBEAR John, Warrigus 24, 1939. The British Foreign Office was warned by the Romanian ambassador that secret sources indicated Hitler would take over Romania and Hungary within the next few months. On the day Hitler announced the protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia from Hradčin Castle, those hastily reconstructing foreign policy in London were led further astray by an alarming note from their own ambassador in Paris. It was filled with errors, since Sir Eric Phipps typed it himself for the sake of secrecy. Is to make war on Great Britain before June or July. The information had probably been planted by the Germans anti-Hitler faction in their continuing effort to start a shooting conflict. Hitler's personal wish, he wrote, backed by Göring, Himmler, Ribbentrop, Goebbels, and Reichenau. The Führer, in fact, had no desire to fight England, and the proposed domination of both Romania and Hungary was still only in the economic sphere. His sights were set on a solution of Germany's festering difference with Poland, which had been created after the World War by the Allies primarily to contain German aggression. Not only had the Reich lost most of the provinces of West Prussia and Posen, but corridor was cut to the Baltic along the Vistula River to give landlocked Poland an outlet to the sea. Danzig, at the end of this corridor, was made a free city, so it could serve Poland as a seaport. Nothing aroused patriotic Germans more than this so-called Polish corridor, which isolated their province of East Prussia from the rest of the fatherland. And the focal point of resentment lay in Danzig, which was populated almost exclusively by Germans. Surprisingly, the most nationalistic of Germans devoted little space to the Polish question in Mein Kampf and his early speeches. It was not that Hitler entertained friendly feelings for the Polsa non-Aryan inferior people, according to his standards, but that he was obsessed by the Soviet Union, the only country large enough to meet Germany's needs for living space. From the beginning of his regime, Hitler had minimized the Polish question and in 1934 signed a 10-year non-aggression pact with Warsaw. Publicly, he made a show of German-Polish friendship and at Munich, it will be remembered, graciously invited the Poles to join in the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia. This they did with relish, not realizing that the guests at such banquets usually pay the bill in the end. It was presented a month after Munich, when Ambassador Joseph Lipski was invited to have lunch with Ribbentrop at the Grand Hotel in Berchtesgaden. At last the time had come, said Ribbentrop, to settle their differences. He proposed, and his manner was friendly, that Poland return Danzig and allow Germany to construct its own corridor, linking East Prussia with the rest of the Reich. In return, Germany would let Poland use Danzig as a free port, guarantee her existing borders, and extend their pact. Ribbentrop further suggested that the two countries cooperate on the emigration of Jews from Poland and establish a joint policy towards Russia on the basis of the anti-Comintern Pact. Since many influential Poles shared Hitler's fear of Red Russia and hatred of Jews, the prospects of a peaceful settlement seemed hopeful. But the Polish foreign minister, Colonel Joseph Beck, kept avoiding Hitler's invitations to Germany while doing his best to strengthen links with Russia. Late in 1938, a joint statement of Russo-Polish friendship was issued and trade talks were initiated. This double game could not be played indefinitely with a man such as Hitler, and at last Beck was forced to accept his hospitality. Early in January 1939, he came to the Berghof. If he feared being beaten like Schuschnigg, Tissot, and Hacha, he was pleasantly surprised. There were no threats, only inducements, as Hitler hinted of possible liquidation of Czechoslovakia, with further benefits to Poland. This approach failed as diplomatically as possible. Beck refused even to consider the return of Danzig. Several weeks later, Ribbentrop journeyed to Warsaw, so he could repeat the German offer. Theater and hunting, along with an endless supply of caviar and green vodka, but at the conference table he got nothing but more Polish charm. He was treated to a round of dancing. It was rumored at the Wilhelmstrasse that Hitler, offended at Beck's continued refusal to accept what he considered a most generous offer, shouted that the only way to deal with the Poles was by threat. This tactic, used so successfully against Austria and Czechoslovakia, was implemented that March. Ribbentrop warned war, saw that Polish outrages against the German minority were becoming intolerable, charging that German women and children were being molested in Polish streets while German houses and shops were smeared with tar. This pronouncement was followed by a press campaign with Gring's newspaper, Die Zeitung. Far from intimidated, Beck summoned the German ambassador on Tuesday and made his own threat. Any attempt to change the status quo of Danzig would be regarded as an act of aggression against Poland. "You want to negotiate at the point of a bayonet," exclaimed the German ambassador. "That is your own method," said Beck. This and other indications of Polish pluck were rewarded by a startling offer of military assistance from London in case of Nazi aggression. Beck accepted without hesitation, and on the last day of March Chamberlain, looking gaunt and ill, walked in't the House of Commons and dropped wearily in't his chair. A few minutes later he rose and began reading a statement slowly and quietly, head lowered as if he could barely make out the words. "In the event of any action which clearly threatens Polish independence," he said, "His Majesty's government would feel themselves bound at once to lend the Polish government all support in their power, the Poles, and which the Polish government accordingly considers it vital to resist with their national force, is," he added, "had been assured to this effect, and the French had authorized him to announce that they joined Britain in these assurances." As he sat down, there was spontaneous cheering, the first genuine display of approval since his return from Munich. The unconditional offer was the first material proof that Chamberlain had indeed abandoned appeasement. At last England was united and committed. The following day, April 1, the Führer responded to this unanimity with a satirical speech. What right, he asked, had the English to interfere with Germany's right to live? If today a British statesman demands that every problem in the realm of vital German rights must first be discussed in England, then I could demand just as well that every British problem must first be discussed with us. Certainly, this Englishman might give me the answer that Palestine is no affair of the Germans. We do not want to have anything to do with Palestine, so England has no business in Germany's living space, and if England maintained that the Germans had no right to do this or that, however, just as we Germans have no business in Palestine, what right had the English to shoot down Arabs in Palestine who were only standing up for their homeland? He turned from sarcasm to threat, or even a policy of encirclement. This was relatively mild, and it must have taken willpower to control his feelings so. The German Reich, he said, is in no sense prepared to tolerate intimidation permanently. Privately he seethed, and, upon receiving confirmation of the British guarantee to the Poles that afternoon from Admiral Canaris, he flared up. Features distorted by rage, he stormed about the room, hammering his fists on the marble table and spewing curses. "I'll cook them a they'll choke on." Could he have been thinking of a pact with Stalin? Perhaps Hitler's remarkable poise during the speech that evening came from the conviction that he was speaking from strength. Madrid had fallen to Franco, and the civil war in Spain had just officially ended. In addition, England's attention was being diverted that very day by fresh rumors of Italian pressure on Albania, a diversion that fitted neatly into Hitler's plan. He summoned Keitel and told him the Polish problem imperatively demanded a solution. What a tragedy it was, he said, that sly old Marshal Pilsudski, with whom he had signed the non-aggression pact, had died so prematurely, but the same might happen to himself at any time. That was why he would have to try as soon as possible to resolve this intolerable position for Germany's future where, by East Prussia was geographically cut off from the rest of the Reich. He could not postpone this job until later, or bequeath it to his successor. He was sure, he added, that Britain would turn her back on Poland once she saw Germany's determination. And so, as a result of his failure to realize that Britain had jettisoned appeasement in fact as well as in words, Hitler issued a war directive on April 3, marked most secret and delivered by hand to senior commanders only. Since the situation on Germany's eastern frontier has become intolerable, and all political possibilities of peaceful settlement have been exhausted, it began. I have decided upon a solution by force. The attack on Poland, Operation White, would begin on the 1st of September. The responsibility for opening hostilities on the Western Front would be left to England and France. If these nations attacked Germany in retaliation, the Wehrmacht was to conserve its strength in this quarter as much as possible. The right to order offensive operations is reserved absolutely in me. So was decision regarding any air attack on London. This indicated that he did not take seriously the Anglo-French pledge to support Poland. Declare war, but it would only be to save face, and if the Germans restrained themselves from responding offensively, a deal could be worked out. The Allies might at worst, on such miscalculations, are the fates of nations decided. This directive was countersigned by Keitel, who, together with all the commanders he consulted, opposed any conflict with Poland. All agreed that Germany was not yet ready for war. Hitler's charge that political possibilities of a peaceful settlement with Poland had been exhausted was not without foundation. Not only was Colonel Beck avoiding discussions with Hitler, but he had just arrived in Dover to consummate the pact with the British. He was welcomed warmly by officials and public alike. Beck enjoyed the lavish entertainment, particularly an intimate lunch with the King and Queen, but being aloof, secretive, and suspicious, he embarked on the formal talks in a less receptive mood. He objected strenuously when Chamberlain, having swallowed his own suspicions of Russia, suggested that they both join the Soviets in an anti-Hitler front. Fearing a Russian attack far more than one from the Nazis, Beck refused to do anything to precipitate a war with Hitler. On this point he would not budge, and the temporary mutual assistance pact with the British, which he signed April 6, excluded any Soviet participation. Most nations operate their foreign policy on the pragmatic proposition that at least two irons in the fire are better than one. The Soviet Union, no exception, was negotiating simultaneously with England and Germany. This urgent need for allies stemmed in part from the dangerous weakening of the Red Army brought about 2 years earlier by Stalin's bloody purge, inspired by Hitler's elimination of the circle of Marshal Tukhachevsky and other top military leaders, although it was not generally known. Incidentally, Germany had been secretly strengthening the Red Army for almost 2 decades. Both Germany and the Soviet Union had been excluded from the negotiations leading to the Versailles Treaty, and since outcast nations are often drawn together by shared grievances, they covertly began an extensive military collaboration. Its chief architect was the commander of the tiny post-war German army, General Hans von Seeckt. Late in 1920, he created an administrative organization within the Defense Ministry with offices in Berlin and Moscow. Before long, the Junkers Corporation was granted concessions for the manufacture of airplane motors in a suburb of Moscow, while Bersel, a joint stock company, began manufacturing poison gases in Samara province. German technical experts were helping the Russians establish 3 ammunition plants, while a staff of 60 German military and civilian instructors trained a squadron of the Red Air Force composed solely of Germans. More significantly, German tank officers were being trained by German experts at a so-called heavy vehicle experimental and test station near Kazan. Similarly, this mutually profitable secret arrangement developed, it will be recalled, int a political rapprochement which was formalized on Easter Sunday, 1922, by the Treaty of Rapallo, giving assurance to the Soviets that Germany would not join in any international consortium to exploit their economy, while freeing the Germans from threat of complete encirclement. It was an effective alliance against the Versailles powers, but the rise of Hitler marked a turning point in Soviet-German relations which by 1938 were practically at an end. The tide again changed dramatically when the Munich Pact was signed by France and England without consulting the Soviets. Ignored by the West, the Soviet Union once more looked to Germany. Early in 1939, it accepted a Hitler overture to discuss a new trade treaty by inviting one of Ribbentrop's aides to Moscow, and a few days later Stalin gave credence to a sensational story in the London News Chronicle that he was signing a non-aggression pact with the Nazis. In a speech to the 18th Congress of the Communist Party, he declared that the Soviet Union was not going to be drawn by the West int any war with Germany. We are in favor of peace and consolidation of our business relations with all countries. German newspapers seized upon the all as a further overture to the Reich, and Soviet newspapers responded by congratulating them for their discernment. Within a month, Peter Kleist, Ribbentrop's expert for Poland and the Baltic states, was instructed to improve his personal relations with the people at the Soviet embassy in Berlin. Kleist wondered if this was a prelude to another dramatic change in foreign policy, and it was with mixed feelings that he accompanied a German specialist in East European economic affairs to the Soviet embassy in its stately quarters on Unter den Linden. A few days later, they had been invited to tea by Georgy Astak Hove, the mild, ascetic-looking Soviet charge d'affaires. It was obviously an unusual occasion. No other Russian was present. After chatting about French Impressionism, Astakhov suggested they get down to business. It was absurd, he said, for Germany and the Soviet Union to fight each other over ideological subtleties. Why not establish a common policy? Kleist remarked that ideological subtleties had become important realities, but Astakhov waved this aside with a movement of his hand. Stalin and Hitler, he said, were men who created those realities and never let themselves be dominated by them. Kleist left the embassy in a thoughtful mood. Obviously, Astakhov was passing along a signal from the Kremlin to Ribbentrop. But to Kleist's surprise, Ribbentrop, who had ordered him to make the initial overture, now told him to avoid further contact with Astakhov. I do not think the Führer would wish that conversation to be continued. Stalin took the next step. On April 17, Soviet Ambassador Alexei Merkelov called on Ribbentrop's chief subordinate, Baron von Weizsäcker. It was the Russians' first visit in 10 months, and the excuse for coming was a matter ordinarily handled at a lower echelon. Toward the end of their conversation, Merkelov asked what Weizsäcker thought of Russian-German relations. His reply was Germany always desired mutually satisfactory commercial relations with Russia. Ambassador Merikelov's answer was an unmistakable signal for rapproche. Man, there existed for Russia no reason why she should not live with Germany on a normal footing. And from normal, the relations might become better and better. In the meantime, the Soviets continued to woo the other side, but Chamberlain did not want to be rushed in closer diplomatic relations with Russia. He could not believe that she had the same aims and objects as Britain had, let alone any sympathy with democracy. The Prime Minister was convinced that a Russian alliance would divide Balkan resistance to Germany, and so, while playing hard to get with the Soviets, he buttressed the guarantee of assistance to Poland by offering another to Romania. On April 19, Romania's Foreign Minister Grigore Găfink called at the Reich Chancellery and received a first-hand impression of Hitler's reaction to this proposed guarantee. At first mention of England, he sprang from his chair and paced the room. Why, he shouted, couldn't the English see that he only wished to reach an agreement with them? If England wanted war, she could have it, and it will be a war of unimaginable destructiveness, he warned. How can the English picture a modern war when they can't even put fully equipped divisions in the field? The next day, April 20, was Hitler's 50th birthday, and perhaps his recent show of anger was an indication of impatience. Time was flitting, and he believed he had only a few more years of good health to accomplish his mission. The 1939 birthday was celebrated as usual by a major military parade. This magnificent spectacle, with all three branches of the Wehrmacht as well as the Waffen armed SS represented, was designed as a warning to enemies. At Hitler's express request, the latest medium artillery, heavy tank guns, anti-aircraft guns, and Air Force searchlight units were displayed. Overhead roared a menacing cloud of fighter and bomber squadrons. The attending foreign diplomats were suitably impressed by this greatest military display in German history, nor did they miss the significance of the guest of honor at Hitler's side, President Hatcher of Czechoslovakia. Although numerous Germans were appalled by the demonstration, the majority felt a surge of pride to see such armed might. The 50th birthday was also an excuse to subject the public to another flood of propaganda in praise of Hitler. The Führer is the only man in our century who has possessed the strength to take in his hand the thunderbolt of God and fashion it anew for man. Kind for others, he was more than Messiah, God himself. For a multitude of worshippers, he was Germany's savior. My children look upon the Führer as he who gives orders for everything. Range is everything. To them, the Führer is the creator of the world. School children were taught to give homage in song. Adolf Hitler is our savior, our hero. He is the noblest being in the whole wide world. For Hitler we live. For Hitler we die. Our Hitler is our Lord, who rules a brave new world. Hitler himself even forbade the use of the term Third Reich, and complained to his inner circle of the growth of this cult worship, which in some instance is went to ludicrous lengths. During a recent study course arranged by the party, a lady lecturer had told in all seriousness of her experience with a talking dog. Mein Führer, the lecture was interrupted by an indignant Nazi who shouted that it was abominable taste to relate such a ridiculous story. When asked who is Adolf Hitler, the dog replied, This clever animal knows that Adolf Hitler has caused laws to be passed against vivisection and the Jews' ritual slaughter of animals. The lecturer, on the verge of tears, replied, and out of gratitude, this small canine brain recognized Adolf Hitler as his Führer. If the Church looked upon Hitler as neither the Messiah nor God, it nevertheless honored him on his 50th anniversary. Special votive masses were celebrated in every German church to implore God's blessing upon Führer and people, and the Bishop of Mainz called upon Catholics in his diocese to pray specifically for the Führer and Chancellor, the inspirer, inlogger, and protector of the Reich. The Pope did not fail to send his congratulations. These honors did nothing to temper the anger Hitler had revealed to the Romanian ambassador, nor was his resentment solely directed at England. Hitler was outraged by the recent appearance in the United States of an unauthorized condensed version of Mein Kampf, which included passages omitted from the authorized American edition, as well as editorial comments by Alan Cranston calling attention to Hitler's distortions. Printed in tabloid form and priced at 10 cents, 500,000 copies were sold in 10 days. Not 1 cent of royalty to Adolf Hitler. This affront was followed by another from President Roosevelt in the form of a joint message to Hitler and Mussolini, who had just invaded Albania, appealing for assurance is against further aggressions. On the cover was printed, "You have repeatedly asserted that you and the German people have no desire for war." Roosevelt told Hitler, "If this is true, there need be no war." Ruffled Hitler delivered his answer on April 28, for it was broadcast not only throughout Germany and parts of Europe, but carried by the major networks in the United States. Never before had a speech such a large audience. An incredible contrast to the days in Vienna when Hitler would lecture to whoever would listen. If only the trees. Then his auditors often ignored or ridiculed him. Now the world trembled. The immense audience inspired him. William Shire, for one, never had heard the Führer speak so eloquently. He opened with a brilliant defense of his foreign policy that turned into a denunciation of Britain's new foreign policy, which he charged thereby removed the basis for their naval treaty of 1935. This unexpected abrogation of a treaty he himself had so eagerly sought was followed by an equally devastating attack on Poland and cancellation of the Polish-German non-aggression pact, since it had been unilaterally infringed by the Poles. Having torn up two treaties, Hitler proceeded to welcome new negotiations so long as they were on equal terms. "No one," he said, "would be happier than I at the prospect." It was a remarkable display of mental gymnastics, soon surpassed by an assault on Roosevelt. Weikafer, the German audience, at least, was a masterpiece of irony and sarcasm. This was the Hitler of the early years, the beer hall entertainer and debater. He took up the president's message point by point, demolishing each one like a schoolmaster. His heavy sarcasm fell up and delighted ears in the Reichstag, and with each riposte the laughter and applause grew louder, his sides shaking when the Führer at last came to the president's request for assurance that Germany would launch no more aggression. The presiding officer, Gring, led the uproar. His answer was a sardonic counterattack that brought still heartier lossy. It failed to respond to the question. Was he going to invade Poland? The speech was designed more to satisfy Hitler's people than to persuade his enemies. What he needed was time to bring the Polish question to a favorable conclusion, and, feeling that his address had accomplished its purpose, he went into virtual seclusion at his semi-official vacation residence, the Berghof. He refused to make a single attempt to approach Poland during the Ents. Being hot summer but to Russia, he was readily available. The tentative offer of friendship so slyly advanced to Kleist over teacups was developing in true romance. Shortly after the explosive Reichstag speech, a seemingly innocuous item appeared on a back page of Soviet newspapers. Maxim Litvinov had been succeeded by V.M. Molotov. It was sensational news, and where was it more appreciated than in the German embassy? That evening the German Charg telegraphed the will Helmstress that the Foreign Commissariat was giving no explanations, but the dismissal appeared to be the result of difference of opinion between Stalin and Litvinov, whose wife, Ivy, was English. He himself symbolized collective security against the Axis and his ex. It meant that Stalin was abandoning this line. The replacement of the Jewish Litvinov by a Gentile further indicated that Stalin, already distrustful of Britain's tentative overtures, was opening the door wider to his fellow anti-Semite in Berlin. The embarrassing fact that Molotov had a Jewish wife was kept from Hitler, not only by the Russians but by his own diplomats. The news of Litvinov's replacement by Molotov struck the Führer like a cannonball beyond their common violent hatred and fear of Jews. He had long grudgingly admired Stalin's ruthless methods. Even so, Hitler was not yet convinced that collaboration with the Soviets was wise. On May 10, he summoned an expert on Russian affairs to Berchtesgaden to determine whether Stalin was prepared for genuine understanding with Germany. Gustav Hilger, economic attaché at the German embassy in Moscow, with 2 decades' experience in Russia, was somewhat taken aback by such a query. He was tempted to give Hitler our sum of German-Soviet relations since 1933, and to remind him how often the Soviet government, during the first years of his rule, merely reminding Hitler of Stalin's declaration to the Party Congress exactly 2 months ago that there was no reason for war with Germany, had expressed the desire of maintaining the old friendly relationship, but restrained himself. To Hilger's surprise, neither Hitler nor Ribbentrop could remember the substance of Stalin's remarks. Hitler listened to Hilger's lengthy thesis that the Soviet Union was no military threat since she needed peace to build up her economy, but remarked as soon as Hilger left that he was a bit of a Russian himself now, and might have succumbed to Soviet propaganda. But if he is right, then I must not fall in with Stalin's peace overtures. I must interrupt the internal consolidation of that giant as quickly as possible. He ordered Ribbentrop to mark time with the Soviets. On his part, Stalin ordered Astachov to resume trade talks with the Germans. On May 20, Molotov inserted himself into the negotiations by inviting Ambassador von der Schillenberg to the Kremlin. The usually dour Molotov was a genial host, but beneath the veneer of amiability lay a flint-like obduracy, and once serious discussion got underway, he complained that Hitler's apparent reluctance to conclude a new economic agreement gave the Soviets the impression that the Germans were not in earnest and were only playing at negotiating for political reasons. For the present, at least, the Führer was more concerned with strengthening his ties with Mussolini. Upset as he was by Ilde's surprise invasion of Albania, Hitler had wanted a diversion, not the real thing. He had been negotiating ever since then for a more binding Axis treaty. This was signed with considerable ceremony in Berlin on May 22. Dubbed the Pact of Steel, it bound Italy's destiny inextricably to Germany's. To Hitler, the agreement was a diplomatic triumph, and in the air, incredibly, Mussolini had been so anxious to please Hitler that he had not had his cabinet or his political and legal experts check the text, pledging as it did each party to support the other in case of war, with all its military forces on land, on sea, which did not even include a clause specifying that it was in effect only in case of attack by an enemy. Ildus had carelessly placed the fate of Italy in his partner's hands. It was almost as if Hitler had received a license to risk war, and the next day a confident Führer gathered the Signal, where marked officers in his study at the Chancellery. The solution of Germany's economic problems, he explained, had somehow become inextricably tied to her difference. Is with Poland. Danzig is not the subject of the dispute at all. It is a question of expanding our Lebensraum in the East and of securing our food supplies, of the settlement of the Baltic problems. Therefore Poland, which would always side with Germany's enemies despite treaties of friendship, must be destroyed. We cannot expect a repetition of the Czech affair. He warned there will be war. Our task is to isolate Poland. He reserved to himself the right to give the final order to attack, since battle with Poland would be successful only if the West stayed on the sidelines. If this is impossible, then it will be better to attack in the West and settle Poland at the same time. Faithful Keitel convinced himself that the Führer was only trying to show his commanders that their misgivings were unfounded and that war would not really break out. The contradiction puzzled his listeners, and while most were staggered by Hitler's words, this despite Hitler's next words, a bald prediction of a life-and-death war against England and France. The idea that we can get off cheaply is dangerous. There is no such possibility. We must bum our boats, and it is no longer a question of justice or injustice, but of life or death for 80 million human beings. The basic aim was to force England to her knees. We shall not be forced into a war, he said, but we shall not be able to avoid one. This was not the irrational ranting of a man possessed by the will to conquer, but an admission that Germany could not continue as a great nation without war. Only the limitless resource of the East could save the Reich, and the alternative accommodation with the West entailed unacceptable risks. If he exposed to the world that he had been bluffing and shirked the test of war, German prestige and power would deflate like a leaky balloon. With the possible exception of Keitel and Redder, the other listeners filed out of the winter garden in shock. As for the Führer, he set out for his refuge on the Obersalzberg in high spirits, stopping off at Augsburg to see a local production of Lohengrin. Even as he relaxed at the Berghof, Hitler kept exploring the possibilities of a deal in the East. Although he had ordered Schulenburg to sit tight, he began fretting about the English negotiations in Moscow. What if they concluded a treaty with the Bolsheviks before he did? If so, what would Stalin do if Germany invaded Poland? He had to know, and on May 26, Ribbentrop dictated instructions for Schulenburg to inform Molotov that Germany's former policy of hostility to the Comintern was to be abandoned if Hitler could be assured that the Soviets had, in fact, renounced their aggressive struggle against Germany, as indicated by Stalin's recent speech. Then the time had come to envisage the tranquilization and normalization of German-Russian foreign political relations. If so, Hitler was willing to postpone the dream of Lebensraum. He instructed Schulenburg to convince Molotov that the Germans had no intention at all of expanding into the Ukraine. The Russians also should not fear the recent Pact of Still, which was aimed exclusively at the Anglo-French combination. Schulenburg was further enjoined to assure Molotov that, should Hitler find it necessary to use military force against Poland, the Soviet Union would not suffer. Furthermore, a pact with Germany was far more practical than one with perfidious Albion, which only wanted someone else to do her dirty work as usual. The offer was tempting, for behind the diplomatic language was an obvious invitation to divide up Poland, and the argument that England and France could not or would not come to Poland's aid in time was one to appeal to a pragmatist like Stalin. This offer was made so spontaneously that the Wilhelmstrasse was thrown into a mild panic. First, Ribbentrop hastily informed the Japanese ambassador of Hitler's proposal, then urged him to wire Tokyo for concurrence, while General Oshima's critics at home looked upon him as Hitler's toady. He could, if the occasion demanded, be extremely intransigent, arguing that any Axis accord with the Soviet Union, whose troops and tanks were battling the Japanese on the Manchurian outer Mongolian border in a bitter, if undeclared war, would destroy all chances of bringing Japan into three-power pact with Germany and Italy that Hitler desired and the Japanese had kept sidestepping. He refused even to send such a telegram. Disconcerted, Ribbentrop telephoned Ambassador Atelico for his opinion in it. He said, as ambassador, but as expert on Russian affairs. Atelico agreed with Oshima that any Axis approach to the Kremlin would only make it easier for the Russians to sell more dearly its own goods in Paris and London. The harried Ribbentrop must have discussed the matter by phone with Hitler in Berchtesgaden and received news. Instructions. That evening, another telegram went to Moscow, canceling the offer to the Russians. Ambassador von der Schulenburg should make no move without further orders. Concluding that he had approached the Russians on too high a level, Hitler ordered Wise Acker to sound out Ackhove. He did so on the last day of May, and the tone and content of their talk was so reassuring that the Führer authorized a message to Schulenburg later that same day instructing him to undertake definite negotiations with the Soviet Union. On the heels of this message came another suggesting that economic talks with the Russians also be resumed. But Stalin's suspicions exceeded Hitler's, and when nothing substantive had been achieved by the end of June, the latter reluctantly ordered suspension of negotiations. The honeymoon that each side seemed so eager to consummate was off. Stalin's Western sitters were no nearer to a treaty than Hitler. In London, Lord Halifax was reaching the end of his patience with the Kremlin's reluctance to get down to business. Was not his idea of negotiation, since it had a striking resemblance to Nazi methods of dealing with international questions. The Soviet answer was a tart article in Pravda on June 29, with this headline, saying no to everything. He complained to Ambassador Mesky, BRITISHANDFRENCHGOVERNMENTSDONOTW UANTATREATYBASISOFEQUALITYFORTHEUSSR. What actually lay behind Soviet hesitation was a lively suspicion that the British aimed to get Russia embroiled in war with Hitler while reducing their own military contribution to a minimum. The Japanese ambassador in London, equally skeptical, using the Soviet treaty negotiations as a threat against Hitler while utilizing a German-oriented peace plan against Stalin. reported to Tokyo his impression that the English were playing their usual double game. In the meantime, Hitler remained at the Berghof much of the summer, removing himself from the diplomatic scene and making no important announcements. Perhaps this silence was born of his own uncertainty. Perhaps it was in line with his conviction that most problems solved themselves if left alone. In any case, he could have done nothing more calculated to confuse his opponents. It was a season for passivity. He listened patiently to a written warning from Mussolini delivered in person by one of his generals. War was inevitable, said Ildus, but added that their two countries needed peace. It is from 1943 onwards that a war effort will have the greatest prospects of victory. Hitler did not deign to argue, as the general read on of Mussolini's reluctance to anticipate a European war. The Führer's own intent was to localize the war by isolating Poland, and he needed no advice from an Italian about how to do it. To his adjutants he appeared markedly relaxed. He left his mountain fastness in mid-July for a brief stay in Munich, where he attended a special performance of Tannhauser at the State Opera House. This production boasted a new feature added for the personal benefit of the artist Bohemian Hitler, two nude girls, one posing as Europa astride a bull and the other depicting Leda with her swan. A week later he was at Bayreuth enjoying the year's Wagner Festival, which, besides the Ring, included stirring performances of Tristan and Parsifal. He had invited his old school friend Kubijsk to attend every performance, but did not see him until August 3, the day after the final performance of Gitterdam. Rung that after noon, an SS officer escorted Kubijsk to Haus Wanfried. Hitler grasped his old friend's right hand in both of his, and Kubijsk could hardly speak. Kubijsk hesitatingly brought out a large bundle of postcards with the Führer's picture and wondered if they could be autographed for friends back in Austria. Hitler put on his reading glasses, was careful to remove them for photographer, and obligingly began signing cards as Kubijsk methodically blotted each signature. Afterward Hitler led him into the garden to Wagner's tomb. "I am happy," he said, "that we have met once more on this spot, which always was the most venerable spot for us both." This episode was one of the rare evidences of Hitler's private life, which had become overshadowed by his responsibilities as Führer. He had little time for Eva Braun, and it was not until the beginning of 1939 that she was moved in quarters in the Chancellery. She slept in Hindenburg's former bedroom, whose main decoration was a large picture of Bismarck, and there were standing orders from the Führer never to open the window curtains. This bleak room, along with an adjoining boudoir, led directly to Hitler's library, but she was required to enter his suite through the servants' entrance, although they lived as husband and wife. The two went through an elaborate charade to persuade the staff that they were merely good friends. In the morning, she would address him as Mein Führer, and this form of address became such a habit that she used it. So she confessed to her best friend even in private. The circle privy to their secret was beginning to widen, however, because of at least one ridiculous slip in security. Captain Wiedmann went to the Führer's room one morning to deliver an emergency message, and to his surprise saw outside the door Eva's Petite Viennese shoes next to Hitler's booth, left to be shined as if it were a hotel. Just before his dismissal, I could not help recalling La Fontaine's fable he wrote in his memoirs, and I burst out laughing as I went downstairs. When important guests arrived at either the Chance, Dillery, or at Berchtesgaden, where Eva's pleasant apartment joined the Führer's, she was confined to quarters, and this was hard to endure. She longed to meet Admiral Horthy, President Hoover, King Carol of Romania, the Aga Khan, and other notables, and yet was forced to stay in her room like a child. She was particularly disturbed. She confided to friends. When Hitler refused her pleas to meet the Duchess of Windsor, since the two women, she thought, had so much in common, she did console herself with the thrill of knowing that the great of the world were coming from all over the world, and her lover. This knowledge made her back-street existence endurable. Moreover, anything was better than the earlier days of loneliness and doubt, which had led to 2 attempted suicides. On the political front, Ribbentrop authorized resumption of talks with Astach Hove on the day Hitler was enjoying Tristan at Bayreuth. Although the results delighted the foreign minister, Peter Kleist warned him not to let Stalin see that Germany was in a hurry and, above all, not to negotiate any special offers, merely to conclude a pact. They should wait and probably within 6 months reach an agreement that would satisfy both parties. Ribbentrop laughed. They could sign a pact within a fortnight. He ignored Kleist's advice to be patient and, in his eagerness to complete a treaty that would checkmate England, instructed Schulenburg to meet Molotov again and propose serious political talks. That the Soviets were determined to sign with England and France if they fulfill all Soviet wish. This was certainly the impression Molotov hoped to make. At this meeting on August 3, the German ambassador got the impression, so he reported. Both he and Stalin had noted the eagerness in the will, Helmström, and were tempting the Germans while leading on the British. By this time, Hitler had become even more impatient than Ribbentrop. His campaign deadline against Poland was less than a month off, and he needed assurance from Stalin that the Red Army would not intervene. At this point, he either forced the issue or was blessed by luck. The day after Schulenburg's inconclusive talk with Molotov, a crisis in Poland arose. Danzig Nazis informed the Polish customs officials that they could no longer carry out their normal duties, whereupon the president of the Senate of the Free City of Danzig indignantly denied that any such order had been issued, and charged that Poland was only looking for a pretext to threaten Danzig. Poland responded with an irate demand to withdraw the order. If it was indeed a case of the tail wagging the dog, the latter quickly took command on August 9. Berlin warned war, saw that any repetition of the ultimatum to Danzig would lead to greater tension in the relationship between Germany and Poland, the tempest in the teapot grew. A serious crisis with Poland's retort that she would consider any possible German intervention in aggression. The controlled German press was already in full cry. PolandlookOut warned one headline. WARSAWTHREATENSBOMBARDMENTOF Danzigun. Bill. Livable AGITATIONOFPOL ISHMEGALOMANI, a blared another. While Goebbels shouted, the Foreign Office waged its campaign in a lower key with Julius Schnür, Ribbentrop's economic expert, assuring Astachov that German interests in Poland were really quite limited. They do not at all need to collide with Soviet interests of any kind, he said, but we must know those interests. From his mountain retreat, Hitler became personally involved by sending his private plane to Danzig for Karl Burckhardt, the League of Nations High Commissioner for the Free City. Burckhardt arrived at the Obersalzberg on August 11 and was driven up to the tea house on the Kelstein. Hitler was occupied by a different matter. "Perhaps something enormously important will happen soon," he remarked to Speer as they rode up in the elevator to the main room. Almost as though speaking to himself, he mentioned something about sending Gring on a mission. "But if need be, I would even go myself. I am staking everything on this card." He was referring to a treaty with Stalin, but by the time Burckhardt walked in, he had worked himself into an excess of rage over Poland. "I will pounce on the Poles like lightning with all the power of mechanized forces, which they don't even dream of," he shouted at the top of his voice. "If the slightest thing happens without warning," he exclaimed, "you understand me?" "Very well, Monsieur Chancellor. I quite realize that means a general war." A look of pain and fury came over Hitler's face. "Very well," he said, "if I am forced into this conflict, I prefer to do it today rather than tomorrow. I will not conduct it like Wilhelm II, who always had scruples of conscience before waging total warfare. I will fight relentlessly to the bitter end." He calmed down as if he had let off sufficient steam, and quietly assured his guest that he had no desire to fight Britain and France. "I have no romantic aspiration," he said pleasantly, "no appetite for domination. Above all, I seek nothing in the West, neither today nor tomorrow." But he had to have a free hand in the East. "I must obtain a sufficient quantity of wheat for my country." He also needed a colony outside of Europe for timber. That was as far as his ambitions extended. "Once and for all," he said somberly, "it is necessary that you realize that I am ready to negotiate and discuss all these matters." He reaffirmed that given freedom in the East, he would happily conclude a pact with the British and guarantee all their possessions. This promise was obviously meant to be transmitted to London, as was the threat that followed. "Everything that I have in mind is directed against Russia. If the West is too stupid and blind to understand this, then I will be forced to come to terms with the Russians. To crush the West, and then, after its defeat, turn with all my forces against the Soviet Union. I need the Ukraine, so they can't starve us out as in the last war." What Burckhardt did not know was that the British had recently made a secret offer to Hitler through one of Chamberlain's top advisors. In a private conversation at his house in West Kensington, Sir Horace Wilson assured Fritz Hesse that the Prime Minister would be prepared to offer the Führer a defensive alliance for 25 years that could include economic advantages for the Reich and the return of German colonies by stages in due course. In return, Hitler must promise to take no more aggressive action in Europe. Ribbentrop's undercover representative, Hesse was not sure he had heard right and asked Sir Horace to explain again in detail. He did. "If I were Hitler," said the astounded Hesse, "I would accept your proposition." No one can tell. Hesse transmitted the offer to the Foreign Office, and before long was on a special plane bound for the Reich with a typewritten sheet provided by Wilson summarizing the proposals. But whether he will do so. While impressed, Ribbentrop wondered how he could convince Hitler that they should be taken seriously. Did Hesse really think the British would go to war on Hitler's side in case the Soviets attacked Germany? Would they break off their conversations in Moscow before negotiating with Germany? Hesse believed they would. When Hitler first heard the proposals, so an eyewitness informed Hesse, he was transported with joy. "It's the greatest news I've had for a long time," he exclaimed, and began romancing like a child. The dream of his life, an alliance with mighty England, was coming true. But almost immediately he had misgivings and accused Wilson of laying a trap to save the Poles from a well-deserved thrashing. "What does Hitler want?" Hess asked his informant, Walter Hoole, Ribbentrop's liaise, and man at the Chancellery. The answer was the Führer had his heart set on forcing the Poles to capitulate. That week Ribbentrop asked Hess if he was completely convinced that England would go to war over Danzig. All of his sources, he answered, indicated that Chamberlain could not act otherwise. Any invasion of Polish territory would result in war. "The Führer doesn't believe this at all," exclaimed Ribbentrop. Some donkeys told him that the English would only bluff and a German counter. Bluff would drive them to their knees. Puzzled by the contradiction between Ribbentrop's personal convictions and his public posture, Hess asked if he really thought the English were bluffing. The foreign minister asserted that he had warned the Führer that the English were not soft and degenerate, and would fight if they believed the balance of power in Europe depended on it, or their empire was seriously threatened. 2 days later, Ribbentrop told Hess that he had transmitted all of the latter's arguments to Hitler, but he remained convinced that if the English were really ready to plunge into war over such a trivial matter as Danzig, then war with England was absolutely inevitable. Ribbentrop promised to speak again to Hitler and marveled at the surprisingly calm way the Führer considered Hess' alternatives. Still, Hitler was consumed by fear that it was merely a maneuver to trick him. What guarantee was there that the English would keep their word? Would only consider solid guarantees. This hardened attitude was reflected in Ribbentrop's own diplomatic posture upon meeting Mussolini's son-in-law on August 11 in Salzburg. The Führer, Ribbentrop reported, Ciano had come with emphatic instructions from Mussolini to insist upon postponement of any invasion of Poland. The matter must be solved by conference. Ribbentrop, as well as his Führer, had resented Ildu's sending an emissary instead of coming himself. Besides, both despised Ciano for the drinking bouts and sexual escapades he reportedly indulged in whenever he visited the Reich. Ribbentrop dutifully mouthed his master's thoughts at the meeting with Ciano. Perhaps the foreign minister had even come to share them. He acted like a carbon copy of Hitler as he peremptorily brushed aside all of Ciano's eloquent pleas for a peaceful solution. At any rate, finally Ciano asked what Ribbentrop wanted, the corridor or Danzig. Not that any more was the answer. "We want war." The coolness between Ciano and Ribbentrop spread to their secretaries, and scarcely a word was exchanged during lunch. At one point, Ciano, pale and shaken, whispered to a compatriot, "We are almost at blows." Surprisingly, Ciano, who had allowed himself to be bullied by Ribbentrop, stood up to the Führer the following day at the Berghof. During lunch, Ciano poked fun at the floral decorations, which interpreter Dahlmann guessed had been arranged by Eva Braun, and once serious discussions began, he countered Hitler's arguments with energy and wit. He warned that a war with Poland could not be confined to that country, since this time the West would surely declare. In the most explicit terms, Ciano pointed out that Italy was not prepared for a general war, in fact, didn't have sufficient material to remain in combat for more than a few months. Hitler suggested they postpone further talk until morning and drive up to his retreat on Kelstein Mountain while there was still good light. All affability, Ciano complied with obvious lack of enthusiasm and, as Hitler drew him to a window and expatiated on the scenic grandeur that lay outside, shivered uncomfortably. He then proceeded to drink cup after cup of hot tea, which he disliked. The trip to the mountaintop left Ciano disconsolate, and that evening he telephoned his father-in-law. The position is serious. By morning, Ciano was a beaten man. At the second talk with Hitler, he said not a word of Italy's inability to take part in the war. He folded up like a jackknife. Gone was the cool decisiveness and statesmanship of yesterday, as he listened, apathetically to the Führer's assurance that England and France would never go to war on Poland's account. His brilliant debating power had suddenly deserted him, and to Schmidt's amazement, "You have been proved right so often before when we others held the opposite view," said Ciano, "that I think it very possible that this time, too, you see things more clearly than we do." A few hours later, a dispirited Ciano was airbound for home. "I returned to Rome," he wrote in his diary, completely disgusted with the Germans, with their leader, and their way of doing things. "Now they have dragged us into an adventure which we have not wanted and which might compromise the regime and the country as a whole." Soon after Ciano's departure, Hess was ordered to meet Ribbentrop at a hotel in Salzburg. After staring silently at a writing table for 10 minutes, the foreign minister finally looked up somberly at Hess. "I have just come from the Führer," he said. "He is unfortunately not in a position to discuss Chamberlain's offer." He was referring to Wilson's proposals. "He has quite different intentions. Chamberlain's offer will not be discarded. We shall return to it when the time has come." He instructed Hess to fly back to London at once and keep his ears open. "The Führer means to play a very dangerous game. I do not know whether it will succeed or not. In any case, we don't want a war with England. Give us a signal in good time if the danger becomes acute." The supreme confidence exuded by Hitler to Ciano was largely play acting. He was deeply concerned at Stalin's reluctance to come to an agreement. This anxiety was aggravated by a report that a British-French delegation had recently arrived in Moscow and was about to conclude successful negotiations with the Soviets. In truth, the Russians were in no mood to negotiate, concerned as they were that the Allies were toying with them. First, the Anglo-French delegation had taken 6 days to arrive by slow cargo passenger ship and train when they could have made it in a single day. Next, the British senior officer had come without proper credentials. A Soviet offer to provide 136 divisions for a common defense against the Nazis was matched by a British proposal to provide 1 mechanized and 5 infantry divisions. And when the talks finally got underway, it seemed that the British were not at all serious. Not knowing all this, the Führer ordered Ribbentrop to put more pressure on the Kremlin, and a conference between Molotov and Schulenburg was hastily arranged. On the evening of August 15, the foreign commissar listened attentively to everything the German ambassador had to say, but could give no quick answer. First, he said, an understanding must be reached on several points. Would the Germans, for example, be willing to influence Japan to take a different attitude toward the Soviets? Would the Germans conclude a pact of non-aggression? If so, under what conditions? Hitler was too impatient for deliberations. He ordered Ribbentrop to reach an understanding at once with Molotov, and thereby let his adversary set the pace of events. Stalin took immediate advantage. Through Molotov, he replied that before any political pacts could be signed, their economic agreements must be concluded. Ribbentrop responded with a further plea to Schulenburg for haste, pointing out that the first stage of the economic agreements had just been completed. His instructions became almost hysterical. Should be conducted by pressing emphatically for a rapid realization of my trip, and by opposing appropriately any possible new Russian objections. The next conversation with Molotov, he said, "In this connection, you must keep in mind the decisive fact that an early outbreak of open German-Polish conflict is probable, and that we therefore have the greatest interest in my having my visit to Moscow take place immediately." Stalin realized that every hour of delay was painful to Hitler. Perhaps his agents had learned of Hitler's September 1 deadline, and so ordered Molotov to procrastinate as usual at his next meeting with Schulenburg on August 19. The foreign commissar consequently argued tediously over every point, despite his guest's repeated and emphatic pleas for action. But half an hour after Schulenburg departed, the Soviets surprisingly reversed their tactics. Molotov invited the German back to the Kremlin. He arrived late that afternoon, and it was immediately apparent that Molotov had good news. The foreign commissar said he had just been authorized to hand over a draft of a non-aggression pact and to receive Herr von Ribbentrop in Moscow. After apologizing for inconveniencing Schulenburg, that the Anglo-French-Soviet military talks in Moscow had reached such an impasse that Stalin had lost all patience with the West. He did not explain, naturally. Perhaps he had intended to join with Hitler all along, and only used the Anglo-French talks as a maneuver to get better conditions from Hitler. Even so, the Russians proceeded deliberately. Molotov told Schulenburg he could not receive Ribbentrop until a week after the signing of their economic agreement. If that took place today, the date would be August 26. If tomorrow, the 27th. Hitler must have read Schulenburg's report with mixed feelings. Delight at the probability of concluding the treaty and exasperation at Stalin's insistence on first signing their economic agreement. It was little better than blackmail, but Hitler felt there was no alternative. The trade agreement was rushed through and signed in Berlin 2 hours after midnight. It granted the Soviet Union a merchandise credit of 200 million Reichsmarks at the reasonable interest of 5%. To be used to finance Soviet orders of machine tools and industrial installations. Armaments in the broader sense, such as optical supplies and armor plate, were to be supplied in proportionately smaller amounts. The credit would be liquidated by Soviet raw materials, outmaneuvered by Stalin just as he had outmaneuvered the Austrians and Czechs. Hitler could not possibly wait the week that Molotov proposed. He composed a personal message to Stalin, which was dispatched from Berlin at 4:35 p.m., August 20. In it, Hitler sincerely welcomed the signing of the new German-Soviet commercial agreement as a first step in the reordering of German-Soviet relations. He also accepted the Soviet draft of the Non-Aggression Pact, although there were a few questions connected with it which should be clarified as soon as possible. Then he got down to the crux of the matter. Speed in concluding this pact, he said, was of the utmost importance, since tension between Germany and Poland was becoming intolerable. A crisis might arise any day. 2 hours after Schulenburg delivered the message to the Kremlin, he was summoned back for a personal reply from Stalin himself. "I thank you for the letter," it began. He hoped the pact would mark a decided turn in their political relations. The people of our countries need peaceful relations with each other. He agreed to see Ribbentrop on August 23. Throughout the 20th, Hitler had been silently pacing up and down the great hall in the Burghof, waiting anxiously. News from Moscow. The expression on his face kept anyone from disturbing him. In expectation, he had already sent the pocket battleship Graf Spee to a waiting position in the Atlantic. 21 U-boats were in offensive positions around the British Isles. At dinner, according to Speer, Hitler was handed a telegram. After reading it, his face flushed a deep red and he stared vacantly out the window. All at once he slammed both fists on the table, making the glasses rattle. "I have them," he exclaimed in a voice choked with emotion. "I have them," he slumped back, and, since no one dared to ask any questions, the meal resumed in silence. After coffee, a euphoric Hitler told his guests that Germany was concluding a non-aggression pact with Russia. "Here, read this," he said. A telegram from Stalin Hoffmann recalled that the Führer was so delighted he slapped his knee, something the photographer had never seen him do before. There was greeted as Kannenberg, the major domo, brought out champagne. Glasses were clinked and the entourage drank a toast to the great diplomatic coup. Presently Hitler led everyone to the little movie theater in the basement to see a film of Stalin reviewing a massive Red Army parade. "How lucky," remarked the Führer, "that such military might was now neutralized." Hoffmann worried about repercussions among the faithful National Socialists who had been fighting the Reds for decades. "The party will be just as astounded as the rest of the world," Hitler purportedly replied. "But my party members know and trust me. They know I will never depart from my basic principles, and they will realize that the ultimate aim of this last gamble is to remove the Eastern danger and thus to facilitate, under my leadership, of course, a swifter unification of Europe." On the face of it, Stalin and Hitler were most unlikely allies. What could they possibly have in common? In fact, there were a number of similarities. One admired Peter the Great, while the other saw himself as the heir of Frederick the Great. Both were advocates of ruthless force and operated under ideologies that were not essentially different. Communists and Nazis alike were self-righteous and dogmatic. Both were totalitarian, and both believed that the end justified the means, sanctifying injustice, as it were, in the name of the state and progress. Regarding him as one of the extraordinary figures in world history, and once shocked a group of intimates by asserting that he and the Soviet leader had much in common since both had risen from the lower classes. Hitler had long admired Stalin, and when one listener protested comparison with a former bank robber, he replied, "If Stalin did commit a bank robbery, it was not to fill his own pockets, but to help his party and movement." You cannot consider that bank robbery, nor did the Führer look upon Stalin as a true communist. In actual fact, he identifies himself with the Russia of the Tsars, and he has merely resurrected the tradition of pan-Slavism. Perhaps Hitler was unconsciously speaking of himself and Germany. For him, Bolshevism is only a means, a disguise designed to trick the Germanic and Latin peoples. Both Stalin and Hitler felt sure they could use each other. Both dictators were wrong, but in that hectic summer of 1939, there was not a major nation in the world which was not operating under some misconception. Europe was a cauldron of distrusts, deceit, and double-dealing. Even as Ribbentrop prepared to leave for Moscow, Stalin had not completely abandoned the hope of an Anglo-French-Soviet military alliance against Hitler, and while the English were doing their half it best to consummate this agreement, they were secretly inviting Gring to England. On all sides, nation was dealing behind the back of nation, each mouthing platitudes of sincerity or uttering threats. The apparent winner was Hitler. He wakened on the morning of August 22, full of confidence. The Führer summoned his senior commanders and their chiefs of staff for a special meeting in the spacious reception hall. After Ribbentrop had left the Berghof with final instructions for his mission to Moscow, it was a lecture, not a conference, with Hitler sitting behind a large desk doing all the talking. I have called you together to give you a picture of the political situation, in order that you may have insight into the various elements on which I have based my decision to act. And in order to strengthen your confidence, the conflict with Poland, he said, was bound to come sooner or later, and there were a number of reasons why it was best to act promptly. First of all, two personal factors, my own personality and that of Mussolini. Essentially, all depends on me, on my existence, because of my political talents. Probably no one will ever again have the confidence of the German people as I have. There will probably never again be a man with more authority than I have. My life is there for a factor of great value, but I can be eliminated at any time by a criminal or an idiot. The second personal factor was Ildis. If something happened to him, Italy's loyalty to their alliance would be questionable. On the other hand, there was no outstanding personality in either England or France. Our enemies have men who are below average, no personalities, no master, no men of action. Furthermore, the political situation was favorable, with rivalry in the Mediterranean and tension in the Orient. All these fortune, its circumstance, would no longer prevail in 2 or 3 years. No one knows how long I shall live. Therefore, conflict is better now. Then he became specific. Relations with Poland, he said, had become unbearable. We are facing the alternative to strike or to be destroyed with certainty sooner or later. What could the West do? Either attack from the Maginot Line or blockade the Reich. The first was improbable, and the second would be ineffective, since now the Soviets would supply Germany with grain, cattle, coal, lead, and zinc. I am only afraid that in the last minute some Schweinhund will produce a plan of mediation. Clapped enthusiastically, mein Führer, said the Reichsmarshal. The Wehrmacht will do its duty despite their applause. Gring and the other military commanders were unanimously against war, since all were convinced that Germany was not yet properly prepared to wage one. The commanders led by Gring. There was only a 6 weeks' supply of ammunition, as well as alarming shortages of steel, oil, and other important materials. Hitler was as aware of all this as his generals, but envisaged a different type of warfare, the Blitzkrieg, a sudden all-out attack of such force and intensity that victory would be assured quickly. The concept was strategic as well as tactical. The dehumanizing years of trench combat in the Great War, not to mention the deprivations of those on the home front, were still searing memories to Hitler. He had vowed that the misery of a long conflict would never again be visited on Germany. That is why he geared the Wehrmacht to armament in breadth rather than in depth. He had purposely organized Germany's economy for a relatively high production of ready armaments, but not to wage long-range war with mass productive powers. His goal was to produce armaments quickly, not to increase Germany's armament producing plant or to retool her armament producing machinery, intensive bursts of production. Wald permit Hitler to act as if Germany were stronger than she actually was by avoiding the massive production for conventional war that would have meant economic ruin. A series of blitzkrieg attacks, sustained by short. His was a poor man's philosophy that could only succeed with audacity. Already he had achieved a series of cheap victories by risking a conflict that his more affluent enemies were eager to avoid at almost any cost. Blitzkrieg not only appealed to his gambling instinct, but was perfectly suited to his position of dictator. A democracy could hardly have sustained the necessary bursts of economic effort, the concentration on turning out tanks, for instance, followed by an abrupt concentration on civilian items. What would have brought down a democracy did not apply to the National Socialist state with the peculiar weakness and strengths of its economy. By choosing blitzkrieg, Hitler confounded some of his own generals, whose theories were still rooted in the past. They did not realize, as he did, that Germany was far readier for combat than England and France. It was a gamble, but he figured he could achieve victory over Poland so rapidly that he would never even have to cross swords with England or France. The odds were that they would then see the futility of retaliation. Somehow he had to neutralize the West, whether by threat or force of arms, so that by 1943 he could achieve his true aim, conquest of Russia. With eyes open, Adolf Hitler was prepared to meet his destiny. On the morning of August 22, not one of the military men listening to Hitler's blueprint for invasion uttered a word of criticism, nor was there any protest from the field commanders who were brought in after lunch for their inspirational message. The Führer exhorted them to have no mercy. "Might is right," he said, and announced that the invasion would likely begin at dawn on Saturday, August 26. Early that evening, Ribbentrop and his party took off for Moscow in two condors. There was a general feeling of extreme tension. Nobody recalled Peter Kleist could guarantee that the Soviets would not spring on us an Anglo-French agreement, all neatly tied up. When we arrived in Moscow, nor could anyone predict whether Ribbentrop would be forced into the long, soul-destroying negotiations habitually conducted by the Russians. The news of Ribbentrop's trip took Japanese Ambassador Oshima by complete surprise, and that midnight he made a special trip to Wise, Acker's home in Berlin, to express his displeasure. Ordinarily a man of poise, Oshima's face was rigid and gray. How, he asked, could such a turnabout be explained to Tokyo? Early the next afternoon, August 23, Henderson handed over Chamberlain's letter to the Führer. It declared categorically that Britain was determined to fulfill its promises to Poland. At the same time, Chamberlain made another plea for peace. Why couldn't there be a truce so that Germany and Poland could discuss their problems directly? At this moment he concluded, "I confess I can see no other way to avoid a catastrophe that will involve Europe in war." Hitler replied excitably in violent language, and Henderson expressed the hope that a solution might be found if their two nations co-operated. Hitler curtly retorted that this should have been done before. This brought a protest that the British government had given guarantees and must honor them. "Then honor them," snapped the Führer. "If you have given a blank check, you must also meet it." Henderson stoutly defended the British position, but insisted on doing it in German, a language whose subtleties he had not yet mastered. Hitler brushed aside his arguments and began to threaten. The slightest attempt by Poland to make any further move against the Germans or Danzig, he said, would mean immediate intervention. Furthermore, mobilization in the West would be answered by German mobilization. Is that a threat? Asked Henderson. No, a protective measure. In vain Henderson tried to assure Hitler that Chamberlain had always championed Germany. I too believed that until this spring, said Hitler almost sadly. Thereupon Henderson blurted out that he personally had never believed in an Anglo-French-Russian pact. He preferred that Germany rather than England should have a treaty with Russia. Hitler's answer was ominous. Make no mistake, he said, it will be a long treaty. Henderson was not content to let this subject alone. He argued that the Führer knew as well as he did that the Russians always made difficulties. In any case, he was convinced that Chamberlain had not changed in his attitude to Germany. I must judge by deeds in this matter, said Hitler, and resumed recriminations. This brought a threat from Henderson that any direct action by Germany would mean war, which in turn touched off another display of almost hysterical violence. In such a war, exclaimed Hitler, Germany had nothing to lose and Great Britain much. He had no desire for war, but would not shrink from it, and his people were much more behind him than last September. He abruptly ended the conversation by stating that a written reply to Chamberlain would be handed over to Henderson in the afternoon. Wise, Acker, a silent witness to this uneven duel, was as convinced as Henderson of Hitler's genuine agitation. But no sooner had the door closed behind the Englishman than the Führer slapped himself on the thigh. It was becoming habit, and laughed. Chamberlain won't survive that conversation, he said triumphantly. His cabinet will fall this evening. Henderson returned to Salzburg, where he telephoned his subordinates in Berlin, instructing them to inform London that Hitler was entirely uncompromising and unsatisfactory, but I cannot say anything further until I have received his written reply. A little later came a summons to return to the Berghof. While waiting for the Führer's written answer, this time Hitler, according to Henderson's report, had recovered his calm and never raised his voice once, but he was no less obdurate, charging that England was determined to destroy and exterminate Germany. Henderson protested that war between their two countries would only benefit the lesser races of the world. To this Hitler replied that it was England who was fighting for the lesser race, whereas he was only fighting for Germany, and this time the Germans would battle to the last man. It would have been different in 1914 if he had been Chancellor then. At the next instance of Polish provocation, he continued, I shall act. He repeated his threat of the morning, but this time without history. Annex. The questions of Danzig and the corridor will be settled one way or another. Please take note of this. Believe me, last year in October ye would have marched either way. I give you my word of honor on that. That afternoon, the two German condors landed at Moscow airport, where Ribbentrop was pleased to see the swastika flying side by side with the hammer and sickle. After the foreign minister reviewed an honor guard of the Soviet Air Force, he was driven to his quarters. The former Austrian embassy. Was this Tartar irony? Count von der Schulenburg informed him that he was expected in the Kremlin at 6 p.m., but couldn't say whether it would be Molotov or Stalin who would negotiate with him. At Moscow customs, thought Ribbentrop to himself. After Schulenburg and Hilger had made their reports, Both advised Ribbentrop to allow himself plenty of time and not give the impression of being in a hurry. Interrupting with an impatient movement of the hand, he enjoined the ambassador to inform the Russians that he had to be back in Berlin within 24 hours. So saying, he hastily had a snack before heading for the Kremlin. At 6 p.m., Ribbentrop was facing Stalin. He was affable, good-natured. Molotov was impassive. Ribbentrop spoke first, expressing his nation's desire to establish German-Soviet relations on a new footing. He understood from Stalin's March speech that he felt the same. Stalin turned to Molotov. Did he want to speak first? The foreign commissar dutifully replied that it was Stalin's prerogative to reply. He did in a manner which Ribbentrop had never encountered before. For years, said Stalin concisely, we have poured pails of manure at one another. That should not stop us from coming to an understanding. This was the drift of my speech in March, the meaning of which you have understood perfectly with a notebook opened in front of him for reference. He continued without pause to practical matters. The spheres of influence in the countries between Germany and the USSR were defined with Finland, most of the Baltic states, and Bessarabia in the Russian orbit. In the event of war between Germany and Poland, they would meet at a definite line of demarcation, and by the end of 3 hours he and Ribbentrop had agreed upon everything except 2 Baltic ports, which Stalin insisted on having in his sphere. It was obvious that Stalin had come to the room to do business, not dally. Ribbentrop said he would have to check with the Führer first, and the talks were adjourned so he could do so. Hitler was as eager to do business as Stalin. Within an hour, a phone call from the Will. Helmstress brought this laconic reply, answer is yes. Agreed. In the meantime, Ribbentrop sat down to another quick meal at his quarters, bubbling over with enthusiasm for Stalin and Molotov. The foreign minister was in high spirits as he drove back to the Kremlin with the favorable answer from Hitler, this time with a larger retinue, which included 2 photographers. Secret police rushed out of the darkness as the German cars slowly moved in the mysterious inner city and proceeded past the largest cannon of its time, so huge that no one had ever dared fire it, past little wooden houses and cathedrals. Finally, the procession reached a modern administration building where Stalin was waiting. In short order, final agreement on the non-aggression pact was reached. It was a concise, clear contract. Each party was to desist from any aggressive action against the other and lend no support to any power attacking the other. The treaty was to last for 10 years and continue for another 5, unless renounced by either party a year prior to its expiration. It was a conventional agreement, but not so its secret protocol, which carved up Eastern Europe. Equally extraordinary was Stalin's willingness to be photographed at the signing of the documents. He entered int. The spirit and stage managed the best-known picture of the signing. He beckoned to Ribbentrop's SS adjutant Richard Schultz to join the group, but this young man couldn't imagine Stalin meant him. Finally, Stalin took the extremely tall Schultz by the arm and placed him next to Ribbentrop. Perhaps Stalin wanted to add youthful appeal to the picture. Perhaps he knew that Schulze's younger brother was Hitler's SS ordnance officer. Toast followed toast, but the most noteworthy was one from Stalin that was never revealed to the Russian people. "I know how much the German nation loves its Führer," he said. "I should therefore like to drink to his health. One of the most important treaties in world history had been completed. and signed without argument in a few hours, proof that both Hitler and Stalin wanted the agreement, that both knew exactly what they would give to get what they wanted, and that both wished the deed done swiftly. To Hitler, the pact was his triumph, not Stalin's. He had apparently forgotten his own prediction in Mein Kampf that any German-Russian alliance would inevitably bring war which would cause the end of Germany. He had since changed his mind, and hoped an entente with the Soviets would be honestly sincere, if not unreservedly friendly. He imagined after so many years of power that Stalin, so he confided to Bormann several years later, the realist would have shed the nebulous Marxist ideology, retaining it only as a poison for external use. The brutal manner in which he treated the Jewish intelligentsia encouraged such a belief. In a spirit of implacable realism on both sides, we could have created a situation in which a durable end would have been possible in intent. In short, watched over by an eagle eye and with a finger on the trigger. Upon learning the treaty was signed, Hitler jumped up from the dinner table, exclaiming, "We've won." Although he had waived the opportunity to seize all of Poland, the argument had neutralized Russia. Now he was free to proceed against Poland. Without the Soviet Union on their side, neither England nor France would do more than mouth threats. In addition, he was assured of getting from the East all those materials he might be deprived of by a possible British blockade. He was paying Stalin to do exactly what he would undoubtedly have done without a pact. The economy of the Soviet Union, as well as its military efficiency, was still in such disarray after the purges that Stalin could not even think of fighting the Reich. In fact, he had never seriously sought a protective alliance against Hitler. What he and his associates in the Kremlin desired above all was neutrality. The pact with Germany not only gave this, but fulfilled their aim of provoking war among the capitalist powers. To Stalin, Nazi Germany was just another capitalist enemy. At about 3 a.m. August 24, Hitler led his entourage on the Berghof Terrace. The sky on the north and northwestern horizon blazed with the colors of the rainbow. Across the valley, a startling red glow from these northern lights was cast on the Unterberg, a mountain of legend. The last act of Gitterdammer, recalled Speer, could not have been more effectively staged. The same red light bathed our faces and our hands. Hitler abruptly turned to his Luftwaffe adjutant below. "Looks like a great deal of blood," he said. "This time we won't bring it off without violence." One afterward, Heydrich boasted that this emasculation of the Red Army was his work. Upon receiving information that the Tukhachevsky clique was plotting to eliminate Stalin, Heydrich fed it back to Stalin through President Bean along with forged supportive papers. Before long, a Soviet representative was in Berlin negotiating with Heydrich for the incriminating papers. He was paid 3 million rubles in bills that must have been mocked. Whenever a German agent tried to spend one in Russia, he was arrested. Mocked money was not the only piece of Russian trickery. It was Stalin himself who had leaked the original material to the unsuspecting Heydrich. Tukhachevsky had become too powerful and was a threat to Stalin's dictatorship. The Führer's agents promptly sued on the grounds that his copyright had been violated. The court decided in favor of Hitler, ordering the publishers to cease and desist from printing and distributing any more copies of the Cranston version. "It was a beautiful example of democracy in action," said Cranston, now United States Senator from California, in 1974. He admitted that legally Hitler was right and he was wrong. But those 500,000 copies we sold helped awaken a great many Americans to how wrong Hitler was in those monstrous policies of his that were sin to plunge us into World War III. When Gring was shown a movie of this speech at the Nuremberg trials, he, again, laughed uncontrollably. For, according to one colorful account, which stretches all credulity, Gring jumped on the table and danced around triumphantly like a savage, which would indeed have been a sight to behold. Chapter 20. A CALAMITYW ITHOUTPARALLELISTR24SEPTEMBR31939. The World awakened Thursday morning, August 24, to headlines proclaiming a treaty that was a traumatic shock, not only to ordinary citizens but to diplomats. I anticipate an ultimatum to Poland, Henderson reported from Berlin. Whether 11th hour attempt of Polish government to re-establish contact will avail, I much doubt, but I regard it as last hope, if any, of peace, if there is a last hope. The Polish people were extremely upset by the German Soviet pact despite attempts by their news papers to belittle it as a sign of German weakness. The government itself expressed supreme confidence that British and French assistance would turn the tide in case of war with Hitler. French communists seemed to be torn between loyalty to their own country and Mother Russia. Confusion was even greater among their American colleagues. At first, the Daily Worker ignored the treaty as if waiting for instructions from Moscow. Finally, old Browder, the party leader, announced that it had weakened Hitler. The agreement with Hitler had been consummated so that Russia could prepare herself for the eventual battle against fascism. With nary a qualm, most extreme left-wing progressives obediently accepted a new party line. President Roosevelt's response was to send another of his moral telegrams to Hitler urging him to refrain from any positive act of hostility for a reasonable and stipulated period, but, like its predecessor, it was filed and forgotten. In Moscow, Stalin was congratulating himself, convinced that the British would compromise in the face of political reality. He imagined that the spheres of influence he had been granted would fall to him bloodlessly by negotiation. Hitler's other allies were not so sanguine, while admitting that Hitler had struck a master blow, were uneasy, and the Japanese feared that the alliance would encourage Stalin to increase pressure on Manchuria. The Italians, whose cabinet had already held more than 70 meetings in a futile effort to reach agreement on a concordat with Germany and Italy, Prime Minister Hiroshima was so embarrassed and dismayed that he announced, "The cabinet herewith resigns because of complicated and inscrutable situations recently arising in Europe." The German public was generally pleased and relieved the threat of encirclement, a war on two fronts, had miraculously evaporated thanks to the Führer. Those who found the pact the hardest to swallow were his staunchest followers, but most of them quickly convinced themselves that the chief knew exactly what he was doing, and he spent the evening in the chancellery listening to his foreign minister rhapsodize over the masters of Kremlin. Hitler flew up to Berlin to greet the returning hero Ribbentrop. A picture of Tsar Nicholas in the Winter Palace had convinced Ribbentrop that they could do business with Russia, since it indicated that the communists themselves revered Tsar, who worked for the people, who made him feel as if he were among old party comrades. Further, while Hitler took all this in with some interest, he was much more enthralled by the pictures Hoffmann had taken. Hitler, it seemed, had requested a close-up of the Soviet leader to see if his heir, lobes were ingrown and Jewish, or separate and Aryan. One profile view in particular was most reassuring. His new brother-in-arms, according to the heir, lobe test, was no Jew. But Hitler shook his head disapprovingly at the photographs of the final ceremonies. Every one showed Stalin with a cigarette. The signing of the pact is a solemn act which one does not approach with a cigar, at dangling from one's lips, he said, and instructed the photographer to paint out the cigarettes before releasing the pictures to the press. The Führer also interrogated at length the ordnance officer who had accompanied Ribbentrop. He reported that Stalin, before inviting his guests to sit down at the celebration dinner, had carefully inspected the table to see that everything was in order. This reminded Frühling, shooter of the Führer himself, and the secretary imprudently remarked on the similarity. Hitler did not appreciate the analogy. "My servants and my house," he said with some irritation, "are always perfect." The following day, Friday, August 25, was a crucial and crowded one. It began with a letter to Mussolini, explaining with some embarrassment what had taken place in Moscow, after giving assurances that the treaty only strengthened the Axis. Hitler trusted that Ildus would understand why he had been forced to take such a drastic step. Hitler's next act was to ask Schmidt to translate the key passages of the speech Chamberlain had made in Commons the previous day. He listened intently to the Prime Minister's admission that the Moscow Pact had come as a surprise of a very unpleasant character, but that the Germans were laboring under a dangerous illusion if they believed that the British and French would no longer fulfill their obligations to Poland. These words recalled Schmidt, made Hitler pensive, but he said nothing. Perhaps this confirmed a nagging uncertainty. The assault on Poland was scheduled to start early next morning, but he was in such doubt that just before noon he instructed the High Command to postpone the issuance of the executive order to attack for 1 hour until 3 that afternoon. Then he summoned the British ambassador to the Chancellery. Henderson arrived at 1:30 p.m. to find the Führer in a conciliatory mood. He was now prepared to make a move toward England which should be as decisive as the move towards Russia which had led to the recent agreement. His conscience, Hitler said, compelled him to make this final effort to secure good relations, but this was his last attempt. To Henderson, he appeared to be calm and normal, but he did lose his temper as soon as he began enumerating the charges against the Poles, such as firing on civilian aircraft. These conditions, he shouted, must cease. The Danzig problem and the corridor must be solved without further delay. The only result of Chamberlain's last speech could be a bloody and unpredictable war between Germany and England, but this time Germany would not have to fight on 2 fronts. Russia and Germany will never again take up arms against each other. When Henderson kept repeating stolidly that England could not go back on her word to Poland, Hitler's threatening posture reverted to one of reasonableness. Once the Polish question was solved, he was prepared and determined to approach Britain again with a large comprehensive offer. He would, for instance, accept the British Empire and pledge himself personally to its continued existence. But if the British rejected his proposal, he concluded ominously, there will be war, and this was his last offer. Half an hour later, at exactly 3:02 p.m., he confirmed the order to attack Poland at dawn. On the surface, his gamble appeared to have been motivated by mere opportunism. a step-by-step play to gain domination over continental Europe that was closely allied to his radical anti-Semitic program. Admittedly a cunning virtuoso of day-to-day politics, his foreign policy did have a basic thrust. In Rome, his ambassador, accompanied by Ciano, was just entering the Palazzo Venezia with the text of the unusual letter written earlier in the day. At 3:20, Ambassador Hans-Georg von Mackensen handed over the document to Ildis. The pact had mightily impressed Mussolini, who, like all politicians, appreciated a brilliant coup. Yet he was realistic enough to face the fact that his own army, which had performed so feebly in Albania, was not endowed with sufficient morale, training, or skill to wage genuine war. He was in complete accord with the Moscow Pact while remaining an unswerving anti-communist, and stood behind the "for come what may." This he emphasized expressly. He did not say so to Mackensen, only mouthed protestations of agreeability, unconditionally and with all his resources. No sooner had Mackensen left the room than Ildis either changed his mind or had it changed for him, admitting frankly that Italy was not ready for war and could only participate if Germany immediately delivered sufficient military supplies and materials to resist the attack which the French and English would predominantly direct against us. According to Ciano, it was he who convinced Mussolini to compose an answer to Hitler. At the same time, the Italian ambassador in Berlin was explaining to the Führer that Ildis' answer was on its way. While Hitler was waiting for the next visitor, French ambassador Toland, an aide brought in a news report from England which Schmidt glimpsed over his employer's shoulder. England and Poland had just concluded a pact of mutual assistance in London. Visibly concerned, the Führer brooded in silence. For months the signing of this agreement had been delayed for one reason or another. That it should take place on this of all days, a few hours after he had made his last offer to England, was no coincidence. This guarantee of military aid, even though it could never be implemented, might give the Poles such a false sense of security that they would refuse to negotiate with Germany. At 5:30 p.m. Toland was finally escorted into the office. After exhibiting rage over Polish provocations, Hitler expressed regret over a possible war between Germany and France. I had the impression at times, recalled Schmidt, that he was mechanically repeating what he said to Henderson, and that his thoughts were elsewhere. It was obvious that he was in a hurry to bring the interview to an end. He half rose to his feet in a gesture of dismissal, but the elegant Toland would not be put off without a retort. He spoke with forcible words that Schmidt would never forget in a situation as critical as this. Herr Reichskanzler, misunderstandings are the most dangerous things of all. I give you my word of honor as a French officer that the French army will fight by the side of Poland if that country should be attacked. Then he assured Hitler that his government was prepared to do everything for the maintenance of peace right up to the last. Therefore, to make the matter quite clear, why then, exclaimed Hitler angrily, did you give Poland a blank check to act as she pleased before the Frenchman could reply? The Führer leaped to his feet for another tirade against the Poles. It is painful for me to have to go to war against France, but the decision does not depend on me. With a wave of the hand, he dismissed the ambassador. A minute later, at 6 p.m., Attalico entered. He bore with him the text of Mussolini's letter, which had been dictated over the phone by Ciano. The announcement that Italy was not prepared for war hit the Führer like a bombshell. To him, It was the completely unexpected defection of an ally, but he controlled himself. On the heels of the British-Polish Pact and Colandry's crystal-clear declaration of France's intentions, dismissing Ilde's envoy with the curt comment that he would send an immediate reply. As Adolf went out the door, Schmidt heard Hitler mutter, "The Italians are behaving just as they did in 1914. The waiting room was a pit of rumor and counter-rumor as scraps of information were passed around. War seemed inevitable. Wise Tucker, for instance, saw only a 2% possibility of preventing a world war in which Italy would leave Germany in the lurch. Inside his office, Hitler was telling General Keitel, "Stop everything at once, get Brochetsk immediately. I need time for negotiations." Keitel rushed out int. The answer, the order to advance must be delayed again, he excitedly told his aide. The news spread that the threat of war had been averted at the last minute. The Führer was returning to negotiation. There was general relief except from Hitler's chief adjutant, Rudolf Schmidt, who was glum. "Don't celebrate sin," he told Warliment. "This is only a postponement." Major Engel shared Schmidt's deep concern. Never before had the army adjutant seen the Chancellor in such total confusion. The Führer was even arguing bitterly with Hull, whose opinion he usually respected. Hitler bet that if war started with Poland, the English would surely not join in. Mein Führer asserted Hull, "Do not underestimate the British. When they see there is no other alternative, they stubbornly go their own way." Hitler was too angry to argue, and turned away. Göring was also convinced that the English were not merely mouthing words of warning, and was surreptitiously negotiating for peace. A man of action, he had already initiated discussions with England without consulting Ribbentrop, whom he distrusted. It was not as daring as it appeared, for he intended keeping his Führer informed of any developments. His desire for peace was hardly altruistic. Being a freebooter with the touch of the gangster, his prime aim in life was to enjoy the fruits of the plunder he was amassing thanks to his privileged position. War could bring an end to his cybernetic existence. On the other hand, Hitler was driven by principle, warped though it was and could not be bribed. He might compromise, but only if it brought him closer to his long-range goal. Realizing all this, Göring carried on his devious policy of peace with caution. As unofficial go-between in this intrigue, he selected a wealthy Swedish businessman named Birger Dolores. He had a German wife as well as interests in the Reich, and so shared Göring's desire to prevent war between Germany and England. Furthermore, he was in a position to do something about it, for he had influential English friends who were willing to work clandestinely on the project. Earlier that month, Dolores had arranged a secret meeting between Göring and 7 Englishmen in a house conveniently close to the Danish border. Here it was that the Reichsmarshal first expounded his views and hopes for peace to the foreign businessmen. Little was done except talk until the historic military conference at the Berghof 2 weeks later. This spurred Göring to telephone Dolores in Stockholm and urge him to come as soon as possible. The situation, he guardedly revealed, had worsened, and the chances of a peaceful solution were rapidly diminishing. Göring persuaded Dolores to fly at once to England with an unofficial message to the Chamberlain government, urging that negotiations between Germany and England take place as soon as possible. And so, on that eventful morning of August 25, Dolores had flown to London by ordinary passenger plane but it was not until early evening that he was ushered into the office of Lord Halifax. The Foreign Secretary was in an optimistic mood and, since Hitler, it will be recalled, had just called off the invasion, it did not appear that the services of a neutral would be of further use. Dolores was not so optimistic and telephoned Gring for his opinion. The Reichsmarshal's reply was alarming. He feared that war might break out at any moment. Dolores repeated these words to Halifax the next morning and offered to deliver to Gring only German in his opinion who could prevent war. A personal message from Halifax confirming England's genuine desire to reach a peaceful settlement. Lord Halifax excused himself so he could discuss the matter with Chamberlain. In half an hour he returned with the Prime Minister's approval. The letter was written and Dolores was rushed to Croydon Air Drome. In Berlin, Ambassador Attalico was on his way to the Chancellery with another message from Mussolini. It contained an imposing list of the material Italy would need if she participated in a war: 6 million tons of coal, 7 million tons of petroleum, 2 million tons of steel, and 1 million tons of lumber. Since Attalico was opposed to war, he deliberately made Mussolini's terms impossible to fulfill. To Ribbentrop's icy query as to when this vast amount of material was to be delivered, Attalico answered, "Why, at once, before hostilities begin." It was an unreasonable demand, surprising considering the strain he must have been under. Was Hitler's calm reply, which was relayed to Mussolini by telephone at 3:08 p.m. He could meet Italy's requirements in most areas, he said, but regretted it was impossible to deliver before the outbreak of war for technical reasons, and would only ask you to try to achieve the pinning down of Anglo-French forces by active propaganda and suitable military demonstrations such as you have already proposed to me in the light of his pact with Stalin. In these circumstances, does I understand your position, he concluded. He did not shrink from solving the Eastern question, even at the risk of complications in the West. It was no idle threat. The Wehrmacht was now prepared to attack on September 1, and was only waiting for the Führer's final confirmation. An oppressive heat lay over Berlin that Saturday afternoon. Despite the headlines in the papers, CORRIDORM, ANYGERM, ANFARMHOUSE, SINFLAMES, POLISHSOLDIERSPUSHTOEDGEOFGERMAN Bordermany Berliners were enjoying themselves at the surrounding lakes. The less fortunate, it were more concerned by the temperature than by politics. At 6:42 p.m., Attalico got another call from Rome. It was Ciano with another urgent message for the Führer. In it, Mussolini apologetically explained that Attalico had misunderstood the delivery date. He didn't expect the raw materials for a year. He regretted not being more helpful at such a crucial time, and then unexpectedly made a plea for peace. A satisfactory political solution, he said, was still possible. When Hitler read these words, he concluded that his ally was abandoning him. Somehow he controlled his feelings and sent off another conciliatory reply. "I respect the reasons and motives which led you to take this decision," he said, and tried to infuse his partner with his own optimism. Disappointed and exhausted, the Führer retired earlier than usual, only to be awakened soon after midnight. Gring had to see him at once on urgent business. The Swedish Gobit, when he had mentioned the other day, was back with an interesting letter from Lord Halifax. It was about 12:30 a.m. August 27 when Dolores was ushered in. The Führer's study. Hitler waited solemnly, staring fixedly at the neutral who was striving for peace. Gring stood beside him, looking pleased with himself. After a brief friendly greeting, Hitler launched into a lecture on Germany's desire to reach an understanding with the English, which degenerated into an excited diatribe. "This is my last magnanimous offer to England." His face stiffened and his gesticulations became very peculiar as he boasted of the Reich's superior armed might. After describing his latest proposals to Henderson, he exclaimed. Dolores pointed out that England and France also had greatly improved their armed forces and were in good position to blockade Germany. Without answering, Hitler paced up and down, then suddenly stopped in his tracks, stared and began talking again. Dolores recalled, this time as if in a trance. "If there should be a war, then I will build you boats, build you boats, build you boats, build you boats, U-boats. U-boats." It was like a stuck record. His voice became more and more indistinct. Abruptly he was o'er, adding as if to a huge audience, but still repeating himself, "I will build airplanes, airplanes, and I will destroy my enemies in consternation." Dolores turned to see how Gring was reacting, but the Reich's marshal appeared not at all perturbed. Dolores was horrified. So this was the man whose actions could influence the entire world. "War doesn't frighten me," continued Hitler. "Encirclement of Germany is an impossibility. My people admire and follow me faithfully." He would spur them to superhuman efforts. His eyes went glassy. "If there should be no butter, I shall be the first to stop eating butter." Eating butter, there was a pause. "If the enemy can hold out for several years," he finally said, "I, with my power over the German people, can hold out 1 year longer. Thereby I know that I am superior to all the others." All at once he asked why it was that the English continually refused to come to an agreement with him. Dolores hesitated to answer honestly, but finally said that the trouble was founded on England's lack of confidence in Hitler. At this, the Führer struck his breast. "Idiots," he exclaimed. "Have I ever told a lie in my life?" He continued to pace again. Stopped. Dolores, he said, had heard his side. He must return to England at once and tell it to the Chamberlain government. "I do not think Henderson understood me, and I really want to bring about an understanding." Dolores protested that he was a private citizen and could go only if the British government requested it. First, he must have a clear definition of the vital points on which agreement could be reached. For example, what exactly was Hitler's proposed corridor to Danzig? Hitler smiled. Henderson never asked about that. The Reich's marshal tore a page out of an atlas and began outlining with a red pencil the territory Germany wanted. "Well," he said, turning to Gring. This led to a clarifying discussion of the main points in Hitler's offer to Henderson. Germany wanted a treaty with Britain that would eliminate all disputes of a political or economic nature. England was to help Germany get Danzig and the corridor. In return, Germany would guarantee Poland's boundaries and let her have a corridor to Gdynia. The German minority in Poland would be protected, and finally, Germany would give military aid whenever the British Empire came under attack. Dolores initially took Gring at face value and was inclined to think the best of Hitler. Moreover, he had no training in diplomacy. In his favor were a sincere desire for peace, courage, and admirable persistence. As soon as he returned to his hotel, he put in a long-distance call to an English friend. Before long, he had assurance that the British government would welcome him as a messenger. At 8 that peaceful Sunday morning he boarded a German plane at Tempelhof. As it headed at low level for London, he wondered if he was merely a pawn in a game of intrigue. He was fairly sure that Gring was honestly working for a peaceful settlement, but was Hitler? Hitler treated that Sabbath as a weekday. Having cancelled the imminent celebration in Nuremberg, which bore the inappropriate title Party Day of Peace, he introduced a wartime measure of food and clothes rationing. Then the armed forces were placed on a semi-emergency basis, with all naval, army and air attachés ordered to remain in Berlin until further notice. Under the pall of this martial atmosphere, Peter Kleist of Ribbentrop's office was secretly approached by two important Polish diplomats with a mediation proposal. They hinted that Foreign Minister Beck was being forced to act belligerently toward Germany only to satisfy a rabid group of Polish patriots. What Beck needed was time to calm things down. Kleist dutifully reported this to Ribbentrop, and was soon explaining the details to Hitler himself. He listened with barely concealed impatience, and then announced peremptorily that if Beck could not even assert himself in Poland, there was no help for him. Furthermore, Kleist was to cease making any more semi-official contacts with the Poles. He gave this order with some acrimony, adding that Hen von Ribbentrop should have issued such an order long ago. As Kleist walked thoughtfully out of the chance, Ellery, he was certain that the decision had at last been reached, and it was war. That sultry Sunday, Hitler also took time to answer a plea for peace from Premier Daladier, doing so as one veteran to another. The horrors of war, there was no longer any need for dispute, since the return of the Tsar had ended all further German claims on France. As an old front-line soldier, he wrote, "I know as you do." The mischief maker was England, which had unleashed a savage press campaign against Germany. Instead of persuading the Poles to be reasonable, he begged Daladier, a patriotic Frenchman, to put himself in Hitler's place. What if some French city, Samar, Silas, are prevented from professing allegiance to France as a result of defeat in battle? What if Frenchmen living in that area were persecuted, beaten, bestially murdered? That Germany would fight against you on these grounds, Hitler agreed with everything Daladier had written in his letter, and again called on their common experiences as front-line soldiers to understand that it was impossible for a nation of honor to renounce nearly 2 million of its people and see them ill-treated on its own frontiers. I cannot in any circumstance imagine, Monsieur Daladier. Danzig and the corridor must in all honor return to Germany. A little after noon, a German plane landed at Croydon. Burger Dolorous stepped out. The place seemed dead, since civilian air traffic between England and the continent had come to a standstill. He was driven to the Foreign Office, past air raid wardens patrolling streets, where shop windows were pasted over with strips of paper, then taken through back alleys to 10 Downing Street. Chamberlain, Halifax, and Cadogan were waiting. They were grave but perfectly calm as Dolorous told about the long meeting with Hitler. He sensed an air of skepticism. His report differed from that of Henderson on several points, and Chamberlain asked if he was absolutely certain he understood what Hitler said. Dolorous, whose command of German was superior to Henderson's, replied that any misinterpretation was out of the question. There Throughout this conversation, Chamberlain's remarks were colored by distrust of Hitler. He asked what impression the Führer had made on Dolores. The answer, "I shouldn't like to have him as a partner in my business," brought the only smile of the day from the Prime Minister. Since the British doubt in his interpretation of Hitler's demands, Dolores suggested that they allow him to return to Berlin with their reactions. Chamberlain hesitated. Ambassador Henderson, presently in London, was scheduled to fly back to Berlin that day with their answer to Hitler's proposals. Dolores suggested that the ambassador wait a day. Then he could let the British know exactly how Hitler felt before they made an official reply based only on Henderson's assessment. He suggested phoning Gring so he could ask point blank if the German government would agree to Henderson waiting a full... "Do you intend to phone from the Foreign Office?" asked Chamberlain. Dolores did, and Chamberlain agreed. In a few minutes the go-bit Wien was in Cadogan's room, hearing Gring say that he could not possibly give an immediate answer without conferring with the Führer. Half an hour later, Dolores again phoned. This time Gring announced that Hitler accepted the plan on the condition that it was genuine. Cadogan insisted that Dolores fly back to Berlin secretly. So the plane which had brought him to England was transferred from Croydon to a smaller filled Heston. It was 11 p.m. by the time Dolores arrived at Gring's Berlin residence. After assuring the Reichsmarshal of his personal conviction that both the English government and her people truly wanted peace and were acting in good faith, Dolores outlined the British response to the Hitler proposals. Gring rubbed his nose. The British reply, he said, was hardly satisfactory, and the whole situation was highly precarious. He would have to confer with Hitler alone. Dolores nervously paced the floor of his hotel room as he waited for the answer. Finally, at 1:30 a.m., Gring telephoned. Hitler, he said in a robust voice, did respect England's views and welcomed her desire to reach a peaceful agreement. He also respected England's decision to honor her guarantee of Poland's boundaries as well as her insistence on an international guarantee in this matter of 5 great powers. Dolores was particularly relieved by his last concession, since it surely meant that Hitler had shelved any other plans he might have had for Poland. Often amateur diplomats merely confuse matters, but this time Dolores had succeeded in breaking a logjam by 9 p.m. When Henderson's plane landed at the Berlin airport, matters had progressed substantially. The ambassador had returned to his post, armed with an official version of the offer Dolores had delivered unofficially. It also contained a clause stating that Beck had just agreed to enter at once in direct discussions with Germany. The streets of the capital were pitch dark from the blackout, and the few people abroad reminded Henderson of apparitions. The exertions of the past months had left the ambassador exhausted. He had recently undergone an operation for cancer, only to discover his was a terminal case. But he kept his condition private and never complained about the pressure of work. No sooner had Henderson begun a hurried meal at the embassy than word came from the chancellery. Hitler wanted to see him without delay. Fortified by half a bottle of champagne, Henderson drove out of the embassy driveway. A considerable crowd was waiting at the gate in absolute silence, but as far as he could see, with no hostility. As Hitler read the German translation of the British note, he registered no emotion, even though it ended with the mixed expression of promise and threat that had become the Führer's own trademark. A just settlement of the questions between Germany and Poland could open the way to world peace. Failure to reach it would bring Germany and Great Britain into conflict and might well plunge the whole world into war. Such an outcome would be a calamity without parallel in history. Hitler passed the note to Ribbentrop without comment, amazing Schmidt with such a calm reaction. Henderson's next move was even more surprising. He took the offensive for the first time in memory and did more talking than Hitler. Ordinarily, this would have caused an eruption, but Hitler sat calmly, occasionally staring out at the dark garden where his famed predecessor Bismarck had so often strolled. In the meantime, Henderson was proclaiming that England's word was her bond and she had never and would never break it. In the old days, Germany's word also had the same value, and he quoted Field Marshal von Blücher's exhortation to his troops when hurrying to support Wellington at Waterloo. "Forward, my children, forward, I have given my word to my brother Wellington, and you cannot wish me to break it. Things were quite a bit different 125 years ago," and then insisted that while he was quite ready to settle his difference is with Poland on a reasonable basis, the Poles were continuing their violence against Germans. Commented Hitler, but with no asperity, such acts seemed to be a matter of indifference to the British. Henderson, perhaps it was the Cham, Pag, Nisom, who took this as a personal insult, heatedly replying that he had done everything in his power to prevent war and bloodshed. Herr Hitler, he said, must choose between friendship with England and excessive demands on Poland. The choice between war and peace was his. Still retaining his calm, Hitler replied that this was not a correct picture of the situation. His alternatives were either to defend the rights of the German people or to abandon them at the cost of an agreement with England. And there could be no choice. His duty was to defend the rights of all Germans. At the end of this extraordinary colloquy, Hitler again expressed a desire for agreement with England. It left Henderson with some optimism. He was also cheered by Schmidt's parting remark, "You were quite marvelous." But there was pessimism at the Chancellery, bitter and sharp, and he made it clear to his agents that he would not take advice from the military on the question of peace or war. The Führer Engel wrote in his diary, is exceptionally irritated. He simply could not understand a German soldier who feared war. Frederick the Great would turn in his grave if he saw today's generals all he wanted was liquidation of the unjust conditions of the Poles, not war with the Western Allies. If they were stupid enough to take part, that was their fault, and they would have to be destroyed. And this turned to alarm when the Nin papers reported in glaring headlines that at least 6 German nationals had been murdered in Poland. The air of depression and anxiety in the Winter Garden heightened as Hitler composed an answer to the British. Whether this report was true or not, Hitler himself believed it and was incensed. And so by the time Henderson reappeared early that evening, there was a filling in the waiting rooms and corridors of Chancellery that little less than a miracle could prevent war. The ambassador was still hoping for the best, and as on the day before, wore a red carnation, his private signal to insiders that he still had hope. Once Henderson entered Hitler's study and was handed a copy of the German reply, however, he sensed an attitude more uncompromising than last night. With the Führer and Ribbentrop eyeing him closely, he began reading the German note. It started reasonably. Germany readily consented to the proposed mediation by the British. Hitler was pleased to receive a Polish emissary in Berlin with full powers to negotiate. But the next words were completely unacceptable. The German government calculated that this delegate will arrive on Wednesday, 30 August 1939. It sounds like an ultimatum, protested Henderson. The Poles are given barely 24 hours to make their plans, supported by Ribbentrop. The Führer heatedly denied the charge. The time is short, he explained, because there is the danger that fresh provocation may result in the outbreak of fighting. Henderson was not impressed. He still could not accept such a time limit. It was the diktat of Bad Godesberg all over again. Hitler argued that he was being pressed by his general staff. Asking me yes or no, the Wehrmacht was ready to strike, and its commanders were complaining that a week had been lost already. My soldiers, he said, another week might bring them into the rainy season. But the ambassador would not budge, and Hitler at last lost his temper. He angrily made a countercharge. Neither Henderson nor his government cared a row of pins how many Germans were being slaughtered in Poland. Henderson shouted back that he would not listen to such language from Hitler or anybody else. It seemed the ambassador had also lost his temper, but he explained in his report that this was a trick. The time had come to play Herr Hitler at his own game. Glaring into his opponent's eyes, at the top of his voice, he bellowed that if Hitler wanted war, he could have it. England was every bit as resolute as Germany and would, in fact, hold out a little bit longer than Germany could. The Führer took this new departure in British diplomacy with relative grace, and once the clamor subsided, asserted his constant desire to win Britain's friendship, his respect for the Empire, and his liking for Englishmen in general, but genuine as Hitler's expression of admiration for the English appeared to be. It was still apparent to Henderson that their two countries had reached an impasse. As he was leaving the Chancellery, he was filled with the gloomiest of forebodings in the farewell to his German escort. Henderson glumly expressed the fear that he would never again wear a red carnation in Germany. Later that evening, Gring summoned Dolores to his residence and revealed a secret. Hitler was working on a Griskij's Angebot magnanimous offer to Poland. It was going to be presented the next morning and would include a lasting and just solution of the corridor by a plebiscite. Once more Gring tore a page out of an atlas and hastily sketched with a green pencil the territory that would be settled by plebiscite. Then he outlined in red the area Hitler regarded as pure Polish. Gring urged Dolores to fly immediately to London so he could once more stress Germany's determination to negotiate and hint confidentially that Hitler was going to present the Poles with an offer so generous they would be bound to accept. The next morning was one of reaffirmation for Chamberlain. The most pressing matter on his agenda was Hitler's invitation to the Poles. The Prime Minister's Foreign Secretary was convinced that it was of course unreasonable to expect that we can produce a Polish representative in Berlin today, nor should the Germans expect it. And his ambassador in Warsaw telephoned that he saw little chance of inducing the Poles to send Beck or any other representative to Berlin immediately. They would certainly sooner fight and perish rather than submit to such humiliation, especially after the examples of Czechoslovakia, Lithuania, and Austria. Chamberlain himself was now so determined to resist Hitler that he never even asked the Poles if they would submit, and by the time Dolores was back at 10, Downing Street negotiation seemed impossible. Chamberlain, Wilson, and Cadogan listened to the Swede, but their reaction to Hitler's magnanimous offer was that it was all talk and only a trick to gain time. Why not phone Gring and find out if the offer had actually been typed up, suggested Dolores. In a few minutes he was talking to the Marshal, who assured him that the note to Poland was not only finished, but its terms were more generous than he had predicted. Encouraged, Dolores did his utmost to allay British distrust. Going over the terms of the offer with the help of the map Gring had marked up. The British were still disturbed by Hitler's insistence that a Polish delegate present himself in Berlin on the 30th, while the terms seemed reasonable that very day. Beyond the time limit, Chamberlain and his colleagues opposed the place Berlin. Look what had happened to Tiso and Hatcha. Dolores phoned Gring again, this time with the suggestion that the negotiations with Poland take place out of Berlin, preferably in a neutral territory. Nonsense, was the annoyed reply. The negotiations must take place in Berlin, where Hitler had his headquarters. And how I can see no reason why the Poles should find it difficult to send emissaries to Berlin, despite the rebuff. As well as their own continuing distrust, the British decided to at least keep the door to peace open. Dolores was urged to fly back to Berlin and reassure Hitler that England remained willing to negotiate. Halifax telegraphed Wars, cautioning the Poles not to fire on troublemakers from their German minority and to stop inflammatory radio propaganda. Further, as evidence of good faith, the Polish response was to order a general mobilization. Hitler was indignant, for his Foreign Office had spent the day drafting an offer to Poland so generous that his objective interpreter, Schmidt, could scarcely believe his eyes. Besides suggesting a plebiscite in the corridor under an international commission, it gave the Poles an international road and railway through territory which would become German. It was a real League of Nations proposal, recalled Schmidt. I felt I was back in Geneva, despite his wrath at the Polish mobilization. Hitler instructed Brochetsk and Keitel to postpone the invasion of Poland another 24 hours. This, he said, was the final postponement. Unless his demands were accepted by war, the attack was to begin at 4:30 a.m. September 1. By nightfall, there was still no word from Warsaw, and the news from London was inconclusive. The British were considering Hitler's latest note with all urgency and would send a reply later in the day. In the meantime, they advised Colonel Beck to negotiate with the Germans without delay. It was an ironic request after their own long delay. Perhaps the British irresolution was aroused, if not occasioned, by secret revelations earlier in the day from a German civilian in close contact with the Wehrmacht. Ewald von Kleist-Schmenzen revealed to the British military adage a number of German military secrets, along with an assurance that Hitler had recently suffered nervous breakdown, and the general staff planned to take advantage of this to stage a military coup. It was 10 p.m. Berlin time before Henderson finally got permission to present the reply to the Germans. He phoned Ribbentrop proposing they meet at midnight. This happened to be the deadline for the Polish representative to arrive in Berlin, and Ribbentrop thought it was deliberate. It was done in all innocence. Seymour time was needed to decipher the London message, but it set an unwholesome atmosphere of suspicion for the interview. After Henderson suggested the Germans follow normal procedure by transmitting their proposals through the Polish embassy in Berlin, Ribbentrop leaped to his feet. That's out of the question after what has happened, he shouted, the last vestige of self-control gone. We demand that a negotiator empowered by his government with full authority should come here to Berlin. Henderson's face grew red. London had warned him to keep calm this time, and his hands trembled as he read the official answer to Hitler's last memorandum. Ribbentrop fumed as if listening under duress. Undoubtedly, he knew its contents, since most telephone calls at the British Embassy, particularly the overseas line to London, were being monitored by a German intelligence agency known as the Research Office. The note itself, while conciliatory in tone, offered little more than the previous phone messages of the day. "That's an unheard-of suggestion." Ribbentrop angrily interrupted at the suggestion that no aggressive military action take place during the negotiations. Crossing his arms belligerently, he glared at Henderson. "Have you anything more to say?" Perhaps he was paying the ambassador back for yesterday's shouting match with the Führer. The Englishman responded to this rudeness by remarking that His Majesty's government had information the Germans were committing acts of sabotage in Poland. This time Ribbentrop was truly enraged. "That's a damned lie of the Polish government," he shouted. "I can only tell you, Herr Henderson, that the position is damned serious." Henderson half rose in his seat and shouted in return. "You have just said damned." He wagged an admonitory finger like an outraged schoolmaster. "That's no word for a statesman to use in so grave a situation." Ribbentrop looked as if a glass of cold water had been thrown in his face. For a split second, he was the picture of shock and indignation to be reprimanded by an arrogant Englishman. He jumped to his feet. "What did you say?" Henderson was also on his feet, and the two men glared at each other like fighting cocks. But to be frank, I did not quite know how an interpreter should behave when speakers passed from words to deeds, and I really feared they might do so now. He kept his seat. According to diplomatic convention, recalled Schmidt, I, too, should have risen, pretending to be writing in his notebook. When he heard heavy breathing above, he feared the German foreign minister was about to throw His Majesty's ambassador bodily through the doorway. Over the years as interpreter, he had rather enjoyed grotesque situations, but this one was extremely painful. He heard more heavy breathing to right and left, but finally Ribbentrop and then Henderson sat down. Cautiously, the interpreter raised his head. All clear. The storm was over. The conversation continued in relative calm for a few minutes. Then Ribbentrop took a paper out of his pocket. It was Hitler's offer to Poland which had so surprised Schmidt. Ribbentrop began reading the 16 points in German, because Ribbentrop garbled through the document at top speed, and he asked for the text so he could transmit it to his government. Henderson had difficulty in understanding them, he later complained. It was such normal diplomatic procedure that Schmidt wondered why the ambassador bothered asking at all, and he could scarcely believe what he heard next. "I cannot hand you those proposals." He couldn't explain that the Führer had expressly forbidden him to let the document out of his hand. "No," said Ribbentrop quietly with an uneasy smile. Henderson, also unable to believe his ears, repeated his request. Once more Ribbentrop refused, this time emotionally slapping the document on the table. "It is out of date anyhow," he said, "as the Polish envoy has not appeared." Watching in agitation, Schmidt suddenly realized that Hitler was playing a game. He feared that if the British passed on the proposals to the Poles, they might accept them. It was a mortal sin for an interpreter to make a comment, but he did stare fixedly and invitingly at Henderson, silently willing him to ask for an English translation. Ribbentrop could hardly refuse such a request, and Schmidt was determined to translate with such deliberation that the ambassador could copy every word in longhand. But Henderson did not understand the signal, and all the interpreter could do was make a thick red mark in his notebook. A personal notation meaning that the die was cast for war. Thus ended the stormy interview, which, according to Ribbentrop, was conducted with discourtesy by Henderson and with coolness by himself. The foreign minister reported immediately to Hitler at the Chancellery and suggested that Henderson be given the German proposals in writing. Despite the late hour, the Führer refused, warning him that he had information from an unquestionably accurate source that there would be war if Poland did not undertake to do something within 2 or 3 hours. Early the next morning, Henderson telephoned the secretary of the Polish embassy. Every word was taken down by Hitler's wiretappers, repeating the same information with the comment that while it might be a bluff, there was an equal possibility it was not. So was Henderson's message to London 15 minutes later. Although the Germans were still not privy to all the British ciphers, Henderson's indiscreet use of the telephone was making their task easier. The security in the British embassy in Rome, incidentally, was even slacker. Lord Perth's safe was regularly burgled each week by a professional thief in the employ of Italian intelligence authorities. Besides copying confidential material that revealed all British diplomatic codes and ciphers, the thief one night appropriated Lady Perth's tiara for himself. But even this loss brought no improvement in the embassy security measures. Fortunately for England, Mussolini was not yet turning over foreign codes and ciphers to his ally. The last day of August was a frantic one for men of goodwill. Dulles got permission from Henderson to telephone London and a little afternoon was telling Sir Horace Wilson that Hitler's proposals were extremely liberal according to Gring. The Führer had put forward such terms with the sole intention of showing the British how anxious he was to secure a friendly settlement with the English. He said, as Dulles was speaking, Wilson heard a German voice repeating the words. Realizing the phone was tapped, he instructed Dulles to give his information to Henderson, but the amateur diplomat did not get the hint. Nor did he stop when Wilson warned that he should not get ahead of the clock. Finally, Wilson told Dulles in plain language to shut up and, when he did not, slammed down the receiver. While the professional and amateur diplomats were grasping for a peaceful solution, the program for war proceeded relentlessly. That nin Hitler issued the second order for invasion, driven to this extremity, according to AI, burnt his liaise, on man with DNB by a gross lie. Berndt thought the reported number of German nationals killed by Poles too small, and simply added a naught. When Berndt replied that it may have been somewhat exaggerated, but something monstrous must have happened to give rise to such stories. At first Hitler refused to believe such a large figure, but Hitler shouted, "They'll pay for this. Now no one will stop me from teaching these fellows a lesson they'll never forget. I will not have my Germans butchered like cattle." At this point, the Führer went to the phone and, in Bernard's presence, ordered Keitel to issue Directive No. 1 for the conduct of the war. Since the situation on Germany's eastern frontier has become intolerable and all political possibilities of peaceful settlement have been exhausted, already prepared, its opening words were tailored to fit the moment. I have decided upon a solution by force. The attack on Poland was definitely set for the following day, Friday, the 1st of September, and no action would be taken in the West. The directive was hand-carried to all senior commanders, who transmitted with the greatest possible secrecy special orders to field commanders at 4 p.m. The executive order to begin the invasion was confirmed. Troops and equipment began moving up to forward positions near the frontier. Simultaneously, special orders were transmitted to a secret German unit on the Polish border by the chief of the SS Security Service. Reinhard Heydrich had concocted a diabolical operation Himmler to give Hitler a perfect excuse for launching his attack. SD detachments disguised as Polish soldiers and guerrillas would create incidents along the border the night before the invasion. In exactly 4 hours, they were to attack a forestry station, destroy a German customs building, and most important, briefly occupy the German radio station at Gleiwitz. After shouting anti-German slogans into the microphone, the Poles would retreat, leaving behind a number of dead bodies as proof that a fight had taken place. The bodies presented no problem. Heydrich had already selected the victims. They were called canned goods from concentration camps. In Berlin, Ambassador Lipski, after a 5.5-hour delay, was finally escorted into Ribbentrop's office at 6:30 p.m. Lipski read a brief communication stating that his government was favorably considering British proposals for direct negotiations between Germany and Poland and would make a formal reply on the subject within the next few hours. He added pointedly that he had been trying to make this declaration since 1 p.m. Fatigued and nervous, have you come as an emissary empowered to negotiate? Asked Ribbentrop coolly, to which Lipski replied that he merely had instructions for the time being to transmit the message he had just read. Ribbentrop protested that he had expected Lipski to come as a fully empowered delegate. Have you authority to negotiate with us now on the German proposals? He persisted. Lipski did not. Well, then there is no point to our continuing the conversation. So ended one of the briefest interviews in Schmidt's experience. Lipski never asked to see Hitler's 16-point proposal, and even if Ribbentrop had volunteered it, he was not authorized to receive it. He was following his orders not to enter into any concrete negotiations. The Poles were apparently so confident they could whip the Germans with help from their allies that they were not interested in discussing Hitler's offer, nor were England and France extending themselves to persuade the Poles to negotiate. When Lipski arrived back at his embassy, he attempted to phone war, saw the line was dead. The Germans had cut communications. There was no more they needed to know. At the chance, Adolf Hitler was conversing with Italian Ambassador Attalico, who had arrived at 7 p.m. Once again, Attalico urged peace. Would Hitler agree to thus acting as last-minute mediator? We must first await the course of events, said the Führer. These now marched on schedule. At exactly 8 p.m., Heydrich's fake Polish attack on the radio station at Gleiwitz took place. An hour later, all German stations canceled regular programs so that an official statement could be read. The 16-point offer was repeated word for word, and even unfriendly foreign correspondents were impressed by its reasonableness. The Poles never for a moment considered accepting the German proposal. Instead of sending a hurried request to resume negotiations that might possibly have thrown Hitler's plot off balance, they retaliated aggressively with their own broadcast at 11 p.m. It charged that the German broadcast clearly exposed Hitler's aims. Words can no longer veil the aggressive plans of the new Huns. Germany is aiming at the domination of Europe, and is canceling the rights of nations with, as yet unprecedented, cynicism. This impudent proposal shows clearly how necessary were the military orders mobilization given by the Polish government. Ribbentrop went to the Chancellery to see how the Führer reacted to the Polish broadcast. "Nothing else can be done," said Hitler. "Things are now in motion." He was noticeably composed. After weeks of worry and doubt, the course for the future was at last set. He went to bed assured that England and France would not take action. Perhaps the greatest assurance that night to Hitler, he had recently told his military that the treaty with Stalin had been a pact with Satan to drive out the devil, was a brief message from Moscow that the Supreme Soviet had finally ratified the treaty with Germany after a brilliant speech by Molotov. To Hitler, the invasion of Poland was not war only, a coup to seize what was rightfully Germany's. It was a localized action which both England and France, after making face-saving gestures, would surely accept as a fait accompli. Time and again, his adjutants had heard him say at the dinner table, "The English will leave the Poles in the lurch, as they did the Czechs." Although intercepts from his own research office clearly indicated it was probable that both England and France would intervene in the event of a German-Polish war, it disturbed the formation of his intuition. He preferred to put more credence in a personal conviction that neither Britain nor France would act. Hitler could not bring himself to believe this, since, according to his personal adjutant, "England is bluffing," he recently had told his court photographer, then added with a rare impish grin, "and so am I." Gring was in his private train when word came that Hitler had made the final decision for war. Beside himself with anger, he got Ribbentrop on the phone. "Now you've got your damned war. It's all you're doing," he shouted and slammed down the receiver. It was ironic. Perhaps no one had warned the Führer more often than Ribbentrop that England would surely fight if pushed to the limit. At 4:45 Friday morning, September 1, the German cruiser Schleswig-Holstein, in Danzig harbor on a courtesy visit, began shelling the little peninsula where Poland maintained a military depot and 88 soldiers. Simultaneously, artillery fire crashed along the Polish-German border, followed by a massive surge eastward of German infantry and tanks. There was no formal declaration of war, but within the hour Hitler broadcast a proclamation to his troops. He had no other choice, he said then, to meet force with force. In Rome, Ildiz was outwardly calm. A few hours earlier, spurred by his own fear and a deluge of cautionary advice, he had come to a wise but embarrassing decision. Italy would remain neutral. He personally telephoned Attalico and urged him to beg the Führer to send him a telegram releasing him from the obligation of their alliance. Hitler quickly composed an answer that hid his anger. "I am convinced that we can carry out the task imposed upon us with the military forces of Germany," he said, and thanked Mussolini for everything he could do in the future for the common cause of fascism and National Socialism. He signed the note at 9:40 a.m., then headed for the Kroll Opera House to address the Reichstag. The onlookers were surprised to see Hitler step briskly on the stage in a tailored-filled gray uniform. It looked like military dress, but was merely the party uniform in a new color. The audience listened intently. Assen, a low, raucous voice, hammered out his case against Poland, point by point, all the time working himself into a state of indignation. He also regretted that the Western powers thought their interests were involved. "I have repeatedly offered England our friendship and, if necessary, closest co-operation. Love, however, is not a one-sided affair, but must be responded to by the other side. Eva Braun in the audience turned to her sister and whispered, "This means war, else and he'll leave what will become of me." Perhaps because of its extempore nature, the speech was not one of the Führer's best efforts, and Helmut Sundermann was frantically correcting the grammar and removing the redundancies so a presentable version could be submitted to the press, along with others in the Dietrich office. Hitler went on to promise that he would never wage war against women and children, and then announced that Polish soldiers had fired the first shots in German territory, and Wehrmacht troops were only returning the fire. Who fights with poison, he threatened, will be fought with poison. Who disregards the rules of human warfare can only expect us to take the same steps. I will carry on this fight, no matter against whom, until the safety of the Reich and its rights are secured. From this moment, my whole life shall belong more than ever to my people. I now want to be nothing but the first soldier of the German Reich. Therefore I have once again put on that uniform which was always so sacred to and dear to me. I shall not take it off until after the victor, or I shall not live to see the end." The audience cheered, and in the fanatical excitement it went unnoticed that Eva Braun had covered her face and was whipping. If something happens to him, she finally told her sister, "I will die too." Hitler was announcing that if anything should happen to him, Göring would be his successor. If the Reich's Marshal fell, Hess would take over. It was a unilateral decision, perhaps made on the spur of the moment, and indicated that there was really no longer a German government. The Führer was Germany, in startling contrast to the wild cheers of Sieg Heil in the Opera House. The streets outside were almost deathly quiet. The few people abroad were serious, as if oppressed with concern for the future. There were no signs of the jubilation as on that August day, 25 years before, when the Kaiser announced his war. Today, there was no eager young Adolf Hitler in the streets, eyes alight with exultation. In 1914, the majority of Europeans had found relief in war. "We must never forget," wrote D.H. Lawrence of the war, which he had vigorously opposed, "that mankind lives by a two-fold motive, the motive of peace and increase, and the motive of contest and martial triumph. As soon as the appetite for martial adventure and triumph in conflict is satisfied, the appetite for peace and increase manifests itself, and vice versa. It seems a law of life. Between the armistice and today, there had been little peace or increase. This generation had no amity. It passed of dull daily life, no desire for adventure or escape. Aware that the last war had settled nothing, these Germans knew from experience that war was long, tragic and inglorious, that it might radically alter their lives for the worse. As Eva Braun dejectedly left the opera house with Dr. Brandt, he tried to cheer her up. "Don't worry, Fräulein Braun," he said. "The Führer told me that there will be peace again in 3 weeks' time." She managed to force a smile. Henderson telegraphed London that immediately after the speech Hitler had returned to the Chancellery and told his generals that his policy had broken down and that guns alone could now speak. Herr Hitler broke down and left the room without completing the speech. It could have been true. Early that afternoon, Göring summoned Dolores to the Chancellery. Hitler wished to see him. The Führer thanked Dolores for all his efforts, then blamed England that they had been in vain. There was now no longer any hope of an agreement. A moment later he interrupted, agreeing irrelevancy to say he was determined to crush Polish resistance and annihilate Poland as a nation. If England still wanted to talk, however, he was willing to meet her halfway. Abruptly he began to shout and gesticulate, grinning his head in embarrassment. If England wants to fight for a year, I shall fight 2 years. Hitler cut himself short, but after a moment's pause bellowed even louder, as his arms milled about wildly. If England wants to fight for 3 years, I shall fight for 3 years. He clenched his fist and shouted, and if it is necessary, I will fight 10 years from. A crouch, he smashed his fist down so low it almost touched the floor. He appeared to be in a state of joyful excitement. He exclaimed to Ribbentrop and 2 of his adjutants that the progress of his troops was beyond his wildest hopes. When Hitler emerged into the ante, a little later, however, the entire campaign would be over before the West had time to draw up notes of protest. At this point, Otto Abetz, a French expert, offered his unsought opinion that France would declare war. Turning to Ribbentrop, Hitler raised his hands in mock terror. "Please spare me the verdicts of your experts," he said, and heaped sarcasm on German diplomats who received the highest salaries, possessed the most modern means of communication, yet always came up with the wrong answer. They had predicted war over conscription, the Rhineland, the annexation of Austria, the Sudeten crisis, and the occupation of Prague. His military attitudes were just as bad. Either their wits have been so dulled by their fatiguing breakfast duty that they are unable to get a better overall picture of the situation in their countries than I can get from Berlin, or my policy does not sit them, and they falsify the true position in their reports in order to put obstacles in my path. You must understand, Ribbentrop, that I have at last decided to do without the opinions of people who have misinformed me on a dozen occasions, or even lied to me, and I shall rely on my own judgment, which has in all these cases is given me better counsel than the competent experts. Polish Ambassador Edward Raczynski had already taken it upon himself to call on Lord Halifax at 10 Downing Street and that his government considered the invasion a case of aggression under Article 1 of the Anglo-Polish Treaty of Mutual Assistance in London on his own responsibility. "I have very little doubt about it," said Halifax. As the 2 men emerged into the hall, ministers were already arriving for an emergency cabinet meeting. Sir John Simon, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, grasped Raczynski's hand. "We can shake hands now," he said. "We are all in the same boat. Britain is not in the habit of deserting her friends." Minutes later, Chamberlain was suggesting to his cabinet that Hitler be given a final warning. Unless hostilities ceased, England would fulfill her obligations to Poland. The message, he warned, should be worded cautiously, not as an ultimatum. Otherwise, the Germans might immediately attack British ships. The world was shocked by the sudden attack, even though it was expected. There was no condemnation from the Vatican, which had been secretly exerting pressure on the Polish government through Cardinal Hland to negotiate with Hitler. President Roosevelt's first action was a plea that both belligerents promise not to bomb civilians or unfortified cities. It was a vow that Hitler had already publicly made, and Roosevelt's statement only annoyed him. His irritation escalated to indignation when his charge in Washington reported that the deputy of the press chief in the State Department had told the DNB representative, "We only pity you people. Your government already stands convicted." They are condemned from one end of the earth to the other for this bloodbath. If it now comes to war between Britain, France and Germany will have been absolutely unnecessary. The whole manner of conducting negotiations was as stupid as it could possibly be. Hitler blamed American hostility on the Jewish-controlled press and the Jews around President Rosenfeld. He retaliated by prohibiting all German Jews as enemies of the state from henceforth going out doors after 8 p.m. in the winter and 9 p.m. in the summer. Before long, all Jewish radios would be confiscated. Late that afternoon, the British message to Germany was finally dispatched to Henderson, who was instructed to take it at once in the company of his French colleague to Ribbentrop, not an ultimatum but for his own information, and incidentally that of Hitler's wiretappers, that if the German reply was unsatisfactory, the next stage would be either an ultimatum with a time limit or an immediate declaration of war. He should explain that it was a warning. Henderson and Toland arrived at the Wilhelmstrasse just before 9:30 p.m. But Ribbentrop refused to meet them together. First he saw the British ambassador receiving him with pointed courtesy. Ribbentrop remarked that it was Poland which had provoked Germany, and began arguing, though not raucously. This time they did not stand nose to nose, but conducted themselves correctly. No sooner had Henderson left than Toland entered with an almost identical note from France. Ribbentrop repeated that it was Poland's fault, not Germany's, but promised to pass on the message to Hitler. In London, Chamberlain was telling the Commons about the note sent to Hitler. England's only quarrel with the German people, he said, was that they allowed themselves to be governed by a Nazi government. As long as that government exists and pursues the methods it has so persistently followed during the last 2 years, there will be no peace in Europe. We shall merely pass from one crisis to another, and see one country after another attacked by methods which have now become familiar to us in their sickening technique. We are resolved that these methods must come to an end. There were cheers from all benches. Despite indications that Hitler would resent further attempts at mediation from Rome, Mussolini decided to make a final effort, and the next morning suggested a big power conference to settle the dispute. But the Führer was not enthusiastic, while both France and England were reluctant. There is only one chance. Fritz Hess in London phoned Hoole of the Wilhelmstrasse, namely that we immediately move out of Poland and offer reparation payment for damages. If Hitler does that, there is probably one chance in a million of avoiding the catastrophe within 2 hours. Hoole called back. A deep voice broke in Ribbentrop's. You know who is speaking, he said, but asked not to be mentioned by name. The Führer is prepared to move out of Poland and to offer reparation. Damages provided that we receive Danzig and a road through the corridor. Please go immediately to your confidant. You know who I mean. He was referring to Sir Horace Wilson, and tell him this. If England will act as mediator in the German-Polish conflict, you are empowered by the Führer to submit this proposal to the British cabinet and initiate negotiations immediately. Hess was flabbergasted. Had a specter of things to come finally dawned on the Führer at the last moment? Or was it just a charade to see how far the British would compromise with the sword of war dangling overhead? Hess asked Ribbentrop to repeat the offer. He did, adding, so there will be no misunderstanding. Point out again that you are acting on the express instructions of Hitler, and that this is no private action of mine. Hess phoned 10 Downing Street. he was informed that Wilson would not be available for some time. A few minutes later, at exactly 7:44 p.m., Chamberlain walked into the House of Commons to make his statement. "We waited there exactly like a court awaiting the verdict of the jury," recalled Harold Nicolson. But from the beginning, the Prime Minister's speech was a letdown. His voice betrayed some emotion, as if he were sickening for a cold. He is a strange man. We expected one of his dramatic speeches, but none came after assuring his listeners that His Majesty's government was bound to take action unless Hitler withdrew his forces from Poland. Chamberlain astounded them by asserting an agreement to do so would return matters to pre-invasion status, that is to on the understanding that the settlement arrived at was one that safeguarded the vital interests of Poland and was secured by an international guarantee. The way would be open to discussions between the German and Polish governments of the matters at issue between them. In other words, Chamberlain still hesitated. He said that the Americans and the world Jews had forced him into the war. There were indignant cries of "Speak for England." Later, according to Ambassador Kennedy, Arthur, as acting Labour leader Arthur Green, Wood sprang to his feet. "I wonder," he said, "how long we are prepared to vacillate at a time when Britain and all that Britain stands for and human civilization are in peril." A mutiny of the MPs was in the air, many demanding that an ultimatum to Hitler be issued at once without the French. But Chamberlain insisted on acting in concert. At 9:50 p.m., he phoned Daladier and proposed a compromise. Daladier hedged his cabinet, insisted on giving Hitler until noon tomorrow to withdraw from Poland. Almost at the moment they hung up, Hess arrived at 10 Downing Street to see Wilson. Sir Horace was visibly impressed by Hitler's new proposal to quit Poland, but was reluctant to present it to cabinet. Roosevelt had secretly promised to help Chamberlain if he declared war, and Russia certainly would not fight on Germany's side. The situation, he said, had changed drastically since their last meeting. Hess persisted. "I see in this offer," he said, "the last and only chance to avoid war, and also a sign that Hitler recognizes he has made a mistake. Otherwise I would not have this proposal in my hands." Sir Horace could not believe that Hitler had changed his mind. Would he make a public apology for his acts of violence? If so, there might still be a chance. Such a suggestion, said Hess, was a psychological error. In Hitler's eyes at least, the responsibility for the present crisis was not solely his. This brought an unusually loud rejoinder from Wilson. Hitler, and Hitler alone, was responsible for the situation. If this proposal fails merely because Hitler won't apologize, said Hess in desperation, then the world will believe that Chamberlain wanted the war, inasmuch as he had the chance of avoiding it. Wilson thought this over. "All right," he said, "repeat your suggestion again. Perhaps I can transmit it to the cabinet." After Hess did so, Sir Horace paced up and down, hands behind his back. There was a knock at the door. A servant handed Wilson a slip of paper. After reading it twice, he held it over the flame of a candle pasted on. Finally, he turned to Hess. "I cannot forward your suggestion to the cabinet," he said. The note undoubtedly was that Chamberlain had just decided to act even if it had to be without France. At 11:30 p.m., the cabinet met once more in emergency session. Chamberlain said he wanted to make a statement to the British people the following noon. "I therefore suggest," he said, "that Sir Neville Henderson should be instructed to see Herr von Ribbentrop at 9, a.m. and to say that unless a reply is received by 12 nin, a state of war will exist between England and Germany, as from that hour it was possible. Tomorrow, he added that this decision might spur the French to act earlier, but he doubted it. Simon protested that the noon ultimatum would not give Chamber in time to make his statement to the people. It should be 11 a.m. There was general agreement, and the meeting ended. Then came a loud clap of thunder, and through the window could be seen a flash of lightning. The Führer, according to his valet, spent that evening at the Chance, Ellery quietly discussing the Polish campaign. But upon reading Hess' report of the futile meeting with Wilson, it arrived 2 hours after midnight, purportedly lost his temper and began blaming Ribbentrop for Italy's refusal to take part in the war. Nor was the harried foreign minister's day yet over at about 4 a.m. The British embassy telephoned to say that Henderson wished to give Ribbentrop an important communication at 9 a.m. It was obviously a disagreeable message and might even contain an ultimatum. Ribbentrop didn't feel like facing this. He turned to Schmidt, who happened to be on hand, and told him to receive Henderson in his place. Sunday, September 3, dawned clear and balmy. It was a lovely day, and ordinarily Berliners would be streaming out to the nearby woods and lakes to enjoy the holiday. Today they were depressed and confused to find themselves at the threshold of a major war. Of all mornings, this was the one that Schmidt, in bed only a few hours, overslept. Rushing by taxi to the Foreign Office, he saw Henderson enter the building and himself raced in a side entrance. He was standing somewhat breathless in Ribbentrop's office as the hour of 9 struck and Henderson was announced. The ambassador shook hands but declined Schmidt's invitation to sit down. "I regret that on the instructions of my government," he said with deep emotion, "I have to hand you an ultimatum for the German government." He read out the statement, which called for war unless Germany gave assurance, is that all troops would be withdrawn from Poland by 11 o'clock, British summer time. Henderson extended the document. "That I must hand such a document to you, in particular as you have always been most anxious to help, while Henderson would not be remembered for a stiffness. I am sincerely sorry," he said, retaining as he did a naive conception of the Führer to the end. He had succeeded in outing him and staring down Ribbentrop on successive evenings, feats worthy of some applause. In a few minutes Schmidt was at the Chancellery. He made his way with some difficulty through the crowd gathered outside of the Führer's office. To anxious questions on his mission, he said cryptically, "Class room dismissed." Hitler was at his desk. Ribbentrop stood by the window. Both turned expectantly as Schmidt entered. He slowly translated the British ultimatum. At last Hitler turned to Ribbentrop and abruptly said, "What now?" "I assume," said Ribbentrop quietly, "that the French will hand in a similar ultimatum within the hour." Schmidt was engulfed in the anteroom by eager questions, but once he revealed that England was declaring war in 2 hours, there was complete silence. Finally Gring said, "If we lose this war, then God have mercy on us." Everywhere Schmidt saw grave faces. Even the usually ebullient Goebbels stood in a corner, downcast and self-absorbed. One man refused to give up hope. Dolorous located Gring at his private train. Why didn't the Reichsmarshal fly to London and negotiate with the British? Gring was persuaded to telephone Hitler. Surprisingly, he reported the Führer liked the idea, but first wanted British concurrence. Dolores telephoned the counselor at the British Embassy, who replied that the Germans must first answer the ultimatum. Undeterred, Dolores phoned the Foreign Office in London. He got the same answer. Still he persisted. He somehow persuaded Gring to ring up Hitler again and suggest sending a conciliatory official reply to the British. Dolores waited outside the train, nervously pacing up and down while Gring talked with the Führer. Finally, Gring stepped out of the train, seating himself at a large collapsible table in a stand of beech trees. He muttered that a plane was standing by to take him to England. But the Swede was not perspicacious. At Nuremberg he dolefully admitted that he had been misled in general by both Hitler and Gring and could have been taken in by Gring's play acting. But Dolores concluded from the disappointed look on his face that he had been refused by the Führer. The extent of Dolores' nav, it was revealed in his own recorded reaction to the moment. My blood boiled as I saw the hopelessness of this powerful man. Drive to the Chancellery and tell them what he really thought away, supposing he really meant all the things he had been telling me for the past 2 months. So ended the stout. And I could not understand why, knowing what he did not jump in his car, if amateurish. Efforts of Dolores to prevent war. At 11:15 a.m. Ambassador Henderson received a message to call upon Ribbentrop. Within 15 minutes, he was handed Germany's reply to the ultimatum, flat refusal. Henderson looked up from the statement and remarked that it would be left to history to judge where the blame really lay. Ribbentrop replied that nobody had striven harder for peace and good relations with England than Herr Hitler had done, and wished Henderson well personally. At noon, loudspeakers in the streets of Berlin blared out the news of war with England to shocked listeners. London, where it was in a.m., was hot, and Summary and Chamberlain was stilling himself for his broadcast to the people. 15 minutes later, he announced that England was at war. The British government, he said, had done everything possible to establish peace and had a clear conscience. Now may God bless you all, and may he defend the right. Even as he was speaking, Toland handed over to Ribbentrop France's ultimatum and was told that France would therefore be the aggressor. But it was England that bore the brunt of Hitler's resentment. He who so readily perceived British weakness had completely failed to judge British strength. His localized war was turning into a general conflagration because of this miscalculation. It was an impasse born of his first crucial mistake, the decision to seize all of Czechoslovakia. If he had not done so, and had waited for that country to fall in his lap, it is doubtful that the English would have reacted so positively to his demands on Poland. What Hitler had refused to accept, even though he may have guessed as much, was that an Englishman will go so far but not 1 inch farther. Despite information to the contrary by Hess and intelligence reports, Hitler had been misled by his own distorted picture of British character. It was with unprecedented embarrassment, therefore, that he informed Admiral Raeder of the Western ultimatum. There was little doubt that the occupants of the Kremlin were surprised by the British declaration. The news of war, reported the Moscow correspondent of the London Daily Telegraph, astonished the Russians. They expected a compromise. Curiously, the Soviets showed so little inclination to join the attack on Poland that Ribbentrop invited them to do so in a telegram dispatched early that evening to Ambassador von der Schulenburg. In our estimation, explained Ribbentrop, this would be not only a relief for us, but also be in the sense of the Moscow agreements and in the Soviet interest as well. Hitler was already preparing to leave the Chan Celery with his entourage to board a special train bound for the fighting front. 9 minutes before it left Berlin, the Führer sent off a message to the ally who had failed to support him in his greatest crisis. Unlike the telegram to Moscow, this one to Mussolini was sent in the clear and was replete with dramatic phrase is that this was a struggle of life and death, but he had chosen to wage war with deliberation, and his faith remained as firm as a rock. As the Führer's train pulled out of the station at exactly 9 p.m., he was aware, said Hitler, he did not show the confidence of this letter. One secretary, Gerda Daranovsky, noticed he was very quiet, pale and thoughtful. Never before had she seen him like that. And another, Christa Schütter-Over, heard him say to Hess, now, all my work crumbles, I wrote my book for nothing. But to his valet he seemed the epitome of assurance. There was, he said, nothing to worry about in the West. Britain and France would break their teeth on the West Wall. As the train headed east, Hitler called Linge to the dining salon and ordered an even more Spartan diet from that day on. You will see to it, he said, that I have only what the ordinary people of Germany can have. It is my duty to set an example. Part 7, Chapter 21. VICTORYINTHEW ESTSE PTEMBER 3 1939 JUNE 25 1940. The invasion of Poland proceeded rapidly. Polish cavalrymen carrying long lance were no match for German tanks. In a concentrated land and air attack, the defenders were overwhelmed. The Polish ground forces were quickly dispersed by 1.5 million men, supported by heavy self-propelled guns and tanks, harried from the air by fighter planes, bombers and screeching Stukas. It was this incredible mass of panzers in particular which wreaked havoc. They burst through defenses and ravaged the rear. The Blitzkrieg was almost as terrifying to foreign observers as the victims, for it presaged a frightening turning point in the art of warfare. By morning of September 5, the Polish Air Force was destroyed, the battle for the corridor ended. 2 days later, most of Poland's 35 divisions were either routed or surrounded. Hitler closely followed the action in his special train, designating it as Führer headquarters, even though Jodl's operations staff remained in Berlin. Once he had donned a uniform, his way of life changed drastically. Assuming the old role of frontline soldier, he imposed on Führer headquarters an austere simplicity. His new motto was, frontline troops must be assured that their leader shares their privations every morning. After dictating orders of the day to Frühling, Schütter he set out for the battlefield with pistol and axe-hide whip. He rode in an open vehicle, weather permitting, so the troops would recognize him, while his valet and adjutant tossed out packs of cigarettes. To the wonder of his entourage, he began devoting himself tirelessly to the most minute details of operations. He spent hours, for example, personally inspecting kitchens and mess halls, tyrannically imposing the enlisted man's diet on officers. This aspect of the new regiment's sin ended, but in all matters of the battlefield he continued to have unflagging interest, that is, with one significant exception. When Schmidt asked him to speak to the first train load of wounded, he could not do so. The sight of their suffering, he confessed, would be intolerable. As the one-sided campaign drew to a close, an unexpected visitor appeared at Führer headquarters. Fritz Hess had come to report that the German official delegation in London had been given a friendly fare, well, not only by their high-ranking British friends, but by the population. A crowd outside the embassy had shouted, "See you at Christmas, Hess," had also come to Poland out of personal concern. He understood he was in disfavor because of his persistence in seeking peace. But Hull, who presently enjoyed Hitler's complete confidence, assured him that the Führer had sincerely sought negotiations with the British. What provoked him invading Poland were the reports of atrocities inflicted on German nationals. Hess could not believe that the order to invade had come in a moment of rage. Yes, this was without a doubt the cause, insisted Hull, and he soon regretted that he had given way to his temper. That was why he had permitted Hess to negotiate with Sir Horace Wilson after the invasion. Yes, Hitler would have just liked to say everybody about face much. My God, exclaimed Hess bitterly, couldn't anyone make it clear to him that although a dictator can order, much it is impossible in a parliamentary nation to cancel a decision for war made after long and thoughtful preparation. About face March, how can he imagine such a thing? I always warned that there was a war party in England, and that the collapse of Chamberlain's foreign policy would certainly bring victory to this war party. Didn't anyone read this report? After a silence, the disconcerted Hull admitted that the Führer had a rather strange concept of the workings of democracy. He snorted at me when I tried to explain to him your report on the statements Chamberlain made in the House of Commons. He simply did not want to believe it. Don't be afraid, though in the meantime he has realized your report was correct. But for heaven's sake, don't make use of this. Nothing irritates the Führer more than people who were right when he was wrong. What concerned Hitler more than Englandifer there was no action at all on the Western Front, was the reluctance of the Soviet Union to join in the attack on Poland. Apparently, Stalin wanted to wait until the last possible moment so as to minimize Red Army losses. That the German ambassador in Moscow was personally informed by Stalin that the Red Army would cross the Polish frontier in several hours. It was not until 2 a.m. September 17, at 4 a.m. local time, the Red Army crossed the long eastern frontier of Poland. At one point, men of the Polish Frontier Corps saw a horde of horse-drawn carts filled with soldiers coming through the morning mist. We've come to help you. Against the Germans, the defenders were so confused. White flags were attached to the leading Russian vehicles that the Soviets passed through in many places without receiving a shot. Don't shoot, shouted the Red Army men. It was the end of eastern Poland. Ribbentrop was not awakened until 8 a.m. The German and Russian armies are rushing toward each other. There may be clashes and all, because you were too slack to waken me. The interpreter tried to calm him by reminding him that a demarcation line had been set up. And when he learned that Schmidt had let him sleep 3 hours, he shouted angrily. But the foreign minister, his face lathered, continued to rage as he brandished a razor. You have meddled with the course of world history. You have not enough experience for that. What really infuriated Ribbentrop, who was up front with a skeleton staff, was that the delay allowed Goebbels, and not his own office, to issue the news to foreign journalists in Berlin. The only contest now was between the victors. Before the first day of Russian participation ended, the two allies were wrangling over the text of the joint communique, which would attempt to justify the conquest of Poland. Stalin objected to the German draft. It presented the facts all too frankly, then wrote out in his own hand a new version. No sooner had Hitler bowed to this revision than Stalin presented another far more important one, an out-and-out partition of the spoils which would deprive the Poles of even the semblance of independence. On the face of it, the Russian proposal was advantageous to Germany, but Hitler's suspicion was such that it was 4 days before Ribbentrop was empowered to endorse it. The foreign minister arrived in the Russian capital at 5:50 p.m., September 27, to negotiate the new treaty. It seemed to have been timed auspiciously, since Warsaw had just capitulated to German arms. That was until Ribbentrop received a warning from Berlin of imminent Soviet attacks on Estonia and Latvia. It was therefore with apprehension that Ribbentrop set out for the Kremlin later that evening. He already was sure that Stalin was going to make him a tempting offer, but feared the price might be too high. At 10 p.m., the conference began. As expected, Stalin formally offered all Polish territory east of the Vistula, which included most of Poland's populated areas. In return, all he wanted was the third Baltic state, Lithuania. After the 3-hour meeting ended, Ribbentrop sent off a message by telephone to the Führer. Stalin's proposal, he reported, had one very attractive feature, namely that, with control of the bulk of their population, the Polish national problem might be dealt with as Germany saw fit. Shrewd Stalin knew his Hitler. Beyond a need for continuing good relations with the Soviets, the Führer could not resist the opportunity of controlling this breeding ground of Jews. He authorized Ribbentrop to sign the treaty and presented Stalin with the last of the Baltic states. It was a heavy price to pay for keeping his rear in the East free, while he dealt with the West. On the surface, it looked like another instance of opportunism, sacrificing the future for the present. But Hitler was so convinced of the weakness of the Red Army that he must have felt he could easily take back by force what he had given away on paper. During the next day's final negotiations, the Soviets insisted that Ribbentrop telephone the Führer for definite approval of all angles of the treaty. Hitler affirmed the agreement, although Ribbentrop sensed that it was with some misgivings. "I want to establish quite firm and close relations," he said, and when Ribbentrop reported these words, Stalin replied laconically, "Hitler knows his business." Stalin beamed upon Molotov and Ribbentrop as they signed the pact at 5 a.m. on the 29th, but Ribbentrop's remark that Russians and Germans must never again fight brought an embarrassing silence. This ought to be the case. The coolness of the tone and the unusual phrasing impelled Ribbentrop to ask the interpreter for confirmation. Finally, Stalin replied. When Ribbentrop wondered whether the Soviets were willing to go beyond the friendship agreement and conclude an alliance for the coming battles with the West, "I shall never allow Germany to become weak." The words were uttered so spontaneously that Ribbentrop concluded they must have expressed Stalin's conviction. A second Stalin remark was equally vague. The answer was. He returned to Berlin, still puzzling over the two remarks, interpreting Stalin's words to mean that the chasm between their philosophies was too wide for bridging, and that a dispute was bound to arise. Hitler was even more concerned. Only then did the Führer explain that he had made the Lithuanian concession to prove to Stalin his intention of settling questions with his eastern neighbor for good and of establishing real confidence from the start, taking these words at face value as he had those of Stalin. Ribbentrop remained convinced that Hitler really sought a permanent understanding with the Soviets, while Stalin was digesting the 3 Baltic states and eastern Poland. Hitler was transforming the rest of that nation into a massive killing ground. He had already ordered Jews from the Reich Mast in specific Polish cities having good rail connections. Object final solution, which will take some time, as Heydrich explained to SS commanders on September 21. He was talking of the extermination of the Jews, already an open secret among many high-ranking party officials. These grisly preparations were augmented by a house cleaning of Polish intelligentsia, clergy and nobility by 5 murder squads known as Ein, Sats, Gruppen, Special Groups. Hitler's hatred of Poles was of relatively recent origin. He was convinced that during the past few years, numerous atrocities had been inflicted on the German minority in Poland. Tens of thousands were carried off, mistreated, and murdered in the most gruesome manner, he told a partisan crowd in Danzig on September 19. Sadistic beasts vented their perverted instincts, and this democratic, religious world looked on without even a whimper, but, he added, Almighty God has now blessed our weapons. Now he was getting his revenge. By mid-autumn, 3,500 intelligentsia, whom Hitler considered carriers of Polish nationalism, were liquidated. It is only in this manner, he explained, that we can acquire the vital territory which we need. Who today remembers the extermination of the Armenians? This terror was accompanied by the ruthless expulsion of 1,200,000 ordinary Poles from their ancestral homes, so that Germans from the Baltic and outlying portions of Poland could be properly housed. After all, in the ensuing bitter months, more Poles lost their lives in the resettlement from exposure to zero, rather than those on the execution list, even as the SS carried out Hitler's radical program in the East. He turned his attention to the West with the better part of Poland his. He sought to end the war with France and England, one way or the other. First, he launched a peace offensive in press and radio. Hitler will again reach an understanding with the English, Hull assured Fritz Hess. Was also prepared to let Hess resume his sub-Rosa negotiations with Sir Horace Wilson so long as Germany was guaranteed an absolutely free hand in the East, and wants to make it as easy as possible for them. The Führer, he said, Hitler could not agree, for instance, to refrain from attacking Russia. Hess was puzzled, and if it had not been anyone as close to Hitler as Hull, he would have dismissed such a fantastic idea. Why then, he asked, did the Führer make a pact with Stalin if he intended to attack the Soviet Union? Hull explained that Hitler had made the deal for one reason, to keep the English neutral. Since it had failed to do so, he was already thinking of breaking it. Who had given up the Baltic only with a bleeding heart, Hess protested that this completely contradicted Ribbentrop's assessment. Stalin's greed for territory had exasperated the Führer. In Hitler's eyes was Hull's surprising reply. Ribbentrop plays no role at all. Hitler looked upon him merely as a sort of secretary. That was why the Führer had been playing the English game through unofficial channels like Hesse, Gring, and Dolores. Later, that September, he encouraged the last to make another trip to London. The British can have peace if they want it, said Hitler, but they will have to hurry. But while he talked peace to Dolores, he was privately determined to make war. Navy and Air Force of his decision to launch an early attack in the West, since the Franco-British Army is not yet prepared, he set the date. Within hours, he was telling the commanders of the army, November 12. Was clearly entirely taken aback. The Führer occasionally glanced at a small piece of paper as he gave the background of his decision and outlined the broad directives for operations. Colonel Warlement noticed that everyone, including Gring, intend to use the Schlieffen Plan of 1914 but would attack through Belgium and Luxembourg in approximately a west-northwest direction so as to gain the Channel ports. He did not, for example. No, one spoke a word in protest, and as soon as Hitler finished speaking, he tossed his notes into the fire. Dolores, granted free transit by both sides, was back in London on September 28. He talked to Cadeau again that morning for more than 2 hours, but the latter predictably was not at all impressed. He really hadn't much to say. Cadeau again wrote in his diary, "He's like a wasp at a pigeon cone, can't beat him off." He's brought very little from Berlin. Dolores was no more successful with Chamberlain and Halifax. But Hitler was not daunted. On October 6, he made a public appeal for peace at the Kroll Opera House. Why should this war in the West be fought? For restoration of Poland. Poland of the Versailles Treaty will never rise again. The establishment of the Polish state, he said, was a problem to be solved by Russia and Germany in the West. What other reason was there for war? Admittedly, there were numerous problems of great importance, which had to be solved sooner or later. Was it not more sensible to do so at the conference table before millions of men were uselessly killed and billions of riches destroyed? Courtship was followed by dire prediction. Destiny will decide who is right. One thing only is certain. In the course of world history, there have never been two victors, but very often only vanquished. He prayed that God might show the Third Reich and all other nations the correct course. If, however, the opinions of Messrs. Churchill and followers should prevail, this statement will have been my last. Then we shall fight. There will never be another November 1918 in German history. Almost certainly Hitler had no intention of accepting a permanent peace with great powers capable of threatening Reich's security. A temporary one, however, might enable him to divide France from England, and so vanquish them separately. That was why he could speak so sincerely. Throughout Germany there was a feeling of wide-spread relief over the Führer's plea for peace, and even premature celebrations of joy, only slightly dampened by Daladier's quick answer the following day, would never lay down arms until assured of a real peace and general security. But as the days passed without word from London, hope grew in Berlin. France, he declared the Führer, however, was preparing for the worst. On October 9, he issued Directive No. 6 for the conduct of war, which outlined an invasion through Luxembourg, Belgium, and Holland. The next morning, at 11, 7 of his military commanders reported to the Chancellery. Before presenting the new directive, Hitler read out a memorandum of his own composition, which indicated that he was a student of military and political history, had been enemies since the dissolution of the First German Reich in 1648, and this struggle would have to be fought out one way or the other, but he had no objection to ending the war immediately so long as the gains in Poland were accepted. Germany and the West, he said, his listeners were not asked for comment, nor did they volunteer any. The destruction of the power and ability of the Western powers ever again to be able to oppose the state consolidation and further development of the German people in Europe. They were called upon only to endorse the German war aim. He acknowledged the objections to haste in launching the attack, but time was on the enemy's side. Because of the Russian treaty and the great victory in Poland, Germany was at last in position, for the first time in many years, to make war on a single front. With the East secured, the Wehrmacht could throw all its forces against England and France. It was a situation that could terminate abruptly. By how treaty or pact can a lasting neutrality of Soviet Russia be ensured with certainty? The greatest safeguard against any Soviet attack lay in a prompt demonstration of German strength. Furthermore, hope of Italian support depended primarily on how long Mussolini remained alive. This situation in Rome could change in a flash. So could the neutrality of Belgium, Holland, and the United States. Time was working against Germany in many ways. At present she enjoyed military superiority, but England and France were closing the gap since their war industries could call upon the resources of most of the world. A long war presented great dangers. The Reich had limited supplies of food and raw materials, and the fount of war production, the Ruhr, was dangerously vulnerable to air attack and long-range artillery. He proceeded to purely military matters. They must avoid the trench warfare of. The attack, he said, would depend on the new tank and air tactics developed in Poland. Panzers would lead the breakthrough, and illustrated how they could prevent fronts from becoming stable by mass drives through identified weakly held positions. He urged his commanders to improvise. It was a brilliant display, but almost every one of his commanders remained convinced that the Wehrmacht was not yet prepared or suitably supplied for war with the West. Yet there was not a single objection. Not even after the Führer's announcement that the start of the attack could not begin too early. It is to take place in all circumstance, as if at all possible this autumn. In London, Chamberlain was still pondering an answer to Hitler's latest peace offer. He was perturbed by the first enthusiastic American reaction to Hitler's very attractive series of proposals. He was clear in his own mind that the Hitler speech offered no real advance toward a reasonable peace, and he told the cabinet that their reply should be stiff. The ministers agreed, but it was decided to hold up the answer 2 days. As he walked in the cabinet meeting on the day the Führer's invasion directive was issued. On the morning of October 11, it was rumored in Berlin that the Chamberlain government had fallen and an armistice was imminent. The old women in the capital's vegetable markets reported an assistant correspondent on the New York Herald Tribune, threw cabbages in the air and wrecked their own stands in sheer joy. A holiday spirit spread through the city until Berlin radio denied the report. The following afternoon, after a week's delay, Chamberlain finally answered Hitler. He announced in Commons that the German proposals were hereby rejected as vague and uncertain. If Hitler wanted peace, acts, not words alone, must be forthcoming. He must supply convincing proof that he truly sought peace. Applause from the House was moderate. In Berlin, a circular from the press department of the Foreign Ministry was immediately telegraphed in the Clear. To all foreign stations, it denounced the Prime Minister's reply as an outrageous affront. To Hitler, the rejection was disappointing, but not unexpected. He summoned Göring and the 2 men responsible for Luftwaffe production, Field Marshal Erhard Milch and Colonel General Ernst Udet. My attempts to make peace with the West have failed, he said. The war continues. Now we can and must manufacture the bombs. As word spread of Hitler's decision to attack the West, various resistance groups inside Germany concocted plans for coups d'état and assassinations. Some wanted to execute the Führer, others simply to kidnap him and set up either a military junta or a democratic regime. Lists of ministers were drawn up. Peace fillers were extended to the United States and other neutrals. The most serious group of conspirators came from the OKW itself, and its leading spirit was an impetuous cavalry officer, Colonel Hans Oster, as chief assistant to Admiral Canaris in the AB, where the intelligence service this impatient, often imprudent man could not have been in a more strategic position. Moreover, he had connections with every faction in the Wehrmacht, private individuals like Schacht, the Foreign Ministry, and even the SS. Oster found a valuable recruit in a Munich lawyer, Jos, if Müller, who had detested Hitler for years. Müller, a devout Catholic, made a clandestine trip to Rome early that October with the connivance of Oster, his object to discover if the British were prepared to make peace with an anti-Nazi regime. He met Pius XII and found him willing to act as intermediary. The Pope's secretary sounded out the British minister and was informed that Great Britain was not averse to making a soft peace with an anti-Hitler Germany. Müller was empowered to take this information orally back to Germany, but begged for something in writing that would prove to the Abwehr and military commanders that this peace proposal was authorized by the Holy Father himself. The Vatican agreed, and a letter was written by the Pope's private secretary outlining the main base is for peace with England. Surprisingly, the Oster group was cheered of all their attempts to make contact with the West. This was the most promising. Perhaps the Pope's promise of participation would at last induce Brochetsk to take an active part in the conspiracy, but the army commander-in-chief was not impressed. He was convinced that the German people were all for Hitler. General Halder proved to be almost as timid. But under pressure from Oster and others, he finally agreed to help carry out a putsch. All at once it appeared as if the leading officers were willing to take action. The conspirators were even assured that Brochetsk himself was prepared to join them if Hitler refused to call off the invasion. A showdown between army chief and Führer was set for Sunday, November 8th day. The troops were scheduled to move to attack positions on the Western Front. Brochetsk appeared as scheduled at the Chancellery. After presenting a memorandum, he elaborated on the main arguments against the invasion. It would be impossible, he said, to mount such a massive offensive in the autumn or spring rains. It rains on the enemy too, replied Hitler curtly. Brochetsk argued that the Polish campaign indicated that the fighting spirit of the German infantrymen was far below that of the World War. In desperation, there were even signs of insubordination similar to those in 1918. Hitler had been listening politely, if coolly. This remark enraged him. In what units have there been any cases of lack of discipline? He demanded what happened. Where Brochetsk had deliberately exaggerated to deter Hitler and he shrank before such fury, what action has been taken by the army commander? Demanded the Führer. How many death sentences have been carried out? He turned his vitriol on the army. It had never been loyal or had confidence in his genius and had consistently sabotaged rearmament by deliberate it slowed down methods. The army, in fact, was afraid to fight. Suddenly, Hitler spun around and marched out of the room. Brochetsk was still in a state of shock when he staggered into army headquarters at Zasen, 18 miles away, and stammered out an incoherent account of what had taken place. Almost simultaneously, a telephone call from the Chancellery reaffirmed November 12 as the date for invasion. An exact hour was set. A.M. General Halder requested written confirmation and got it immediately by messenger. The army conspirators now had the necessary documentary evidence to overthrow Hitler, but there was no call for revolt, no signal for assassination. Instead, they furtively burned all incriminating papers. Colonel Oster alone did not panic through. Count Albrecht von Bernstorff, whose father had been ambassador to Washington during the Great War, he warned the Belgian and Netherlands legations to expect an attack at dawn on November 12. Sunday's storm in the Chancellery was followed by anticlimax. The Luftwaffe needed 5 consecutive days of good weather to destroy the French Air Force and the meteorological report. On Tuesday, the 7th was so unpromising that Hitler postponed a day. Although Hitler knew nothing of the military plot, Gring had warned him against Brochitsk and Halder, my Führer. Get rid of these birds of ill omen, a more deafening. It admonition came from the Swiss astrologer, Karl Ernst Kraft, hired by Himmler's secret intelligence service as an astral advisor. He had recently submitted a paper indicating that Hitler would be in danger of assassination between November 7 and 10. But the document was hastily filed since astrological speculation concerning the Führer was verboten. When Hitler came to Munich on the morning of November 8 to attend the annual reunion of the old fighters, Frau Trust, the architect also sounded a note of warning. She asked why he was so lax about security measures, coming as he did to her studio with only 1 or 2 bodyguards. He replied that a man must have faith in Providence, then slapped his trouser pocket. See, I always carry a pistol, but even that would be useless. If my end is decided, only this will protect me. He put hand over heart. One must listen to an inner voice and believe in one's fate. And I believe very deeply that destiny has selected me for the German nation. So long as I am needed by the people, so long as I am responsible for the life of the Reich, I shall live. He pictured himself as another Christ. And when I am no longer needed after my mission is accomplished, then I shall be called away. Even though the talk switched to architecture, Frau Trust noticed Hitler's uneasiness. I must change the schedule today, he suddenly said, and muttered something about checking with Schaub. But he did nothing, being so occupied with other matters. Who had shut herself in the temple and was recuperating in a Munich clinic. By this time, she had regained consciousness, and when she asked to go home, Hitler promised to send her by special train to Switzerland as soon as she was strong enough to travel. He visited Jung at Mitford. He spent much of the afternoon on a speech he had just decided to make that evening at the Burger Keller. It would be another attack on England, designed primarily for German ears. The main room of the vast beer hall was already gaily decorated with banners and flags, and by late afternoon the microphones were in place and tested. At dusk, a small, pale man with a high forehead and clear, bright eyes entered carrying a box. He was a skilled artisan named Georg Elser, and he had recently been discharged from Dachau concentration camp, where he had been held as a communist sympathizer. His goal was peace, and he had come here to kill Hitler. In the box was a timing device connected to sticks of dynamite. As waiters and party officials made the final preparations for the meeting, Elser inconspicuously walked up to the gallery and hid behind the pillar rising from the back of the festooned speaker's platform. Several days earlier he had cut the wooden paneling of the pillar with a special saw. Was a cabinet maker as well as a mechanic, fixed several hinges and replaced the piece of wood as a little door. At last the lights of the hall were extinguished, the doors closed. Elser waited another half hour, then placed the bomb in the pillar and set it to detonate at about 11:20 p.m. The Führer would start speaking at 10 p.m., and the explosion would come midway in the speech. At his apartment on the Prinzregenten Platz, Hitler summoned his young ordnance officer Max Wunsch. Would it be possible, he asked, to leave Munich earlier than planned? Wunsch assured him it would be no problem. There were always 2 trains at the Führer's disposal as a security precaution. The young man immediately made arrangements to use the early one. The Führer was greeted at the Bürgerbräu Keller with such wild acclaim that he did not begin speaking until 10 minutes past 10. His audience reveled in the insults and jibes he heaped upon the English. It took little, in fact, to draw applause, and there were so many interruptions that Wunsch, seated in the front row, feared the Führer would miss the early train. At 11:07 p.m., Hitler unexpectedly brought his tirade to a hurried conclusion. A few yards away, inside the pillar, Elser's clock was ticking. In 13 minutes, the bomb was supposed to explode. Ordinarily, Hitler spent considerable time after a speech chatting with the comrades of the putsch, but tonight, without shaking hands, he rushed out of the building accompanied by Hess and several adjutants and Int, the car waiting outside. Kempka headed directly for the railroad station. Before they arrived, exactly 8 minutes after Hitler left the Bürgerbräu Keller, Wunsch heard a distant explosion. He wondered what it was. If Hitler heard the noise, he did not think it worth mentioning. In the hubbub that followed the explosion, the shrieking of sirens from police cars and ambulance, a rumor started that the war was over. It might have been. If Hitler had been standing on the platform, he surely would have died. The bomb killed 7 and wounded 63, including Eva Braun's father, who had gained admission thanks to a special low-numbered membership card, though he was actually party member no. 5,021,670. His daughter, accompanied by her best friend, Hertu Schneider, arrived at the station just as the Führer's train was leaving. Aboard they found an air of carefree gaiety. No one knew of the explosion, and almost everyone was drinking. The lone teetotaler Hitler was animated, but it was Goebbels who enlivened the conversation with his caustic wit. At Nuremberg, the propaganda chief left the train to send several messages and gather the latest news. When he returned to the Führer's compartment, he told of the bomb in a trembling voice. Hitler thought it was a joke until he noticed Goebbels' pale face. His own became a grim mask. Finally, in a voice hoarse with emotion, he exclaimed, "Now, I am completely content. The fact that I left the Bürgerbräu Keller earlier than usual is a corroboration of Providence, his intention to let me reach my goal." First, he demanded information on the wounded and charged Schaub with the task of doing everything possible for them. Then he began to hypothesize out loud on possible conspirators. He concluded that the bombing must have been planned by known British intelligence agents, Captain S. Payne Best and Major L. Stevens were privately negotiating with one of Heydrich's secret agents who was posing as an OK double, captain in the anti-Nazi conspiracy. Acting immediately on Hitler's conjecture, Himmler detrained and telephoned in order to kidnap the 2 Britons in Holland. The following after, Stevens and Best were trapped in Venlo and brought across the border to Germany for questioning. Hours later, the real bomber was arrested at the Swiss border and returned to Munich. Under glaring arc lights in an interrogation room at Gestapo headquarters, Elser admitted he had planted the bomb. No, he had no accomplice. He had done it to end the war. He described in detail how he had cut the panel and come back to set the clock. Upon reading the Gestapo report, Hitler angrily scrawled on it, "What idiot conducted this interrogation? It was ridiculous. He thought to imagine that Elser was a lone wolf. Wasn't it obvious that this was a wide conspiracy involving his worst enemies, the English, the Jews, the Freemasons, and Otto Strasser? Himmler personally tried to beat the truth out of the prisoner. According to one witness, he cursed wildly as he drove his boots hard in the body of the handcuffed Elser. Despite the kicks and a beating with a whip or some similar instrument, the little cabinet-maker stubbornly held to his testimony. Even under hypnosis, Elser repeated his story. This convinced Heydrich that Elser had no accomplice. But the Führer bitterly reproached Himmler for failing to find the real criminals. The official version of the plot was bizarre. Elser was a communist deviationist who had been persuaded by the National Socialist deviationist, Otto Strasser, to become the tool of the British Secret Service. To this main plot, propagandists added subplots. One pamphlet claimed that the English agents not only set off the bomb in Munich, but were responsible for the political murders and mysterious deaths of such notable figures as Lord Kitchener, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, and King Alexander of Yugoslavia. Besides inciting hatred for England, the attempted assassination was exploited to bolster the Führer's popularity. Messages of congratulation on his narrow escape arrived from Germans on every level of society. The Catholic press throughout the Reich piously declared that it was the miraculous working of Providence which had protected the Führer. Cardinal Faulhaber sent a telegram and instructed that a Te Deum be sung in the Cathedral of Munich to thank divine providence in the name of the Archdiocese for the Führer's fortune. It escaped the Pope, who had yet to explicitly condemn Germany's liquidation of Poland, sent his special personal congratulations. But Hitler doubted his sincerity. He would much rather have seen the plot succeed, he told Agrippa at dinner, and when Frank protested that Pius XI had always been a good friend of Germany, added, "That's possible, but he's no friend of mine." Hitler gave thanks to his own inner voice as well as to Providence for quitting the beer hall ahead of time. "I had the most extraordinary feeling, and I don't myself know how or why, but I felt compelled to leave the cellar just as quickly as I could. Foreign observers," he told Hoffmann, however, had other theories. "Most of us think it smells of another Reichstag fire," wrote Scheier in his diary. 12 days after the bombing, Hitler issued War Directive No. 8. Belgium and Luxembourg without compelling military necessity. This was more pragmatic than humanitarian and revealed Hitler's ultimate goal. The land invasion would be conducted as planned, but he forbade bombardment of centers of population in Holland. His real intent in attacking the West was to secure his rear for the assault on Russia, not to conquer territory in Europe or destroy England, which might later be inveigled in, condoning his drive to the east. A few days later, he called a special conference, this time inviting not only his commanders-in-chief, but those who would lead the attack. The meeting took place in the Chancellery at noon, November 23, and began on a low key. "The purpose of this conference," he explained, "is to give you an idea of the world of my thoughts, which governs me in the face of future events. And to tell you my decisions next, he revealed what all his listeners should have already known, that the military with its proud tradition had degenerated in a subservient weapon of a one-man dictatorship. I have doubted for a long time whether I should strike in the East and then in the West, he said. Basically, I did not organize the armed forces in order not to strike. The decision to strike was always in me. Sooner or later, I wanted to solve the problem. It was an open declaration of mastery, but there was not a murmur of dissent. It would have defied understanding, so Gring testified later, if any of those present had protested. The Supreme Commander had decided, and for there was nothing left for a soldier to discuss. And that applies to a field marshal, as well as to the ordinary soldier. Hitler went on to say in all modesty that he was irreplaceable. The fate of the Reich depends only on me. I shall deal accordingly. He admitted that his entire plan was a gamble, yet somehow made his admission aggressive. I have to choose between victory or destruction, he said. I choose victory. It was a historical choice, to be compared with the momentous decision of Frederick the Great before the First Silesian War. I have decided to live my life so that I can stand unashamed if I have to die remarkably. He ended with a grim prophecy of his own fate. I shall stand or fall in this struggle. I shall never survive the defeat of my people. These were truthful words. For Hitler there was only black or white, only complete victory or Gitterdammerung. That after, Hitler read Brochitsk and Holder a personal lecture on the defeatism of the Army High Command. Stricken, the former offered his resignation, reminding him that a general had to fulfill his duty and obligation just like every other soldier. It had been a harrowing day for the military, a day of crisis. Both he and Brochitsk had been so thoroughly cowed by Hitler's threat to annihilate everyone who stood in his way that they made frantic efforts to disassociate themselves from the resistance. But Hitler refused to accept it. One described with eloquent brevity in Halder's diary. Exactly 1 week later, it was Stalin's turn to startle the world. On November 30, he invaded Finland, which had repelled a communist rebellion in 1918, with the help of German troops, not only because of the extremely friendly relations between Germans and Finns, but also because it weakened the already tenuous bonds with Mussolini. It was an embarrassment for Hitler. The Italians, from the first opponents of the Russo-German Pact, were as indignant over the unprovoked Soviet invasion of Finland as the West. The official organ of the papacy, Osservatore Romano, which had followed the Pope's lead in failing to condemn fascist or Nazi incursions, now joined him in excoriating the Soviet attack as a calculated act of aggression. So much pressure was exerted on Mussolini from church and civilian sources that, for the first time, wrote Ciano. On December 26, he authorized his son-in-law to inform the representatives of Belgium and Holland that they were about to be invaded by Hitler. He desired German defeat, in fact. For a week, Mussolini was in a turmoil, vacillating between fear that his ally might succeed and hope that he would. On New Year's Eve, he considered entering the war on Hitler's side, but when signs multiplied that Germany was on the point of invading the West, he sat down and, in the role of Big Brother, wrote his junior partner a letter of advice. Never had Ildus spoken out so boldly, and his own frankness concerned him so that it was not until January 5, 1940, that he finally gave Ciano permission to send it off. He urged Hitler to refrain from invading the West. Both sides would lose such a war. Is it worthwhile to risk including the regiment's sacrifice, the flower of German generations, in order to hasten the fall of a fruit which must of necessity fall and be harvested by us? Now that you have secured your eastern frontiers and created the greater Reich of 90 million inhabitants, who represent the new forces of Europe, the big democracies carry within themselves the seeds of their decadence. He then criticized the treaty with Russia in a manner that he must have known would provoke the Führer. I feel that you cannot abandon the anti-Semitic and anti-Bolshevist banner which you have been flying for 20 years, and for which so many of your comrades have died. You cannot renounce your gospel, in which the German people have blindly believed for months ago the Soviet Union was world enemy number 1. How could she now be friend number 1? The day when we shall have demolished Bolshevism, we shall have kept faith with our 2 revolutions. Atelico delivered this unique letter by hand on the afternoon of January 8. The Führer, understandably, was in no mood to answer and put it aside. This was the high point of Mussolini's effort to free himself from domination by his ally, but, having asserted himself, he experienced an almost immediate, predictable reaction and began slipping back in his servile role. Neither Hitler nor Mussolini knew that the British were seriously considering declaring war on the USSR over the Finnish invasion, thanks in large part to the pressure exerted by church groups and the Cliveden set, which argued that the real enemy was Red Russia, not Germany. After all, Hitler's demands on Poland were reasonable, and only his manner was obnoxious. In the meantime, the shooting war against Hitler had diminished to one in name only. On a train trip skirting the French frontier, the crew told William Shire that not a shot had been fired on this front since the war began. Then he saw for himself that both sides seemed to be observing an unofficial armistice. For that matter, one blast from a French could have liquidated our train. The Germans were hauling up guns and supplies on the railroad line, but the French did not disturb them. Queer kind of war, so queer in fact, that when a former First Lord of the Admiralty suggested that the RAF bomb the timber areas of southwestern Germany, the British Air Minister Sir Kingsley would replied, "Oh, you can't do that, that's private property. You'll be asking me to bomb the Ruhr next." Hitler's main offensive weapon in these unsettled days was Goebbels, brought back to full favor by the outbreak of war. The force of his propaganda campaign was directed against the French. His purpose was to divide them from the British. Goebbels visited the West, while in the bitter rain and snow, so he could determine firsthand what the Poil, a few hundred yards away in the Magen, a line was experiencing. He concluded that the average French soldier was so weary, miserable, and bored that he would be a ready victim of his concerns and prejudices. Goebbels knew, recalled his secretary Werner Naumann, that the average little French soldier only wanted a good bed, a woman, a warm room, his garden, and peace of mind. He worried about the Jews, the English, and above all, this ridiculous war instructed German soldiers to shout friendly greetings across no man's land and engage the French in brotherly conversation. The propaganda minister, therefore, propaganda teams blasted information and news over loudspeakers, aimed at proving that France and Germany were really not enemies. At night, sentimental French songs were broadcast to the Magen. At line end, before signing off, the announcer would say something like, "Good night, dear enemy. We don't like this war any more than you do. Who is responsible? Not you or I. And so why should each other? Another day has ended, and we will all have a good night's sleep. The final touch would be a recorded lullaby. In the daytime, the French troops were showered with leaflets showing a shivering Poil at the front in one picture, and his wife in bed with an English soldier in another. The French civilians were approached differently. They were bombarded with broadcasts over secret transmitters, illustrating the corruption of their government, the profiteering of Jews, and the terrifying might of Hitler's army and air force. One particularly effective leaflet was a German version of the prophecies of Nostradamus, which foretold the conquest of France by the Third Reich. At home, Goebbels ordered Germans to harden themselves for the coming battle. Their very existence was at stake, since the enemy was determined to annihilate Germany for good. In mid-December, he forbade newspapers to print a word about peace. In line with this point of view, any sentimental note in connection with Christmas must be avoided in the press and on the radio. Only one day would be celebrated, December 24. To unite front and homeland, the theme of the radio Christmas program would be Soldiers' Christmas, Bopel's Christmas. The British soldiers in France were not at all concerned by Goebbels' propaganda. The war, in fact, had turned into a contest of lame jokes. British civilians were as bored as their troops and referred to it as the Sitz, Cree or phony war. More and more members of Parliament dozed as Chamberlain read off his weekly reports. Hitler was waiting for a stretch of 5 clear days to turn a joke into grim battle. His own air chief was in a quandary. Göring had to give the impression of being eager while privately praying for a continuation of the bad weather, since he feared his Luftwaffe was not yet ready for combat. He attended the daily weather conference, is pestering Chief Meteorologist Dissing for additional information. Hitler also pressed Dissing for longer range forecasts, but he stubbornly refused. Mein Führer, he replied, I will gladly be bold and predict weather for 3 days, but not full. Harder, not 5 days. In desperation, Göring hired a rainmaker, Herr Schweffler, for 100,000 marks. It is not clear whether the field marshal ordered him to bring 5 clear days or to continue the bad weather, but it would not have made any difference, since Schweffler's only equipment turned out to be a defunct commercial radio set. On the other hand, Milch was hoping for good weather, since he agreed with Hitler that time was on the side of the enemy. Despite its deficiencies, the Luftwaffe still enjoyed air superiority, an advantage that was steadily decreasing with the flow of planes to both England and France from the United States. On January 10, 1940, the impatient Führer fixed another specific date for invasion. A week later, at exactly 15 minutes before sunrise, fate intervened before the day was over. A light Luftwaffe plane strayed across the frontier, crash landing in Belgium. Of all of the German planes in the sky that day, this was the most important. It carried an unauthorized passenger, Major Helmut Rheinberger, who had a briefcase filled with the operation plans for the airborne attack on Belgium, but he reported optimistically to Luftwaffe headquarters through the German embassy in Brussels that he had succeeded in burning the plans to insignificant fragments. While Rheinberger was burning the papers, he was seized by Belgian soldiers, the size of the palm of his hand. Göring, in a state of consternation, experimented by burning a similar packet of papers. The results were so inconclusive that his wife suggested using clairvoyance. Not unusual advice to a man who utilized a rainmaker. The team of clairvoyants unanimously agreed that not a scrap of the documents remained. Their report may have relieved Göring, but not Hitler. He cancelled the invasion order on the assumption that the plans had been revealed to the enemy. He, not the clairvoyants, was correct. Enough fragments had remained for the Belgians to learn of the invasion. This information was passed on to London, where it was received with considerable suspicion. Halifax, for instance, told the cabinet, "I doubt very much whether the documents are genuine." The general staff agreed obviously the papers had been planted. They were engrossed in their own offensive, the landing of an expeditionary force in Norway. The very concept of such a coup de main appealed to Churchill, the new First Lord of the Admiralty, and, despite his sad experience in a similar venture in the Great War, he pressed the issue until the cabinet was won over. Hitler was also preparing to seize Norway. He had not even considered such action after all. These were Nordic peoples who could be counted on to remain neutral, as they had until his ally Stalin upset calculations by invading Finland. This Hitler feared might give the Allies an excuse to move into Norway, thus outflanking Germany from the north. He authorized a study of a possible invasion, but it was given low priority. Alarming reports of an imminent British landing in Scandinavia turned the Führer into an ardent advocate out of concern that a British foothold in Norway would close off the Baltic and bottle up all his submarines. Then, late in February, equally foreboding was the economic threat. More than half of Germany's iron ore came from Norway and Sweden. An end to this supply would cripple her war production. On March 1, 1940, therefore Hitler issued a directive for the simultaneous occupation of Denmark and Norway, designed to protect by force of arms the neutrality of the northern countries, but resistance would be broken by all means available. It was to have the character of a peaceful occupation. Hitler became so concerned by the time element that within 2 days he decided to launch his Akath most daring and most important undertaking in the history of warfare before invading the West. It would begin on March 15. In the meantime, he had been attempting to shore up deteriorating relations with his two allies. Those with Russia in particular had entered a disturbing phase. Negotiations for a trade agreement had started soon after the conquest of Poland. A visit of a 37-man German economic delegation to Moscow was followed by an even larger Soviet mission to Berlin, which brought a list of industrial and military orders totaling more than 1.5 billion Reichsmarks. The Germans were dismayed since most of the orders were for machinery and armaments essential to their own war production. The result was a bitter and lengthy wrangle finally brought to a head by Stalin himself. He querulously declared that if Germany did not give way, the treaty would not be concluded. And early in February, Ribbentrop was instructed to send a personal letter to Stalin urging him to re-examine the German position. Hitler could not permit this. Apparently Stalin, whose hard-headed negotiations had already wrung concessions from the Germans, realized he had pushed his ally to the limit. 2 months earlier, his archenemy, Trotsky, had observed before the hour of Hitler's defeat strikes many. Very many in Europe will be wiped out. Stalin does not want to be among them, and so he is wary of detaching himself from Hitler too early in one of his lightning changes. Stalin called for an end of bickering. He agreed to accept German deliveries over a period of 27 months, while promising delivery of raw materials over a period of 18 months. With all difficulties removed, the trade pact was signed 3 days later. The German delegation was delighted. The agreement, reported the chairman, means a wide open door to the east for us. Hitler was pleased as well as relieved. He had become even more fascinated by his counterpart in the Kremlin. Stalin was the only world leader he wanted to know intimately, and he interrogated envoys from Russia at length for the most trivial details about his ally. Often recalled Christa Schroeder, he would interrupt to exclaim enthusiastically that Stalin is a Brit. But really, you must admit he's an extraordinary fellow. It was almost as if he were talking about himself. The solution of this Russian problem was accompanied by the termination of another when the Finns were forced to accept harsh Soviet peace terms that marched to end their brief, bloody war. Greatly relieved at being freed from the embarrassment of having to give moral support to such an unpopular cause, Hitler turned to more productive arenas. One of these was Italy. He had just made a step in this direction by finally answering Mussolini's letter of unwelcome advice. Hitler vindicated all his actions in minute detail, taking time out to rhapsodize about Italy, using as many italicized words as a schoolgirl writing of her latest crush. Naturally, a letter delayed so long could only be delivered by a prestigious messenger. And so, the following day, March 9, Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop left Berlin with a large retinue, advisors, secretaries, barbers, a doctor, a gymnastics teacher, and a masseur. At their first meeting, Il-Dus gave a guarded answer to Ribbentrop's question, would Italy participate in the war? He intended, he said, to intervene in the conflict and to fight a war parallel to that of Germany, but he must be free to choose the date. Ribbentrop attempted in vain to tie Mussolini down more definitely, but he would merely agree to see Hitler. The following Monday, March 18, the two dictators met at the Brenner Pass in a snowstorm. The session was cordial, with Hitler dominating the conversation, but he spoke quietly and made few gestures. He had come, he said, simply to explain the situation so Il-Dus could make his own decision. To Schmidt's surprise, Mussolini used his few minutes of talk to reassert emphatically his intention of coming in the war. It was merely a matter of choosing the best moment, he said. The two men departed in an aura of eternal trust and friendship. But Hitler instructed Schmidt not to submit a copy of the interview to the Italians. One never knows who may read this document on the Italian side, and what Allied diplomats may be told for his part. Il-Dus seemed to belie his recent vow to join the war. On the return trip to Rome, he pointed out the train window to the thick fall of snowflakes with the remark that he would need snow as far south as Etna to turn Italians into a race of warriors. Although irritated that the Führer had done almost all the talking, he was now convinced his ally. I was not preparing to launch any land offensive. Recently, the Schirachs had come upon the Führer in the Chancellery Library, reading a book with the help of glasses. He hurriedly put them away. Hoffmann was forbidden to take pictures when he wore them and rubbed his eyes. You see, he confessed, I need glasses. I am getting old, and that is why I prefer to wage war at 50 rather than 60. He ruffled the pages of his book. A picture album containing photographs of London. How gratifying not to find any Baroque buildings, he murmured, then snapped the book shut. I must not look at this sort of thing any more. He was determined that Germany should be first in Norway, and on April 2, ordered the invasion to begin at 5:15 a.m. A week later, the anti-Hitler conspirators were just as determined to hamstring the invasion. To do so, they needed Halder. He had recently promised to help, but was wavering, and to bring him to action, he was shown Muller's memorandum summarizing the Pope's participation in secret peace negotiations with the English. The chief of the Army General Staff was impressed, but reduced to tears. His conscience, he sobbed, would not permit him to act. The failure of this plot failed to discourage the redoubtable Colonel Oster. He decided to stop Hitler by personal action, and early in April secretly informed the Dutch military attaché that Norway was about to be invaded. But the information was forwarded to a member of the Norwegian legation in Berlin, who did not think it worth relaying to Oslo. The British also failed to believe similar reports that Hitler was doing what they themselves planned to do a day or so later. Remarkably, an aura of overconfidence had enveloped 10 Downing Street. On Sunday morning, April 7, 5 German naval groups put to sea destined for 6 Norwegian cities. At 3 of these ports in Narvik, Trund, Heim and Stavanger, white German merchant ships with combat troops hidden in their holds. British ships were laying mines in Norwegian waters below Narvik in preparation for their own invasion, and HMS Glo Worms sighted 2 German destroyers. It was assumed in London that these ships were part of a limited force intent on capturing Narvik. Not until Monday morning did the cabinet learn that enemy warships were also approaching at least 3 other Norwegian ports. The ministers were aghast, but it was too late to thwart Hitler. Early Tuesday morning, the Germans struck by 8 a.m. Narvik was seized by 2 battalions of special mountain troops under the command of Brigadier General Edward Dietel, an intimate of the Führer since the Beer Hall Putsch. Before noon, 4 other important ports fell, but the raiders were delayed long enough by defenders in the ancient fortress of Oskaberg to allow the royal family, the government and members of parliament to escape from Oslo by special train, while 23 trucks were carting off the gold of the Bank of Norway and the secret papers of the Foreign Office. In Denmark, the Germans met little resistance, their plan working as it had been laid out on paper. For some reason, the Danish Navy never opened fire, and the land troops only managed to inflict 20 casualties on the invaders. It was all over by mid-morning. The king capitulated, ordering all resistance to cease. He assured the chief of staff of the German task force that he would do everything possible to keep peace and order in the country. Then he turned complimentary. "You Germans," he said, "have done the incredible again. One must admit that it is magnificent work." By the end of the day, it appeared as if Hitler had scored a complete triumph in Norway, as well until the British Navy unexpectedly appeared. On Wednesday morning, 5 destroyers broke into Narvik Harbor to sink 2 destroyers and all but 1 cargo ship. 3 days later, the Warspite returned with a flotilla of destroyers and sank the rest of the German vessels. This news so agitated Hitler that he told Brodsky it didn't look as though they could possibly hold Narvik. By April 17, his vexation was apparent. He railed at everyone in sight, while Brodsky, Keitel, and Halder held their tongues. Chief of Operations Jodl brusquely announced that there was but one thing to do: concentrate, hold on, and do not give up. To the consternation of the onlookers, he and Hitler began arguing as if they were equals. Finally, in a temper, the chief of operations stormed out of the room. Slamming the door, Hitler said not a word. Tight-lipped he left by another door, but that night he signed an order to diet. Hold on as long as possible. The 19th brought a new crisis. From his hide out on the rugged northern coast of Norway, King Haakon VII, the sole monarch of the century elected to the throne by popular vote, steadfastly refused to name a government headed by Vidkun Quisling, the leader of a Norwegian fascist party and a disciple of Rosenberg. By this time the British had finally landed brigades of 13,000 men near Narvik and Trondheim. As their attack gained momentum, more British arrived, and by the end of the week the Germans were in desperate straits. But Milch came to the rescue by taking personal command of the Luftwaffe attack. He sent two huge Zeppelins loaded with mountain troops to Narvik, then supervised dive bombing strikes that weakened the British and Norwegian resistance in central Norway. By April 28, the British ordered evacuation of the bulk of their troops. The following day, King Haakon and members of his government were transferred by British cruiser to Troms, a city far above the Arctic Circle, where a provisional capital was established. Most of Norway was now under German control, except for Narvik, where Dittel's 6,000 men still gallantly held off 20,000 Allied troops. On the last day of April, Jodl informed Hitler that communications had finally been established overland between Oslo and Trondheim. At lunch, Hitler, beside himself with joy, admitted his error and thanked Jodl for his contributions to the victory. The Führer also showed his gratitude to Dietel and Milch with promotions. He was unstinting in his praise of the latter, remarking at one conference how Milch had taken over the Luftwaffe in Norway when it appeared that all was lost, and why, he asked rhetorically, conveniently forgetting his own argument with Jodl. Because there was a man like me who just did not know the word impossible. With the northern flank secure, Hitler again devoted his energy to the invasion of the West. He had never liked the original plan of attack, an unimaginative version of that used in the World War, an attack through northern France and Belgium to the Channel ports. Its objective was not only to smash the French army, but, by occupying the Channel coast, to cut the British off from their ally while establishing submarine and air bases for attacks on the British Isles. This is just the old Schlieffen plan, he objected to Keitel and Jodl, with a strong right flank along the Atlantic coast. It violated his principle of blitzkrieg warfare, and he had vowed never to allow this generation to suffer what he had in Flanders. You won't get away with an operation like that twice running, even if it succeeded. He envisioned a daring thrust farther south through the Ardennes, with a sudden armored break through Sedan and a sweep to the Channel. The main force would then swing to the north in a reversal of the Schlieffen plan for a drive into the rear of the retreating Anglo-French army. Night after night, his units would see him poring over a specially constructed relief map to make sure that the Sedan, after all, the correct place to penetrate. Independently, perhaps the most brilliant strategist of the Wehrmacht, Colonel General Fritz Erich von Manstein, had devised a similar offensive. He presented it to Brochetsk, who rejected it on the grounds that it was too risky. But the Führer heard talk of Manstein's risky proposal and asked him for the details. To Manstein's surprise, Hitler was delighted with what he heard. It not only reinforced his own convictions, but contained a number of improvements to his own plan. The Supreme Command liked Hitler's revised version no more than they had Manstein's. To a man, they opposed it, but the Führer overrode all objections, deriding opponents as Schlieffen worshippers, bombed in a petrified strategy. They should have read more Karl May. The Hitler-Manstein offensive was formally adopted in late February, and by the time the battle for Norway was ended, there were 136 German divisions ready for action along the Western Front. They waited only for a stretch of good weather. On May Day, Hitler set the invasion for the 5th, but 48 hours later, after another unfavorable meteorological report, he postponed X Day until the 7th and then the 8th. Göring was pleading for still more time when alarming news arrived from Holland: cancellation of furloughs, evacuations, and roadblocks. Agitated Hitler agreed to another postponement until Friday, May 10, but added, not a day longer, the sustained effort at the front to keep 2 million men at the point of attack, he said, was becoming increasingly difficult. By now he was determined to strike without waiting for the 5-day favorable weather prerequisite, which had already cost 3 months. He was gambling on the tool that had proved so valuable in the past, his intuition, that is, a suspension of logic born of impatience. On Thursday morning, a corps commander near Aachen reported heavy fog in his area. This was followed by a prediction that the fog would lift and the 10th would be a good day. Hitler ordered his special train, prepared for departure, from a small station outside of Berlin and went through elaborate measures to keep his own inner circle in the dark as to its destination and purpose. Outwardly calm during the tedious train trip, he was not with worry. That evening, as the deadline for confirmation of the attack order approached, the train stopped near Hanover for a final weather report. This time Chief Meteorologist Dissing, who later got a gold watch as a reward, predicted good weather for the 10th. Hitler confirmed the order to attack at dawn, then retired earlier than usual, but he could not get to sleep. Despite the report, he kept worrying about the weather. A greater peril to success came from his own intelligence service. Of the few Hitler had entrusted with the final details of the invasion, one was Admiral Canaris, and whatever he knew was passed on to his impetuous deputy, Colonel Oster. Earlier that evening, Oster had reported to his old friend, the Dutch military attaché, over the dinner table, that Hitler had issued the final attack order. After the meal, Oster stopped off at OKW headquarters in the Bendlerstrasse and got information that there would be no last-minute postponement. The swine has gone to the Western Front, he told the Dutch attaché, who first informed a Belgian colleague, then phoned The Hague in code tomorrow. At dawn, hold tight. At 4:25 a.m. on the 10th, the Führer's train reached its destination, Juskirchen, a town near the Holland-Belgian borders. Under a canopy of stars, the party was driven to the Führer's new headquarters, Felsenist Rocky Nest. Dawn was breaking as they settled into the bunker installation, which had been blasted out of a wooded mountaintop. Checking his watch, Hitler got an unwelcome surprise. Eye was filled with rage. Dawn had come 15 minutes earlier than he had been told it would. 25 miles to the west, his troops were charging across the Belgian Holland and Luxembourg borders. The air was darkened with his Luftwaffe. 2,500 aircraft had been gathered for the attack far out, numbering those the Allies could send up. Wave after wave of German planes swept westward to devastate more than 70 enemy airfields. Airborne troops captured key points in Holland, while glider forces swooped down prepared to capture Belgian fortress is by surprise. The Führer was particularly interested in the attack on Fort Eben-Emael. He had personally briefed the commanders and non-coms involved in this glider operation, using a scale model for the purpose, and he awaited reports feverishly by noon of the 11th. This supposedly impregnable fortress, along with a bridge over the Meuse, was in German hands. On hearing this, Hitler literally hugged himself with joy. Later came even more meaningful information. The enemy were striking back. When the news came that the enemy was advancing along the whole front, Hitler recalled I could have wept for joy. They'd fallen in't. The trap it had been a clever piece of work to attack Lidge. We had to make them believe we were remaining faithful to the old Schlieffen plan. Their general staffs not heeding the warnings from Brussels and The Hague, or their own intelligence experts pale and somber. On May 10, England and France were caught by surprise. Chamberlain wanted to stay on as Prime Minister, but he was persuaded to step down. King George VI accepted his resignation regretfully and suggested that Halifax succeed him. But it was obvious that Winston Churchill alone had the confidence of the nation, and at 6 p.m. His Majesty summoned him to the palace. I have always said that I hoped if Great Britain were beaten in a war, we should find a Hitler who would lead us back to our rightful place among nations. These words had not mollified the Führer. Churchill had once paid a grudging compliment to the Führer in a letter to the Times, who continued to look upon Churchill as his worst enemy, the tool of those English Jews who had scotched an Anglo-German alliance. It was a profound hatred, contrasting strangely with his admiration for Stalin. And Churchill's elevation to Prime Minister was galling news. As Hitler's troops and tanks advanced into Holland and Belgium, Goebbels prepared his staff for the next step in the propaganda war, formulates the principle for the immediate future that anything in enemy reports that is not correct, or even anything that could be dangerous to us, must immediately be denied. The minister read the secret staff meeting of May 11. There is no need at all to examine whether the report is factually correct, or its decisive point is merely whether the enemy's assertions could in any way be damaging to us. More important, the French and English must be told again and again that it was they who had declared war. It was their war which was now bursting upon them. On no account must we allow ourselves to be maneuvered once more into the role of aggressor. The drive into Western Belgium gained the most impressive victories. This, of course, was part of Hitler's plan to divert attention from the main attack through the hills of the Ardennes. By May 13, these troops had crossed the Meuse at several points to approach Sedan, where Hitler hoped to break through a weak link in the Maginot Line. Despite the steady advance in the north, Hitler was disturbed by the stubborn defense put up by the outnumbered Dutch troops, and issued a directive to break this resistance speedily. Detachments of the Luftwaffe were sent from the Belgian area to facilitate the rapid conquest of Fortress Holland. Within hours, the Luftwaffe dropped 98 tons of high explosives on Rotterdam. On the morning of the 14th, the intent was to eliminate Dutch resistance at the bridges over the Maas, but the bombs slammed into the center of the city, killing 814 civilians. The facts were grossly misrepresented by the Democratic press, which listed the death toll as between 25,000 and 30,000. Nor did Western newspapers reveal that the tacit agreement between the two sides to limit bombing to military targets had been first violated by the British. 3 days earlier, over strenuous French objections, 35 Royal Air Force bombers had attacked an industrial city in the Rhineland, killing 4 civilians, including an English woman. This raid on the night of 11th May, although in itself trivial, was an epoch-making event, commented FJP, since it was the first deliberate breach of the fundamental rule of civilized warfare that hostilities must only be waged against the enemy combatant forces, despite Hitler's frightful retaliation in Holland. Will, an English jurist, he resisted proposals to bomb London itself. He was not willing to go that far as yet. The tragedy of Rotterdam ended Dutch resistance. The commander-in-chief of the Dutch force is ordering his men to lay down arms a few hours later. That same day, German tanks burst through the French 9th and 2nd Armies at Sedan. Supported by screaming Stuka dive bombers, 3 long columns of panzers rattled and rumbled toward the English Channel. Churchill was wakened the next morning by a telephone call from Paris. "We have been defeated," exclaimed Premier Reynaud. "We are beaten." Churchill could not believe it, nor could his generals, who had misread the armored conquest of Poland as a simple maneuver against an inept, primitive defense. The terror that seized France was aggravated by Goebbels. Is to use every means to create a mood of panic in France. It must further utter an urgent warning against the danger of a 5th column, which undoubtedly includes all German refugees. The task of the secret transmitter from now on, he told his staff on May 17. Even the Jews from Germany are nothing but German agents. That morning Hitler motored forward to Bastogne in the heart of the Ardennes. It should point out that in the present situation, all the world hearkens, he declared triumphantly, to discuss progress of the main drive to the Channel, and was in such an expansive mood that he stayed for lunch and later walked among the men exuding success. He had come to the headquarters of Army Group, commanded by General Gerd von Rundstedt. Back in the homeland, it was the rare German who did not share his exultation. Most of those who had once feared Hitler was traveling fast and dangerously had become true believers in his infallibility, grew so excited as they listened to the radio reports of the drive through Holland that they began poking their fingers at a map of northeastern Europe, jabbering. For industrialists, including Alfred Krupp, "This one here is yours, that one there is ours." He has 2 factories. One industrialist left the hubbub to phone a subordinate to get Wehrmacht permission for 2 of the group to visit Holland at once. "We shall have that man arrested." By the morning of May 19, several armored divisions were within 50 miles of the Channel, and one, the 2nd, rolled into Abbeville at the mouth of the Somme the following evening. The trap was sprung, and inside the giant net were the Belgians, the entire British expeditionary force, and 3 French armies. Hitler was so surprised when Brochetsk telephoned him of the capture of Abbeville that his voice choked with emotion. He praised everyone. Jodl wrote in his diary that the Führer went into raptures, talks in words of appreciation of the German army and its leadership. Busies himself with the peace treaty, which shall express this theme. Return of territory robbed over the last 400 years from the German people, and of other values. Things were turning out exactly as he had dreamed. Within 3 days, the tanks of Army Group had whirled north, closing on the Channel ports of Calais and Dunkirk, whose capture would cut off the British from a sea retreat to England. Gring slammed his big hand on a table when he heard the report. "This is a special job for the Luft. Waff, he exclaimed, I must speak to the Führer at once. Get a line through. By phone in moments he was assuring Hitler unconditionally that the Luftwaffe by itself could annihilate the trapped remnants of the enemy. All he asked was withdrawal of German tanks and ground troops so that they wouldn't be hit by friendly bombs. Having resumed his feud with both the Wehrmacht and Army high commands, Hitler might have seen this as an opportunity to strengthen his hold on the military. He gave Göring consent to finish off the enemy from the air. There goes Göring shooting off his big mouth again, then dutifully began making the necessary arrangements over phone with Göring's chief of staff. Overhearing this, Jodl sarcastically remarked to an adjutant, "We have done it," Göring exulted to Milch on his return to Air Force headquarters. "The Luftwaffe is to wipe out the British on the beaches. I have managed to talk the Führer round to halting the army." Milch did not share his enthusiasm and objected that their bombs would sink too deeply into the sand before exploding. Besides, the Luftwaffe was not strong enough for such an operation. "Leave it to me. It's not your business," said Göring, and returned to his boasting. "The army always wants to act like gentlemen. They round up the British as prisoners with as little harm to them as possible. But the Führer wants to teach them a lesson they won't easily forget." The following morning, May 24, Hitler visited Rundstedt and his staff at Group A's forward headquarters. In high spirits, the Führer predicted that the war would be over in 6 weeks. Then the way would be free for an agreement with the English. All he wanted from them was their acknowledgement of Germany's position on the continent. When they got down to tactics, General von Rundstedt did not oppose the use of planes to reduce the entrapped enemy at Dunkirk. He proposed that tanks be halted at the canal below the besieged city. Hitler agreed with his observation that this armor should be saved for operations against the French at 12:45 p.m. The halt order was issued to the Fourth Army in the Führer's name. That evening, 4 panzer divisions were stopped at the canal. The tank crews were astounded. No fire was coming from the opposite shore. Beyond they could make out the peaceful spires of Dunkirk. Had operations gone crazy, the division commanders were even more amazed. They knew they could take Dunkirk with little trouble, since the British were still heavily engaged near Lille. Why weren't they allowed to seize the last escape port to England? Army Chief of Staff Halder was contemptuous. "Our left wing, consisting of armor and motorized forces," he wrote in his diary, "will thus be stopped in its tracks on the direct order of the Führer." That Göring was merely looking for personal glory and had won over the Führer by arguing that if the army generals got the victory, Hitler's own prestige at home would be damaged beyond repair. Finishing off the encircled army is to be left to the Luftwaffe. Halder was convinced, with some reason. The ground commanders reiterated their request to move into Dunkirk with tanks and infantry, but Hitler would not listen. It was only on May 26, after reports of heavy shipping in the Channel, was it possible the British were preparing to evacuate their forces, that he grudgingly authorized an advance on Dunkirk from the west. But that same day, Göring assured him that the Luftwaffe had destroyed Dunkirk harbor. "Only fish bait will reach the other side. I hope the Tommies are good swimmers." As the English and Allied troops fell back into the cul-de-sac, a crazy quilt fleet of almost 900 vessels began leaving dozens of English ports. There were warships and sailboats, launches, and strange-looking Dutch craftsmen, by career officers, fishermen, tugboat operators, expert amateur seamen and Sunday sailors who had never before ventured beyond the 3-mile limit. This was Operation Dynamo, a mission to evacuate 45,000 men in 2 days. But this modest estimate, it had not taken into consideration Hitler's low opinion of democracy in action. He was completely surprised by a sporting operation carried out gallantly and effectively by a pickup group of amateurs and professionals. By the 30th of May, 126,606 men were back in England and more were coming every hour. Hitler's commanders were no more perceptive. That day Halder wrote in his diary that the encircled enemy was disintegrating. Admittedly, some were fleeing across the channel on anything that floats, but he described this disparagingly as another Ligue debacle, a reference to Zola's novel about the French rout in the Franco-Prussian War. By midday, however, the German High Command finally realized the extent of the evacuation and massive bombing attacks were mounted. But fog came to the rescue of the British. Not only was Dunkirk itself enshrouded, but all the Luftwaffe fields were blanketed by low clouds which grounded their 3,000 bombers. In the meantime, the Stukas of the 8th Air Corps were doing surprisingly little damage to the flotilla of small vessels, and those bombs dropped on the beaches dug so deeply before exploding that casualties were low. Equally surprising was the performance of a new British fighter plane, the Spitfire, which ravaged Gring's fighter squadrons, and once the weather cleared enough for bombers to get into the air, they too were picked off by the deadly little Spitfires. Oddly, the continuing evacuation did not seem to perturb Hitler. It was almost as though it was no concern of his. While Brochetsk and Halder frantically looked for ways to stop the steady flow to England, the Führer responded haltingly, almost lackadaisically. It was the commanders who waved their arms at conference. Is these days not he? In striking contrast to the Narvik crisis, he pounded no tables, made no threats, called for no frantic measure to stop the exodus to England. He let his subordinates carry the burden of decision. The thin perimeter of the Dunkirk defense line held until June 4, but by then 338,226 British and Allied troops had been ferried to England to fight another day. Now speculation rose on both sides of the channel regarding Hitler's strange behavior. Why had he given Gring the license to bomb the encircled army to teach them a lesson, then apparently assisted in their escape by not acting forcefully? His own words only confused matters. He told his naval adjutant that he had expected the BEF would fight to the last man as they had done in his war, and hoped to contain them until they ran out of ammunition, thus gaining for himself a mass of prisoners for use in peace negotiations. Yet when this strategy failed, if it had been his strategy and almost no British were captured, he showed no signs of rage or even petulance. A variation on this theme was his remark to Linge as they surveyed the pock-marked beaches of Dunkirk. It is always good to let a broken army return home to show the civilian population what a beating they have had. He also told Bormann that he had purposely spared the English, strewn with books, photographs, shoes, rifles, bicycles, and other possessions, was quite unable to appreciate the sporting spirit of which I had given proof by refraining from creating an irreparable breach between the British and ourselves. Churchill, he complained, the military men, including all the adjutants, smiled at those who believed the Führer had been motivated by political or humanitarian considerations. That Hitler purposely let the British escape belongs to the realm of fables, commented Puttkamer. Others, equally close to Hitler, were sure he had been moved to pity by his affection for the English. The blood of every single Englishman is too valuable to be shed, he told Frau Trust. Racially and traditional. This is and always has been my aim, even if our generals can't grasp it. Competent foreign observers gave some credence to this theory. Our two people belong together. Franz Ponset, for instance, was convinced that Hitler never really wanted to war with the English only to neutralize them. He had given witness to this recently by sending Unity Mitford home via Zurich in a special train. He deeply regretted her fate, he told Engel. She lost her nerve just when, for the first time, I could really have used her. It was a hostile England to which she returned her brother-in-law, Sir Oswald Mosley, together with other leaders of the British Union of Fascists, were jailed without trial 3 days after Hitler invaded Belgium to prevent his propaganda for peace. Mosley had already admonished his black Scots to remain steadfast and loyal to their native land. But the moment war is declared, I will fight for my country. Lady Diana Mosley soon followed her husband in prison on the order of her relative. His attitude was, I will fight to the last day to keep England and Germany friends and prevent war. The Prime Minister, while she was still nursing her 11-week-old son, the authorities gave her permission to take the baby in Holloway prison, but not his 19-month-old brother. One child to a mother was the rule, and she decided to take neither so that they would not be separated. It was fortune. It since her cell, its floor swimming in water, had no bed, only a thin mattress. When Mosley became gravely ill 3 years later, he and his wife were finally released. Public uproar ensued, which was derided by George Bernard Shaw. I think this Mosley panic shameful, he told a Gull reporter. What sort of people are they who can be frightened out of their wits by a single man? It was high time to release him with apologies for having let him frighten us in. Scrapping the Habeas Corpus Act, we are still afraid to let Mosley defend himself, and we have produced the ridiculous situation in which we may buy Hitler Mein Kampf in any book shop in Britain, even if Mosley were in rude health, but may not buy 10 lines written by Mosley. The whole affair has become too silly for words. Good evening. Nitty Mitford arrived home, the bullet still in her head, sad and depressed. She was unable to feed herself. She died 8 years later when the bullet moved on its own. Hitler left Felsenist on the eve of the fall of Dunkirk with instructions to preserve the entire area as a national monument. Every room in the complex was to be kept intact, every nameplate to remain on its door. Führer headquarters was moved to the small Belgian village of Brie-de-Pêche, near the border of France. By the time Hitler arrived, the place was deserted, every inhabitant evacuated. A special garden had been laid out along with gravel paths, but the cement of the Führer bunker was still wet. He gave this peaceful scene a warlike name, Wolfsschlacht Wolf's Gorge, after his own nickname of early party days. By this time, King Leopold had not only surrendered Belgium, but refused to go into exile. I have decided to stay, he told his prime minister. The cause of the Allies is lost. This seemed certain on June 5, when 143 German divisions turned on the remnants of French army divisions. The defenders had tanks and almost no air cover, and the Wehrmacht swept forward on a 400-mile front. In Paris, Reynaud made a desperate, impossible plea to Roosevelt for clouds of planes, then packed his bags. It was an auspicious moment to enter the war on Hitler's side, and Mussolini expressed his desire to join the lists. But his I urged him to wait until the Luftwaffe wiped out the French Air Force. Ildus could only restrain himself until June 10 before declaring war, and the supremely confident tone of his explanatory letter to Hitler brought this burst of sarcasm. I have quite often in the past wondered about his Navet, the Führer told his military staff. The whole letter is proof that in the future I must be much more careful with the Italians in political matters. Evidently, Mussolini thinks of this as a walk in Passo Romano. The Italians would get a rude surprise. First they were too cowardly to take part, now they are in a hurry, so that they can share in the spoils. At dawn, 32 Italian divisions attacked 6 French divisions in the south, but with such a lack of drive that any advance had to be measured in feet. By this time, both ends of the French line in the north had crumbled, and on the morning of the 14th, German troops began entering Paris. It was one of the few times in the history of modern warfare that the commander of an operation reached the objective before his troops. General von Bach, Chief of Army Group B, had flown ahead in his liaison plane, arriving at the Arc de Triomphe just in time to take the salute of the first combat troops. It was a parade, not a battle, and Bach took time off to visit the tomb of Napoleon before having lunch at the Ritz and doing a little shopping. At Wolf's Gorge, Gring was trying to persuade Hitler to avenge the British bombing of residential areas in Germany. Colonel Warlimont overheard Gring announce that he could not tolerate these British atrocities any longer and wanted to give them back 10 bombs for every one of theirs, but Hitler could not be swayed. As they conversed in the village square, he thought it quite possible that the British government was so shaken by Dunkirk that it had temporarily lost its... Alternatively, that the reason for the attacks on the civilian population was that the British bombers had inaccurate bomb sights and were flown by untrained crews. He said so. Warlimont recalled, in any case, he thought we should wait before taking countermeasures. The Führer was in a negotiating mood, capitalizing on the excitement of the fall of Paris. He made a statement to the West by means of a unique interview with Karl von Wiegand of the Hearst Press. He asserted that he had had no intention of attacking the beautiful French capital so long as it remained an open city, then vehemently denied it had been his aim or intention to destroy the British Empire, and all he asked from the United States was a regional Monroe Doctrine, America for Americans, Europe for Europeans. While German troops continued to advance, the Italians in the south seemed to be marching in place. Fortunately for Ildus, events in the north soon precluded the necessity for any action at all in the south. By evening of the 16th, Germans were pouring through the haphazard French defense, is almost at will. Late the next morning, as Hitler was discussing the situation with his military advisors at Wolf's Gorge, word came that the French wanted an armistice. He slapped his thigh and jerked up a knee in a spontaneous spasm of ecstasy. He was literally shaken by frantic exuberance, recalled Frühling Schütter. Throwing dignity to the winds, the staff gaped in wonder, but Keitel rose to the moment. Mein Führer, he said, ponder, Ausli, you are the greatest Felder, or field commander of all time. Churchill revived their courage with talk of England's finest hour, and from the British Broadcasting Corporation came another voice of resistance. Although the British were stricken by the French capitulation, this beamed to France. "The flame of French resistance cannot go out," proclaimed General Charles de Gaulle from Studio B2. "It will not go out. France," he said, "had lost only a battle. She has not lost the war." Neither man noted that it was June 18, the 125th anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo, a contest ultimately decided by Blücher's German troops. At noon Hitler met with Mussolini in the Feuerwehr, scene of the latter's personal triumph at the historic Munich Conference of 1938. This time the Italian dictator was noticeably subdued. His own declaration of war had been a military fraud, a diplomatic gamble. Hitler had achieved victory without help and would, of course, have the last word today. Both Ciano and Mussolini were startled to find Hitler in a peace-loving, magnanimous mood. Hitler made many reservations on the desirability of demolishing the British Empire, which he considers, even today, to be an important factor in world equilibrium. Then, in the face of Mussolini's objections, stoutly supported Ribbentrop's proposal of lenient peace terms to the French. Hitler is now the gambler who has made a big scoop and would like to get up from the table. Risking nothing more, Ciano wrote in his diary. Today he speaks with a reserve and perspicacity which, after such a victory, are really astonishing. I cannot be accused of excessive tenderness toward him, but today I truly admire him. The two dictators took time off to autograph souvenir postcards of their meeting. On one such card, Mussolini scratched in his bold, "Upright hand, men make history," underneath. In his much softer script, Hitler wrote, "History makes men." Mussolini left for Rome in dejection. In truth, wrote Ciano that evening, the Deuce fears that the hour of peace is growing near, and sees fading once again that unattainable dream of his life, glory on the field of battle. 2 days later, on the first day of summer, Hitler motored to the same woods near Cham, where the Kaiser's representative had surrendered. It was a vindictive as well as historic choice. There stood the famous wooden railroad dining car used on that occasion, hoisted from its museum through a torn-out wall to the original site. At exactly 3:15 p.m., the Führer motorcade arrived. Hitler walked toward the car with springy step, face grave, manner solemn. He stopped at a granite block, which read, HEREONTHELEVENTHOFNOVEMBER 1918 SUCCUMBEDTHECRIMINALPRIDEOFTHEGERMAN Empire vanquished BYTHEFREEPOPLE WHICHICHITTRIEDTOENSLAV. William Shire was watching through binoculars to catch Hitler's expression. I have seen that face many times at the great moments of his life, but today it is afire with scorn, anger, hate, revenge, triumph. He was muttering, so recalled Linge. Something that sounded like "we will destroy everything that can remind the world of that shameful day in 1918. A long plane table had been set up in the old railroad car with half a dozen chairs on each side for the two delegations. At the head stood Schmidt, where he would be able to hear both groups. After the Führer seated himself next to his interpreter Gring, Redder Brochetsk, Ribbentrop and Hess took their places. Several minutes later, General Charles Huntsiger led in the French delegation, admiral and Air Force general, and a former ambassador. Their face is still showing the shock of learning at the last moment where the negotiations would take place. Hitler and his associates rose, not a word was spoken. Both delegations bowed and sat down. First, Keitel read out the preamble to the armistice conditions, which had been composed by Hitler. The French and the Germans stared at each other, thought Schmidt, like wax figures as Keitel spoke the Führer's words. Germany did not intend that the conditions should cast any aspersion on so courageous an enemy. The aim of the German demands is to prevent a resumption of hostilities, and also to create the conditions for a new peace, which will repair the injustice inflicted by force on the Germans. Reich, it seemed as though Hitler addressed England rather than France, to give Germany security for the further conduct of the war against England, which she has no choice but to continue, offering them an honorable peace if they chose. This became more evident in the stipulations, which included German renouncement of any intent to challenge Britain's sea power. He solemnly swore he would not take over the French war, fleet for his own use in the war, or, indeed, use any French naval equipment for a possible crossing of the Channel. Hitler had included this promise against advice from his own navy to make good the heavy losses in the Norway campaign with French ships, a proposal he curtly rejected out of both fear and hope. He feared seizure of the French fleet would harden English determination to fight, since it would challenge their supremacy of the seas. He hoped his appeasement would lead to peace with tacit gentlemen's agreement that Britannia should continue to rule the waves while Germania turned east for Lebensraum. Once Schmidt finished reading the French text, Hitler got to his feet, so did the others. After more polite bows, the Führer left with most of his followers. Keitel and Schmidt stayed behind and were joined directly by Jodl and several other German officers. After the French had re-examined the terms, they insisted upon transmitting them to their government at Bordeaux. Absolutely impossible, said Keitel, you must sign at once. But the French stubbornly demanded the same courtesy extended to the German delegation in 1918, and in a few minutes, Huntseiger was talking to General Weygand, the French commander-in-chief. I am telephoning from the coach Paused. From the coach, you know, he reported that the conditions were hard, but not dishonorable. Even so, Huntseiger felt they were merciless, far worse than the conditions France had forced on Germany in the previous war, and the negotiations continued without resolution until dusk. They resumed the following morning, June 22, dragging on int. Late afternoon, by 6 p.m., Keitel lost all patience and sent Schmidt to the French with an ultimatum. If we cannot reach an agreement within an hour, the negotiations will be broken off, and the delegation will be conducted back to the French lines. There was no alternative. At 6:50 p.m., after more telephone conversations with Bordeaux, General Huntseiger signed the armistice treaty. After the ceremony, Keitel asked him to stay a moment. When they were alone, the two generals looked at each other silently, and Schmidt noticed both had tears in their eyes. Controlling his emotion, Keitel congratulated the Frenchman for having represented his country's interests with such dignity, then held out his hand. Huntseiger shook it. All these events were being radioed back to Germany as they occurred, and as soon as the proud but downcast Huntseiger stepped down from the old dining car, there was a brisk recorded rendition of Then We Strike, Then We Strike. Then we strike at England that must have stirred German hearts. It was the Goebbels touch. He had music for all occasions, but his choice this time was provoking to his Führer, who had been trying to give the opposite impression in the treaty. Back at Wolf's Gorge, Hitler was planning a sight-seeing tour of Paris. He had summoned a sculptor and his two favorite architects, Speer and Gislerto, go along as guides. Paris has always fascinated me, he told Arno Breker, whose heroic classical works were also admired by Stalin. Hitler admitted that it had long been one of his most ardent wishes to visit the City of Light. It was a metropolis of art, and that was why he insisted on seeing it first with his artists. He was sure they would find inspiration for the rebuilding of important German cities. I am interested in actually seeing the buildings with which I am theoretically familiar. It was pitch dark when the party, which included Keitel and Bormann and several Utens, served at a meadow outside Berlin de Pesch and climbed into a plane piloted by Bauer. But by the time they reached La Bourgette, the sun was up. June 23 was going to be a bright, hot day. Hitler climbed into the first open car of a motor column, seating himself as usual beside the driver. Behind him sat the rest of the party. The streets of the city were deserted except for an occasional gendarme who would dutifully greet the Führer with a smart salute. As they headed for the first stop, the Opera, Breker had spent his most decisive years in Paris and was shocked to see the almost complete absence of life. Hitler's features slowly relaxed as he took in the architectural wonders of the Opera, which he had admired since his early days in Vienna. He was as familiar with the building as with his own chance gallery, and his eyes shone with excitement. "This is the most beautiful theater in the world," he called out to his entourage. He inspected the boxes and noted that one room was missing. The white-haired attendant who had been accompanying them with stiff pride announced coolly that it had been eliminated years ago. "There, you see how well I know my way about," said Hitler with the pride of a schoolboy. After a stop at the Eiffel Tower, they visited Napoleon's tomb. Here Hitler placed cap over heart, bowed and gazed for some time down into the deep round crypt. He was very moved. Finally he turned to Gisler and said quietly, "You will build my tomb." He lapsed in pensive silence, then instructed Bormann to transfer the bones of young Napoleon from Vienna to his father's side. The 3-hour tour ended on the heights of Montmartre, the Mecca of art students. Perhaps it reminded Hitler of his own student days. Lost in thought for some moments, he finally turned to Gisler, Breker, and Speer. "Now your work begins," he said. The rebuilding of cities and monuments was entrusted to them. "Bormann," he said, "help me with this. Take care of my artists." Hitler again surveyed the city which stretched below. "I thank fate to have seen this city, whose magic atmosphere has always fascinated me," he said. That was why he had ordered his troops to bypass Paris and to avoid combat in its vicinity, so that picture below us would be preserved for the future. But the few Parisians who saw him that morning were reduced to panic. As his cavalcade came upon a group of boisterous market women, the fattest pointed in terror at Hitler. Her shriek of "It's him! It's him!" spread pandemonium. The next day Hitler instructed Speer to draw up a decree in his name to resume full-scale work on the Berlin buildings. "Wasn't Paris beautiful?" he said. "But Berlin must be made more beautiful." Hitler also took Breker aside and began rhapsodizing on what they had seen. Previous morning, "I love Paris. It has been a place of artistic importance since the 19th century, just as you do. I would have studied here if fate had not pushed me in. Politics, since my ambitions before the World War were in the field of art. And, like you, the armistice was scheduled to go into effect an hour and 35 minutes past midnight, and there was an atmosphere of jollity as they sat down to a late dinner at a table lit by candles. The sky darkened, thunder rumbled in the distance just before midnight. An aide reported enemy planes approaching. The lights were extinguished, and they sat in pitch darkness. Face is periodically lit up by flashes of lightning. Champagne glasses were passed around. There was an unearthly silence as watches were checked. At 1:35 a.m. came the startling, brassy cry of a bugle. Someone whispered to Brecker that it was the traditional signal for weapons at rest. Someone else, overcome by emotion, blew his nose. Keitel stood and in the darkness made a short speech. He raised his glass and called for 3 hucks to the Führer, their supreme commander. Everyone rose and clinked glasses while Hitler sat somewhat uneasily. I didn't like such displays, but was bowing to the tradition of the Wehrmacht. He brought glass to mouth as a courtesy, but did not drink, then slumped, head bowed. A man alone in this jubilant company. At last he said almost inaudibly, "It was a great responsibility," and left the room. Since the SS comprised a number of sections, each with different duties and characteristics. Each should be judged separately. See glossary. The Waffen Armed SS, for instance, was purely a military aggregation of elitists, and its members' allegiance was to the Reich and Hitler, not Himmler. They fought better than army troops, being better motivated and more democratically organized. There was little differentiation between officers and enlisted men. In the Wehrmacht, the men were forbidden to keep their footlockers open so as to prevent stealing. But the Waffen SS considered themselves a band of brothers, and it was forbidden to lock them. Any stealing was punished by the men themselves, and a thief was cashiered on their recommendation. Many myths about the Waffen SS still persist. Its notorious tattoo, for example, had no sinister symbolism. It was merely a man's blood type in case he was wounded and needed a battlefield transfusion. Himmler, whom the band of brothers regarded as an outsider, was not tattooed. To about this same time, he also issued an order legalizing euthanasia for those patients deemed incurable. Perhaps he was thinking of his mother's suffering from cancer, but more likely it was an opportunity to get rid of the mentally ill, the elderly, non-productive, and those groups he regarded as racially harmful. 3. If it comes to war, Unity Mitford told her sister Diana at the Bayreuth Festival, "I shall kill myself." She did not care to live, she said, if the two countries she loved took up arms against each other. After the radio blared out the news of England's declaration of war, she walked into the English gardens and tried to kill herself with a small pistol. She was taken to a clinic in the Nussbaumstrasse where, at Hitler's orders, she was treated by a distinguished surgeon. Professor Magnus, he decided it was too dangerous to extract the bullet still lodged in her temple. News of the suicide attempt was suppressed. Unity's parents were informed discreetly through the German minister in Bern, for there had already been a number of attempts to assassinate Hitler. One he knew nothing about was plotted by a disillusioned SS guard who, about 1929, planted a bomb under the podium just before a speech in the Sportpalast. During the speech, the malcontent hinted SS man had a sudden urge to go to the toilet. By chance, someone locked him in the men's room, and he was unable to set off the bomb. It was the joke of the century, recalled a friend of the would-be assassin. The history of the world might have been changed if he hadn't had to go to the bathroom. 5. Perhaps that is why Himmler saw to it that Elser was not brought to public trial and executed. Instead, he was installed as a privileged prisoner in a concentration camp. Elser alone could confirm that the SD had, in fact, found the one and only criminal later. Elser smuggled a letter to Captain Best, a fellow prisoner. In it he swore that he had been summoned to the office of the Commandant of Dachau in October 1939, where two presumably Heydrich agents persuaded him to plant a bomb in the Burger Keller. It was to explode as soon as Hitler left the building and kill a group of traitors who were plotting against the Führer. Elser agreed and was released from the concentration camp to install the bomb. At Berlin Gestapo headquarters, he was told by the same agents that he was going to be used as a prosecution witness at a trial of the English agents. He would testify that Otto Strasser had introduced him to Best and Stevens, who paid him to plant the bomb. But Best and Stevens were never tried and survived 5 years in various concentration camps. 6. The Belgian ambassador in Rome rashly transmitted this warning to Brussels by telegram. The message was intercepted and deciphered by the Germans. 7. Hitler's secretaries used a special large print typewriter so he could read in public without glasses. 8. In 1938, MI6, the British Secret Intelligence Service, had bought the secret of a German cipher machine called Enigma from a Polish mathematician for a British passport and a residence permit in France for himself and his wife. He had memorized diagrams of the main parts of the machine and created a replica in an apartment on the left bank in Paris. A working model of Enigma was successfully completed and installed in Bletchley Park, a Victorian mansion 40 miles north of London. By the time England declared war in 1939, the machine code named Ultra was operational, and its first major contribution was to warn the British General Staff of Hitler's plan to invade the West. 9. The Western News real version turned this brief moment into an extended scene. According to Lawrence Stallings, the film was doctored by John Grierson, the documentary producer then serving as propagandist in the Canadian Army. By looping the frames, a technique subsequently used in TV cat food commercials, Grierson transformed Hitler's gesture into a ludicrous series of gay pirouettes. Hitler's official cameraman, Walter Frentz, filmed the scene. He asserts that there were only 8 frames and provided them to the author. 10 later, he gave Gisler explicit instructions. His tomb was to be extremely simple and it would be placed in Munich. "Here I was truly born," he said, "here I started my movement, and here is my heart." Chapter 22. If NVICTORSB, YVICTORYARE, UNDONED, RYDENJ, UNEOCTOBER 28, 1940. That summer Hitler made it evident he was more interested in negotiating than in fighting. In France, his weapons were persuasion and the projection of himself as the magnanimous victor who offered the French a share in the fruits of a united and prosperous fascist Europe, a hegemony designed not only for moral regeneration, but as a bulwark against godless Bolshevism. One of the first acts in this campaign was a demand that his troops act like liberators not conquerors. I do not wish my soldiers to behave in France the way the French behaved in the Rhineland after the First War. He told Hoffmann that anyone found looting would be shot on the spot. I want to come to a real understanding with France. Consequently, troops who entered Paris did not swagger around the city demanding homage and free food. They conscientiously paid for every purchase and enjoyed the late June sun outside the coffs of the champs, Ellis side by side with Frenchmen. Often silent and indifferent companionship, but fear was living Parisians who had expected their women to be raped and their shops and banks to be sacked. It was embarrassed. And there was some acceptance of the placard plastered all over the city, showing a child in the arms of a friendly German with the admonition. By now, it was common knowledge that the Wehrmacht was actually assisting those refugees trekking back to the capital. Frenchmen trust the German soldier. Hitler would have been proud of his troops. They were neat, quiet, and ingratiating, courteous to women, but not too gallant and respectful to their mates. They stood bare, heated at the tomb of the unknown soldier, armed only with cameras. They acted more like a horde of tourists brought in at special holiday rates than the fearsome creatures who had just humiliated the French armies. It was a stit, public relations, part of a program designed to turn France into a working and productive vassal. Hitler himself was playing the tourist with a special group, including his adjutants and his World War sergeant, Max Amann. For 2 days, this light-hearted group was guided by the Führer around the old battlefields of the conflict that had helped lead to this one. It was a sentimental journey with Hitler, enjoying every moment. He pointed out the fields of Flanders that had formerly been a hellish morass, the old trenches that had been kept as memorials and attractions for sight seers. Instead of surveying the scenes in quiet solemnity, the Führer talked interminably, explaining the minutest detail of what had happened here and over there. As he drove through Lille, which he had memorialized in watercolor, a woman looking out of the window recognized him. The devil, she gasped, amused at first. He vowed he would erase that image from the minds of the conquered. The sentimental junket ended on June 26, and he turned his mind to the unpleasant task ahead, subjugation of the English. It was a chore not to be relished, he reiterated to his adjutants. War with England was a war of brothers, and the destruction of their empire would, in truth, be cause for German distress. That was why he confided to Hull. He was reluctant to invade England. I do not want to conquer her, he said. I want to come to terms with her. I want to force her to accept my friendship and to drive out the whole Jewish rabble that is agitating against me. Hitler still had no definite plan for the invasion of the British Isles. Victory in the West, in fact, had come so quickly that there was not a single landing craft or barge ready for launching across the Channel. He seemed to be waiting instead for England to sue for peace. But such expectations were rudely jolted on July 3 by the surprise Royal Navy bombardment of the French fleet lying at anchor in the Algerian port of Mers el Kebir. Within 13 minutes, the battleship Bretagne was sunk with the loss of 977 men and 3 other vessels, including the Dunkirk, were badly damaged with heavy losses in life. The rest of the fleet escaped. The victors paid a heavy price for their fear that Hitler might possibly use these warships in her invasion of England. With British evacuation from Dunkirk still a bitter memory to most Frenchmen, this attack Particularly after Admiral Darlan's sincere vows to deny Hitler, their ships roused deep animosity throughout France. Perfidios Albion became a cough phrase. The shelling also confirmed the convictions of those who felt that collaboration with Hitler was France's only salvation. Recently, the country itself had been physically divided by the armistice terms into two zones. Occupied France in the north and Vichy France in the south under a regime headed by Marshal Pétain. The bombardment made more difficult his task of preventing Deputy Premier Laval from leading France into an ever closer collaboration with Hitler while simplifying for Jean Giraudoux and other fascist intellectuals the effort to seek new converts. In one day, England killed more French sailors than Germany did during the whole war. The British blunder at Mers el Kebir. Alfred Faber-Luce in his quasi-diary wrote, he predicted, was hastening Hitler's One Europe. It also wakened the Führer from his complacent dream of a quick settlement with England, while emphasizing his own inability to either control the French fleet or checkmate the Royal Navy. He, who was practically land-bound, was stunned by the shocking mobility of sea power. The explosive naval action reinforced his earlier fear that even if the British fleet did not thwart an invasion of England, it would enable her rulers to set up headquarters in Canada or Australia and rule the seas from there. He hovered in an agony of indecision between negotiation and force. I must not give up, he told Puttkamer. The English will eventually see it my way, but when Brotschitz and Halder flew to the Berghof on July 13, he readily approved their plan to invade England, yet moments later protested that he had no desire to fight his English brothers. He had no desire to dismantle the empire. Bloodshed would only draw the jackals eager to share in the spoils. Why was England still so unwilling to make peace? He asked and answered, so Halder wrote in his diary, that England still has some hopes of action on the part of Russia. He issued a specific invasion directive designed to eliminate the English homeland as a base for the prosecution of the war against Germany, and 3 days after, if necessary to occupy it completely, the operation was given an imaginative code name, Sea Lion. No sooner had Hitler approved it than he decided to make a peace proposal of his own. The Führer is going to make a very magnanimous peace offer to England, Ribbentrop told Schmidt. When Lloyd George hears of it, he will probably want to fall on our necks. When it came on July 19, it began with a derisive attack on Churchill, continued with a threat that any battle between their two countries would surely end in the annihilation of England, and concluded with a vague proposal, I can see no reason why this war should continue. The first English reply to Hitler's bleak offer came from someone who knew him well. Sefton Delmer, now working for BBC, was on the air within the hour. Herr Hitler, he said in his most deferential German, you have on occasion in the past consulted me as to the mood of the British public. So permit me to render your Excellency this little service once again tonight. Let me tell you what we here in Britain think of this appeal of yours to what you are pleased to call our reason and common sense. Right in your evil-smelling teeth, Shire heard this at the Berlin studio while waiting to make his own broadcast. America, and observed its effect on the officials there. Herr Führer and Reichskanzler, we hurl it right back to you. Can you make it out? One shouted to Shire. Can you understand those British fools to turn down peace now? They're crazy. President Roosevelt, too, was unimpressed by Hitler's offer. Later that evening, in a radio address from the White House accepting the nomination for the presidency, He declared there was only one way to deal with a totalitarian count, Ribe resistance, net appeasement. Never reported Ambassador Dieckhoff to Berlin. Had Roosevelt's complicity in the outbreak and prolongation of this war come out so clearly as in this speech? England is to be prevented from changing her course. English resistance is to be strengthened, and the war is to be continued. Still, no official rejection came from London, and when Hitler summoned his commanders to Berlin for a conference on Sunday, July 21, he seemed more puzzled than bellicose. England's situation is hopeless. He said, the war has been won by us. A reversal of the prospects of success is impossible. He speculated on the chances of a new cabinet under Lloyd George before lapsing into grim conjecture. Suddenly, the musing ended. He called for a speedy ending of the war and suggested that sea lion was the most effective way to do so. But his sincere show of it must immediately began to dissipate. He warned that invasion across the Channel commanded by the enemy was no one-way trip as in Norway. There could be no element of surprise. How could they solve the problem of logistic supply? He went on and on, pointing out grave problems that Admiral Redder, who was taking diligent notes, silently seconded. Complete air superiority was essential, and first-wave landings must be completed by mid-September before worsening weather prevented the Luftwaffe from full participation. He turned to Redder. When could the Navy give him a clear picture on technical preparations? When would they complete emplacement of coastal artillery? To what extent could they protect the bridging of the Channel? The discomfited admiral was thinking of other problems. They would have to transport most of the troops in river and canal barges, which were still to be hauled from the Reich. And how could this enfeebled fleet of combat vessels hold off the Royal Navy? After the Norway loss, there were only 48 boats, 1 heavy cruiser, 4 destroyers, and 3 torpedo boats fit for action. With some embarrassment, Redder replied that he hoped to have an answer on technical details in a few days, but how could he commence practical preparations until air superiority was a fact? Brochetsk responded to his pessimism with a positive expression of faith. He liked Sea Lion. Gring's deputy said the Luftwaffe was only waiting for the word to start a massive air offensive without comment. Hitler instructed Redder to submit his report as soon as possible. If preparations cannot be completed with certainty by the beginning of September, it is necessary to consider other plans. The burden of Sea Lion was on the Navy to gain time for taking what he wants and what cannot be taken if peace breaks out, while admitting that there were at present no signs of Soviet activity against the Reich. When they were alone, Hitler told Brochetsk Stalin is flirting with England to keep England at war and tie us down. He conceded that the Russians posed a problem that had to be dealt with. We must begin thinking about them. An Englishman gifted with foresight had recently perceived that Hitler's true goal was Lebensraum at the expense of the Soviet Union. When one compares his utterances of a year or so ago with those made 15 years earlier, wrote George Orwell in a review of the English edition of Mein Kampf. A thing that strikes one is the rigidity of his mind, the way in which his world view doesn't develop. It is the fixed vision of a monomaniac and not likely to be much affected by the temporary maneuvers of power politics. Probably in Hitler's mind, the Russo-German Pact represents no more than an alteration of timetable. The plan laid down in Mein Kampf was to smash Russia first, with the implied intention of smashing England afterwards. Because Russia was the more easily bribed of the two, but Russia's turn will come when England is out of the picture. That now, as it has turned out, England has got to be dealt with first, no doubt, is how Hitler sees it. Although Hitler had achieved an astounding military victory in the West, it had not brought him the political stability he needed to begin his holy war against Russia. His blows against England had merely made this stubborn nation more stubborn, and his attempts to placate the Vichy French in joining his crusade were being thwarted by a reluctant compliance that stopped short of active assistance. Still so sure England was on the verge of surrender that he ordered an immediate intensification of the propaganda war against England. These failures notwithstanding, he was still confident he could prevent the conflict from becoming a world war. One of Goebbels' first acts was to broadcast over the secret transmitter system those Nostradamus prophecies which had already come to pass, and ending with the one foretelling the destruction of London in 1940. Modem interpretations of Nostradamus were supplied by Kraft, the astrologer who had predicted the beer hall bombing. During this season of misgivings, Hitler took time off for another reunion with his old friend Kubice, to whom he had sent tickets to the 1940 Wagner Festival. During the first interval of Gitterdammer, on July 23, the two met in the drawing room. After greeting, Kubice warmly Hitler complained that the war had checked his rebuilding program. "I still have so infinitely much to do. Who else is there to do it? And here I have to stand by and watch the war robbing me of my best years. We are growing older, Kubice. Not many more years and it will be too late to do what remains to be done." Today's personal encounter with Kubice was a rare intrusion in Hitler's growing public responsibilities. Paradoxically, his relationship with Eva Braun had become more conjugal, rather than separating them. The war brought them closer together, since he could now spend much more time at the Berghof. Gone were the elaborate attempts to convince everyone that they were merely friends. The staff and servants treated her with the greatest respect, among themselves referring to her as Chefin, wife of the chief. She addressed Hitler openly with the familiar "du," and he replied in kind, sometimes calling Herzchapel a Viennese diminutive meaning little thing. In front of close friends, he would even occasionally stroke her hand or give some other sign of overt affection. According to intimates, their sexual relations were normal, keeping in mind that Hitler was almost 50 and completely absorbed in work. At last, the accepted mistress of the Berghof, Eva, had gained in self-assurance and elegance. Difficult though her life might be, the conviction that she no longer had rivals was solace enough for her. That summer Hitler decided that the time had come for Lebensraum and to destroy Bolshevism. He instructed the military to make preparations in this direction, and on July 29, 1940, Jodl journeyed to the Bad Reich Genhol railroad station to discuss the matter with Colonel Warlement, chief of Axe planning section, in his special train. Warlement and his 3 senior officers thought the unusual visit might mean promotion or some award. To their mystification, Jodl checked to see that all doors and windows of the dining car were closed, and then abruptly announced in a quiet, dry voice that Hitler had decided to rid the world once and for all of the danger of Bolshevism. A surprise attack was to be launched on the Soviet Union as soon as possible, May 1941. The effect of Jodl's words was electric, recalled Warlement. who at the time grasped his chair because he could not believe his own ears. "That's impossible," burst out a colonel named Lossberg. "How could Hitler fight Russia before England was defeated?" The Führer is afraid that the mood of the people after a victory over England would hardly permit him to embark on a new war against Russia. Jodl gave a curious answer. A chorus of protests erupted. This was the Two-Front War, which had defeated Germany in the First World War. And why this sudden change after the Moscow Pact? Hadn't Stalin kept his promise to deliver raw materials and food punctually and fully? Jodl tersely answered every objection. A collision with Bolshevism was inevitable. It was better to attack now at the peak of German armed strength. The answers did not convince Warlimont, but Jodl, who had presented similar protests to Hitler, cut short the debate. It is not a question for discussion, but a decision of the Führer. He ordered Warlimont to prepare planning papers under the code name Build Up East. "Gentlemen," he said, on the last day of July, the Führer summoned his commanders to the Berghof for a conference that purported to concern sea Lion but would lead in the opposite direction. Admiral Ritter spoke first. Preparations were in full swing. Material had been brought up according to plan, and the conversion of barges would be finished by the end of August. On the other hand, the merchant shipping situation was unfavorable due to loss is sustained in Norway and from mines. And while mine sweeping had commenced, it was hampered by Allied air superiority. Therefore, he concluded it would be better to postpone the invasion until the following May. Hitler protested. Waiting that long, he said, would enable England to improve her army and stockpile considerable supplies from America and perhaps even Russia. "How can we bridge the gap until May?" he asked, and set the operation for September 15. No sooner had he made this categorical decision than he diluted it. That is, he added, if a concentrated week-long bombing attack on southern England could damage the RAF, the Royal Navy and key harbors, otherwise it is postponed until May 1941. If this was a decision, it was the kind of half-hearted one that pleased Ritter. It gave him top priority to prepare Sea Lion while shifting the burden of responsibility on the Luftwaffe. More important, it gave Hitler the option of turning the war from west to east. And once the two Navy men, Ritter and Puttkamer, left the room, he began belittling Sea Lion's chances. The channel was far more formidable than it appeared on a map, as any voyager on that treacherous body of water in foul weather could testify. Our little navy, he sighed, only 15% of that of the enemy. Moreover, it was almost as though he had dismissed the invasion of England. Russia needs only to hint to England that she does not wish to see Germany too strong, and the English, like a drowning man, will regain hope that things will be entirely different in 6 to 8 months. But if Russia is smashed, England's last hope is extinguished. Then Germany will be the master of Europe and the Balkans. This time his musings came to a resolute conclusion. "Decision," he said curtly, "in view of these considerations, Russia must be liquidated." Spring 41, gone was the hesitation of the past few conference. Is again, he was the old Führer, the man of destiny. The sooner we smash Russia, the better. The operation only makes sense if we smash the state to its core in one blow. Mere conquest of land areas will not suffice. The offensive, he said, must be carried out as a single, unbroken operation. He would not make Napoleon's mistake and be whipped by the Russian winter. "We will wait," he said, "until May, 5 months' time," he said with satisfaction, "to prepare He was carried away by his vision. Object, he said with animation, annihilation of Russia's vital energy, the war lord personified. He rapidly outlined an attack of some 120 divisions, first a drive to Kiev, second, one through the Baltic toward Moscow, finally, a convergence from north and south, followed by a special operation against the Baku oil area. The dream was materializing into a reality. Within 24 hours, the man of decision was again vacillating. He issued two directives, one calling for quick conquest of Britain, and the other expressing doubt of its execution. I intend to intensify the air and naval war against the English homeland. The Luftwaffe was to overpower the RAF as quickly as possible. The first began in confidence in order to establish the conditions necessary for the final subjugation of England. Then stand by in force for Operation Sea Lion. I reserve for myself, he pointed out, the decision on tenor attacks as a means of reprisal. The second order, signed by Keitel in the name of the Führer, directed preparations for Sea Lion to be completed by mid-September, then stated, 8 to 14 days after the launching of the air offensive against Britain, scheduled to begin about August 5. The Führer will decide whether the invasion will take place this year or not. His decision will depend largely on the outcome of the air offensive. Even as Keitel sent out this directive, he sensed Hitler's ambivalence. Although the Führer appeared to be throwing himself into all the preparations with great enthusiasm and demanded the adoption of every conceivable improvisation to speed the preparations, I could not help gaining the impression that when it came to the question of actually executing the operation, he was wide awake to the enormous risk he would be running and to the responsibility he was being called upon to shoulder. Keitel also had the feeling that above all, Hitler was reluctant to countenance the inevitable loss of his last chance of settling the war with Britain by diplomatic means. Something which I am convinced he was at that time hoping to achieve. It never occurred to Keitel that this might have been more than an exercise in vacillation. He was in the grip of doubts and inhibitions. That Hitler might possibly be using the showy preparations for Sea Lion to mask his attack on Russia, nor did it occur to Hitler that the substance of his two directives on that August one had been decoded by Ultra. The message is assured Churchill that he truly possessed the German code, and his faith was confirmed beyond doubt when Ultra shortly decoded a signal from Gring designating August 13 as the beginning of Operation Eagle, the all-out air assault on England. The offensive began on schedule, but because of worsening weather only the 3rd Air Force took part. There were almost 500 bombing sorties, but thanks primarily to radar and secondarily to the Ultra warning, damage was slight and German losses were serious. 45 Luftwaffe aircraft against 13 RAF fighters. The next day was equally disappointing to Gring. On the 15th, he launched all 3 of his air fleets. This time Ultra disclosed exactly what forces Gring would use and approximately where each would strike, and with this knowledge the RAF was able to assemble its few fighter squadrons at the right place and altitude, parceling them so economically that each German wave met fierce resistance. In the greatest air battle to date, the RAF shut down 75 planes while losing 34. Operation Eagle was turning sour on the 17th. The score was 70 to 27. That was the day the slow Stuka dive bomber, which had wreaked such havoc in France, was taken out of the campaign by Gring. it was simply no match for the Spitfires. Bad weather began on the 19th and kept the Luftwaffe grounded 4 days. During the respite, Gring summoned his commanders. The daylight attacks on aircraft factories and other such targets, he said, would have to be replaced by night raids. Gring also took the opportunity to bitterly reproach the single and double-engine fighter pilots for their performances. Neither type of fighter is allowed to break off its escort mission because of weather, he ordered. Any pilot who did so would be court-martialed. When the weather lifted on August 23, the Luftwaffe came over the channel that night en masse. One flight of a dozen bombers strayed off course and, instead of hitting aircraft factories and oil tanks outside of London, dropped their loads directly on the city. 9 civilians were killed and the RAF, assuming it had been done on purpose, retaliated the next night by bombing Berlin. Little damage was suffered, but the Berliners were stunned. They did not think it could happen, Shire wrote in his diary. When this war began, Gring assured them it cowed. Yet they believed him. Their disillusionment today there, for is all the greater you have to see their face, is to measure it. The RAF returned to Berlin 3 nights later, this time killing 10 civilians and wounding 29 others. Hitler was outraged since the German attack on London had been due to a navigational error, yet still refused to let the Luftwaffe bomb the English capital. Berlin was hit twice more. Aroused to action, he finally threatened dire retaliation on the afternoon of September 4. In an unscheduled speech at the Sportpalast, his audience of women, social workers, and nurses cheered at his promise to surpass Churchill's bombings. When the British Air Force drops 2 or 3 or 4,000 kilograms of bombs, he said, then we will in one night drop 150, 230, or 400,000 kilograms. The din in the auditorium forced him to pause. When they declare that they will increase the attacks on our cities, then we will raise their cities to the ground. We will stop the handiwork of these air pirates, so help us God. The hour will come when one of us will break, and it will not be National Socialist Germany. The answer was a frenzied never, never. 2 days later, Admiral Raeder reported to Hitler at the Chancellery. The two discussed Sea Lion cautiously as if neither had much faith in it. The Admiral, concluding his comments with a question that should have drawn a hot retort, what he asked, are the Führer's political and military directives in the event that Operation Sea Lion does not take place? Decision of the Führer to land in England is by no means yet firm, since the Führer has the conviction that the submission of England will be achieved even without landing. But Hitler was not at all ruffled, and it was with some satisfaction that Raeder reported to his colleagues. Landing is, however, now as before, regarded by the Führer as the means by which, according to every prospect, an immediate crushing end can be made of the war. Yet the Führer has no thought of executing the landing if the risk of the operation is too high. It was obvious that Hitler could not tolerate a miscarriage of Sea Lion, since that would decisively redound to the prestige of Great Britain. He wanted a triumphant blitz finale to the end of the war, but one without risks. What particularly disturbed him was Potsdamer's eye. Witness report of a recent exercise near Boulogne in which landing barges drawn by tugs were thrown in complete disorder by the tide. In Potsdamer's opinion, a similar landing operation on the English coast would be equally catastrophic. The success of invasion or capitulation depended on the air assault, and Hitler sanctioned mass raids on London the day after his desultory meeting with Raeder. Wave after wave of planes took off for England. Late that afternoon, the first group of 320 bombers, heavily protected by fighters, passed over the head of Gring, who was watching from the cliffs of Cape Blanc-Nez. The tightly massed planes swarmed over the Channel, then flew up the Thames to blast Woolwich Arsenal, power stations, and docks. As soon as Gring got the report that the last target was a sea of flames, he hurried to a microphone and began broadcasting that London was being destroyed. "We're striking right into the enemy's heart." The devastating attack continued until dawn and was resumed the following dusk. His planes, he boasted, 842 Londoners died in those 2 days of terror. Making good his threat to raze their cities to the ground, Hitler authorized another massive raid for September 15. This would be the grand finale, designed not only to punish London but to destroy the RAF. Again, ultra-warned Churchill, and 4 days before the raid, he broadcast an exhortation to the nation, and that if he goes on for many more weeks, he will wear down and ruin the vital part of his air force. At the same time, he warned that no one should blind himself to the fact that a heavy full-scale invasion of this island is being prepared with all the usual German thoroughness and method. There is no doubt that Herr Hitler is using up his fighter force at a very high rate, and that it may be launched upon England, upon Scotland, or upon Ireland, or upon all three. It could come in the next few days. Therefore, we must regard the next week or so as a very important period in our history. It ranks with the days when the Spanish Armada was approaching the Channel and Drake was finishing his game of bowls, or when Nelson stood between us and Napoleon's grand army at Boulogne. His words lifted spirits in the fortress island, inspiring civilians to feel that they too were involved in the battle, although Hitler was putting on a public show of confidence. He revealed considerable concern at a Führer conference on September 14. He admitted that the prerequisites for Sea Lion were not yet on hand. Bad weather had prevented the Luftwaffe from gaining complete air command. After praising the Luftwaffe for the terrific effect of Operation Eagle, but he still refused to call off the invasion. The air attacks were having a devastating effect on English nerves, and mass hysteria would break out in 10 or 12 days. Gring's deputy seized on this to advance his scheme of bombing civilians into submission. Raeder, who seemed enthusiastic about everything but a sea invasion, gave his hearty approval, but Hitler insisted that the Luftwaffe confine itself to vital military targets. Bombing with the object of causing mass panic must be the last resort. All the talk subsided, and what had apparently been a decision to launch Sea Lion was only an agreement to make one on September 17. In the meantime, the Battle of Britain intensified with increasingly heavy German losses. On the 15th, for instance, 60 planes were destroyed while the British were losing 26. Consequently, Hitler was forced at last to face reality on Tuesday, the 17th. He admitted to himself that bombing would probably never bring the English to their knees, then curtly announced his decision due to inability to achieve air superiority. Operation Sea Lion was hereby postponed until further notice. Postponement meant cancellation. From that moment on, the invasion of England existed only on paper. Ultra and a small band of British pilots, typifying the united spirit of the people, had dealt Adolf Hitler his first military defeat. This blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England was saved. We have conquered France at the cost of 30,000 men, the Führer told Puttkamer once the decision was made. During one night of crossing the Channel, we could lose many times that, and success is not certain. He seemed happy, thought his naval adjutant, now that Sea Lion was shelved. That same day, Ultra learned that Hitler had authorized the dismantling of air-loading equipment at all Dutch airfields. Churchill summoned the chiefs of staff in the evening. It was F.W. Winterbottom recalled, as if someone cut all the strings of the violins in the middle of a dreary concerto. There were controlled smiles on the faces of these men. Then the chief of the air staff said what everyone privately hoped. In his opinion, Hitler had abandoned Sea Lion, at least for the year. There was a very broad smile on Churchill's face now as he lit up his massive cigar and suggested that we should all take a little fresh air. Hitler still hoped to bring England to the negotiating table, if not by air or sea assault, by the capture of the most strategic mass of rock in the world, Gibraltar. Its seizure would not only keep the Royal Navy out of the Mediterranean, and thus ensure German takeover of North Africa and the Mid-East, but drastically lengthen the Empire's lifelines to the Far East. How could the British continue a war on such a basis, reasoned Hitler, particularly since he was willing to give them an honorable peace and let them be a silent partner in the crusade against Bolshevism. It so happened that Franco's Minister of the Interior, Ramon Sur, was then in Berlin to discuss Spain's entry into the war in general and a possible attack on Gibraltar in particular. On the way to the Chance Gallery on that eventful morning, he was in an apprehensive mood. Yesterday's conference with Ribbentrop had left him both disturbed and irritated, for he feared Ribbentrop's arrogant behavior was merely a reflection of his master's irritation with the Franco regime. The Spaniard was pleasantly surprised to be received by Hitler with serene politeness, and it was with some confidence that he explained he had been sent as personal agent of Franco, as well as a representative of the Spanish government. He was married to the farmer Zita Polo, sister of the Generalissimo's wife. He had come, he said, to clarify the conditions under which Spain would join Germany in the war. That would be whenever Spain's supply of foodstuffs and war material was secure. The Führer seemed more interested in politics than war. Europe, he said, must be united in a continental political system by establishing her own Monroe Doctrine, with Africa under her protection. Were indirect and vague only when his guest stressed the need for artillery in the Gibraltar area did Hitler become specific, and then about the superiority of bombs over shells. His allusions to Spain's entry into the war, however, rattling off figures, he explained that a long-barreled cannon needed repairs after firing about 200 rounds, each containing 75 kilograms of explosives, while a Stuka squadron of 36 machines could indefinitely drop 120 bombs of 1,000 kilograms at a time. How long, argued Hitler, could the enemy resist these dive bombers? At the mere sight of them, the Royal Navy would flee from Gibraltar there, for there was no need for artillery. Besides, he added, the Germans could not possibly supply 38-centimeter guns for the Gibraltar operation. This virtuoso verbal performance, which left his listener speechless with wonder, was followed by an assurance that Germany would do everything in her power to help Spain. Serrano Sir left the Chance Gallery so relieved that his host had not once used threatening or even pressing tone that he advised Franco to accept Hitler's suggestion that the two leaders meet at the Spanish frontier in the near future for a more definite discussion. Equally impressed by Serrano-sur, Hitler decided to approach his brother-in-law more forthrightly. Must begin with the expulsion of the English fleet from Gibraltar, and immediately thereafter the seizure of the fortified rock once Spain came over to the Axis side. Spain's entry into the war on the side of the Axis powers, he wrote Franco the next morning. He promised with the persuasiveness of a salesman Germany would supply not only military but economic aid to the greatest extent possible. In other words, quick victory was to be followed by quick profits. In his reply on September 22, Franco seemed to agree with almost everything Hitler proposed, but a meeting between Serrano-sur and Ribbentrop 2 days later foretold difficulties. The Spaniard objected politely but firmly to German claims for several strategic islands off Africa. Even the interpreter thought Serrano-sur was being quite niggardly about these bases, after a wholesale offer by Ribbentrop of territory in Africa. This, Schmidt observed, brought the first chill to the warm friendship between Franco and Hitler. If Ribbentrop was frustrated at the difficulties of negotiating with Franco's relative, he had cause for celebration later in the month when his brainchild, the tripartite pact with Japan and Italy, was signed in Berlin. In it, Japan agreed to recognize the leadership of Germany and Italy in the establishment of a new order in Europe, as long as they recognized her new order in Asia. Economic and military means when one of the three contracting parties is attacked by a power at present not involved in the European War or in the Sino-Japanese conflict. The signatories also promised to assist one another with all political. To the British and Americans, this was further evidence that Japan was no better than Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy, and that the three gangster nations had joined forces to conquer the world. The Soviets were disturbed, but Ribbentrop assured Molotov that the treaty was directed exclusively against the war. Mongol elements in America? Why not make it a quadri-party pact? He urged, and then wrote a long letter to Stalin saying that it was the historical mission of the four powers, Soviet Union and Germany, to adopt a long-range policy and to direct the future development of their peoples into the right channel by imitation of their interests for the ages. Japan, Italy. Hitler devoted October to diplomacy. On the 4th, he met Mussolini at the Brenner Pass. The war is won. The rest is only a question of time, he said, while admitting that the Luftwaffe had not yet achieved air supremacy. He claimed that British planes were being knocked out of the air at a ratio of 3-to-1. For some reason, however, England continued to hold out even though her military situation was hopeless. Her people were under inhuman strain. Why does she keep on? He complained and answered his own question hope of American and Russian aid. That, he said, was an illusion. The tripartite pact was already having a dampening effect on the cowardly American leaders, and 40 German divisions on the Eastern Front discouraged any Russian intervention. Therefore, the time was ripe to strike a new blow at the very roots of the British Empire to seize Gibraltar. This digressed into a diatribe against the Spaniards, who demanded 400,000 tons of grain and considerable gasoline as their price for entry into the war. Franco had the gall to reply that this was a matter of confusing idealism with materialism. Almost beside himself with resentment, Hitler exclaimed that he had been practically represented as if I were a little Jew who was haggling about the most sacred possessions of mankind, and complained Hitler when he had brought up the matter of eventual repayment. The Führer made for Berchtesgaden to think over quietly the new political scheme. He paced the rooms of the Berghof and took long walks by himself on the slopes of the Obersalzberg. After the two dictators parted in a spirit of warmth and trust, he spoke out some thoughts over the dinner table, some at conferences. The result of these monologues was a decision to sound out the French during his trip to see Franco. Then, and only then, would he speak to the Russians. His special train, it bore the curious name America, left Germany on the 22nd, arriving that evening at Montreuil in west-central France. Here, Laval, deputy premier of Vichy France, came aboard for a brief conference. It dealt primarily with arrangements for a meeting with Marshal Pétain in 2 days. At this time, the Führer planned to extend his program, reducing France to complete vassalage. He hoped to do it with the willing help of the victims, but was ready to use force and ruthless reprisals if necessary, to what Gring blandly called plunder economy, which included the outright theft of everything of value from raw materials and slave labor to national art treasures. Beyond subjecting France, as he had other conquered nations, he hoped to gain Vichy France as an active ally against England. Hitler was assured that this could be done, and he was in a confident mood as the train continued its journey through the night for the crucial meeting with Franco. From Laval's attitude, they were to meet next day at a little French border town more suitable for a holiday than a conference of world importance. Hendaye lay just below Biarritz in the resort area of southwest France, with beaches and palm trees worthy of a travel poster. The rendezvous was at the edge of town where the French narrow gauge and Spanish wide gauge rails met. The fur train arrived in good time for the 2 o'clock meeting, but there was no Spanish train on the adjoining platform. It was a sparkling, clear October day, so pleasant that the punctual Germans were not annoyed. After all, what could you expect from those lazy Spaniards with their interminable siestas? Hitler was convinced that once he met Franco face to face, he would bring him around just as he had Chamberlain, Laval, and the others. Where would the Generalissimo be without the help of Germany? The intervention of the Mother of God, which had won the Civil War, but the bombs German squadrons had rained from the heavens that decided the issue. It was not as devout Spaniards believed. While they waited, Hitler and Ribbentrop chatted on the platform. "We cannot at the moment Schmidt over," heard the Führer say, "give the Spaniards any written promises about transfers of territory from the French colonial possessions. The French are sure to hear something about it sooner or later." Tomorrow he wanted to induce Pétain to start active hostilities against England, and so could not give away French territory today. If they get hold of anything in writing on this ticklish question with these talkative Latins. Quite apart from that, he continued, if such an agreement with the Spaniards became known, the French colonial empire would probably go over bodily to de Gaulle. At last, an hour late, the Spanish train appeared on the international bridge over the Bidassoa River. The tardiness had been deliberate. It's not due to any siesta. "This is the most important meeting of my life," Franco told one of his officers. "I'll have to use every trick I can, and this is one of them. If I make Hitler wait, he will be at a psychological disadvantage from the start." The Caudillo leader was short and plump with dark, piercing eyes. In a nation of distinguished-looking men, He appeared to be a nonentity, a Sancho Panza, who had risen to power by luck and perseverance. His success was hard-won. Coming from Galicia, a province noted for its sober pragmatists, he brought to his high rank a grim sense of reality and shrewdness. Although a peasant at heart, Franco was not even a man of the people. He also was too close to the church and the monarchists, and, while giving lip service to the Phalangists, a fascist-type party, it was obvious he was not one of them. The true Phalangists, such as his brother-in-law, who had recently been promoted to foreign minister, were much more pro-German, despite his recent unhappy experiences in Berlin. Serrano-Sur remained convinced that Germany was invincible and that Spain should go over to the winning side. Franco was skeptical. "I tell you that the English will never give in," he told his generals. "They'll fight and go on fighting, and if they are driven out of Britain, they'll carry on the fight from Canada. They'll get the Americans to come in with them. Germany has not won the war." At the same time, he did not want to exhaust Hitler's patience and subject Spain to the fate of Czechoslovakia and the succeeding line of small countries which had stood in his way. As his train drew alongside of Hitler's, Franco knew the fate of his country rested on his ability to keep it out of the European conflict. The Civil War had left Spain's economy in a shambles, and with the failure of last year's harvest, his people faced starvation. But would Hitler let him remain neutral? If he gave the Führer a flat refusal, what could stop a German invasion? The solution was to give the impression of joining the Axis, yet find some slight point that needed further clarification. His Galician heritage was his armor as he stepped on the platform and started toward Hitler to the accompanying blast of military music. Franco began with a set speech laden with compliments and vocal promises. Spain had always been spiritually united with the German people without any reservation and in complete loyalty, and at every moment felt herself united with the Axis. Historically, there were only forces of unity between their two nations, and, in fact, in the present war, Spain would gladly fight at Germany's side. The difficulties of doing so, he added, in particular the food shortage and the difficulties anti-Axis elements were making for his poor country in America and Europe, were well known to the Führer. Spain must mark time and often look kindly toward things of which she thoroughly disapproves. He said this with a tone of regret, but quickly noted that despite all these problems, Spain, mindful of her spiritual alliance with the Axis, was assuming the same attitude toward the war as had Italy in the past autumn. This artful dodge was followed by a promise from Hitler. Therefore, Germany would let Franco have Gibraltar. It would be seized on the 10th of January, as well as some colonial territories in Africa. In return for Spanish cooperation in the war, he said. Franco sat huddled silently in his chair, face expressionless. Finally, he began to talk slowly and deliberately, offering up excuses while insisting on more concessions. His country, he said, needed several 100,000 tons of wheat immediately. Fixing Hitler with a slyly watchful expression, he asked if Germany was prepared to deliver it. And what about the large number of heavy guns Spain needed to defend the coast from attacks by the Royal Navy, not to mention anti-aircraft guns? From recompense for the certain loss of the Canary Islands to the impossibility of accepting Gibraltar as a present from foreign soldiers, he shifted in seemingly haphazard manner from one subject to another. That fortress must be taken by Spaniards. Abruptly, he pragmatically assessed Hitler's chances of clearing the British out of Africa to the edge of the desert, perhaps but no farther. As an old African campaigner, I am quite clear about that. Similarly, he cast doubt on the Führer's ability to conquer Britain itself. At best, England might fall, but Churchill's government would flee to Canada and continue the war with America's aid. Franco spoke in a monotonous sing-song that reminded Schmidt of a Muetz in calling the faithful to prayer. It only frustrated Hitler, who finally shat to his feet and blurted out that it was futile to continue. He immediately sat down again, as if regretting his display of nerves, and once more tried to persuade Franco to sign a treaty. Of course, said Franco, what would be more logical, as long as Germany supplied the food and armaments, of course, and as long as Spain was given the option to decide the right moment for war. Having come full circle, the meeting was adjourned, as a disgruntled Hitler departed for his private compartment. The two foreign ministers walked down the platform to Ribbentrop's train for further discussions. Ribbentrop revealed that the Führer had come to Hendaye to ascertain whether the Spanish claims and the French hopes were compatible with one another. Surely the Caudillo would understand Hitler's dilemma and sign a secret protocol, which Italy would later add her signature. After some sparring, whereupon Ribbentrop handed over a Spanish translation of the proposal, it stated that Spain would receive territories from French colonial possessions to the extent that France can be indemnified from British colonial possessions. Cyrano-Sur exclaimed that evidently a new course was to be followed in the African question, and Germany's attitude toward France apparently had changed. With a show of surprise, this made Spain's compensation for entering the war very vague. And Franco, he concluded with a little smile, would have to define more exactly the rewards of victory to his people. Ribbentrop was no match for such verbal gymnastics, and fought to restrain his anger as the Spaniard made a dramatic but elegantly formal exit. That evening, the Germans entertained the Spaniards at a state dinner in the dining car of the Führer's train. Franco was warm and friendly, his brother-in-law charming. Perhaps their ingratiating manner throughout the meal encouraged Hitler to draw Franco aside as the guests were rising to depart. For almost 2 hours the two men talked in private, with the Führer becoming increasingly agitated at his inability to manipulate the imperturbable Caudillo, who stood firm on every important point. He believed, for instance, that the eastern gate of the Mediterranean, the Suez Canal, should be closed before the western gate, Gibraltar, nor was he moved by Hitler's protests. Even when his firmness drove Hitler from insistence to an outburst of temper, Franco remained impassive, insisting that if Spain did not get the 10 million quintals of wheat, history, he was referring to the rising against Napoleon, might repeat itself. The Führer left the banquet car in a fume. Franco is a little major, he told Puttkamer. To Linge he reduced him in rank in Germany. That man would never rise higher than sergeant. Another heard him bring down the Caudillo to corporal. His own World War grade, he was even more annoyed at the cunning tactics of his foreign minister. Sir has Franco in his pocket, he told Keitel, and threatened to break off the talks with the Spaniards there. And in the meantime, Ribbentrop was in his train trying to work out an agreement with Sir. But he had become as frustrated as the Führer with the Spaniards' polite but insistent objections. Losing all patience, he dismissed Cyrano-Sur and his aides as if they were school boys, instructing them to bring in the completed text by 8 in the morning. Sur failed to appear in person on the 24th, entrusting the text instead to his subordinate, a former ambassador to Berlin who spoke German with a Viennese accent. Ribbentrop was so infuriated at the substitution that his rude shouts could be heard outside the train. "Unsatisfactory," exclaimed Ribbentrop in his role as schoolmaster after reading Sur-Sur's draft, which described the French zone of Morocco as a territory later to belong to Spain. He demanded that the Spaniards submit a new draft, then drove off with Schmidt to the nearest airport so they could reach Montoyer in time for the Hitler-Pétain meeting. The foreign minister cursed Sur as a Jesuit and Franco as an ungrateful coward. Secretly, the interpreter was delighted by the tactics of the Spaniards. Spluttering with rage all the way for the first time, Hitler had been outwitted before he could play his own tricks. He had already arrived in Montoyer and was waiting in his train to meet Marshal Pétain, who had recently elevated himself from premier to head of state, a new title disassociating him from the old Republican regime. It would have made the Führer even unhappier with Franco to know that he had already warned Pétain not to assume the burden of leading France out of chaos. "Make your age your excuse," he had said. "Let those who lost the war sign the peace. You are the hero of Verdun. Don't let your name be mingled with the others who have been defeated." No, General Pétain had replied, "But my country calls me, and I am hers. It may be the last service I can do for her." The aged marshal, smartly uniformed, was greeted at the entrance of the railway station by Keitel. Pétain returned his salute and walked erectly past the German Honor Guard eyes front. With Ribbentrop and Laval at his heels, they silently filed through the station to the Führer's train. As Pétain emerged from the ticket hall, Hitler came forward, hand outstretched. Listening to Schmidt translate, was talking rather loudly for the old man's benefit. With calm indolence, he seemed confident rather than servile. The marshal allowed himself to be led in the private coach, but sat very straight, facing Hitler. Laval next to him was a vivid contrast. He was dying for a cigarette and knew smoking was anathema to both Hitler and Pétain. Laval's searching eyes darted alternately from Hitler to Ribbentrop, as the former pointed out that he was aware Marshal did not belong among those who had favored declaring war on Germany. If this were not the case, he said, this talk could not have taken place. After listing French sins in a moderate tone, the Führer repeated what he had said to Franco. "We have already won the war. England is beaten and will sooner or later have to admit it." And he added meaningfully, "It was obvious someone would have to pay for the lost war. That will be either France or England. If England bears the cost, then France can take the place in Europe which is due her, and can fully retain her position as a colonial power to do this. Of course, France would have to protect her colonial empire from attack, as well as reconquer the Central African colonies, which had gone over to de Gaulle." At this point, he indirectly suggested that France join the war against Britain by asking Pétain what France would do if the English continued to attack her battleships as she had at Mers el Kebir and a few weeks later at Dakar, while admitting that both of these attacks affronted most Frenchmen. Pétain replied that his country was in no position to wage another war, and the 2 million French prisoners of war may return to their families as soon as possible. Hitler glided over this problem and the two Frenchmen. He countered with a request for a final peace treaty, so that France may be clear about her fate in turn, made no response to another hint that France should enter the war. The two sides were at cross purposes, and although Pétain expressed his personal admiration for the Führer, and seemed to agree with many of his opinions, he expressed himself so curtly that Schmidt took it as an overt rebuff, had been lost as a result of the prudent reticence shown by Pétain and Laval. In his opinion, France was not shamed by the actions of their two representatives at Montreuil. The great stake for which Hitler had played, recalled the interpreter. It was with honor Pétain told his countrymen a few days later over the radio that he accepted collaboration with Germany. He did so to maintain French unity. It would also lighten the weight of France's sufferings and better the lot of her prisoners. This collaboration, he warned, must be sincere. It must exclude all idea of aggression. It must carry with it a patient and confident effort. France had numerous obligations to the victor. Hadn't Hitler let France keep her sovereignty so far, continued Pétain, I have spoken to you as a father. Today I am addressing you as a leader. Follow me, trust in it, Colonel France. The mood aboard the Führer train was glum. Hitler had failed to get what he wanted at both Haine and Montreuil. The third disappointment came before America crossed the border of France with delivery of a letter from Mussolini dated 6 days earlier. In it, he venomously attacked the French. One cannot think of their collaboration, anxious lest Il's vengeful attitude toward France endanger his own plans to draw Vichy into the anti-democratic crusade. In their hearts, he wrote, they hated the Axis, and despite the sweet words coming from Vichy, Hitler instructed Ribbentrop to move up his meeting with Mussolini in Florence to October 28. Ribbentrop's telephone call to Ciano a few minutes later caused a minor panic in Rome. This rush of the Führer to Italy so soon after his conference with Pétain, Ciano wrote in his diary, is not at all pleasing to me. I hope he will not offer us a cup of hemlock because of our claims against France. This will be a bitter pill for the Italian people, even more so than the Versailles delusion. Rather than return to Berlin as planned, Hitler ordered his train to Munich so he could rest and prepare for the hastily updated trip to Italy. Word came from the German military attaché in Rome that it was now practically certain that Mussolini would attack Greece early the next morning. On October 27, just before heading south late that afternoon, according to Schmidt, the Führer was beside himself at this news, and that evening, at supper, Ribbentrop reflected his master's ire. The Italians will never get anywhere against the Greeks in the autumn rains and winter snows, he said. Besides, the consequence is of war in the Balkans are quite unpredictable. The Führer intends at all costs to hold up this crazy scheme of the Deuce, so we are to go to Italy at once, to talk to Mussolini personally. Ribbentrop could not have meant this seriously. He himself had set the meeting 2 days earlier. Further, he was aware that the Führer had just refused to sign a message to Rome, composed by his own staff, which criticized any such attack in straight language. Ribbentrop recalled Wise. Acker, who had written the message, approved this. But Hitler said he did not want to cross Mussolini. Hitler's silence meant indirectly giving Italy the sign to go ahead with her decisive and dangerous step to the Balkans. The next morning at 10 a.m., as America was passing through Bologna, Hitler learned that the Italians had just marched in Greece. Was directed not at Mussolini but at the German liaison staffs and attaches who had spoiled many a recipe for him. Only then did Hitler begin berating the Italians for their duplicity. His first outburst of swearing and cursing recalled Engel. "This is the revenge for Norway and France," he exclaimed, then complained that every second Italian is either a traitor or a spy. His emotions released, he turned to a more sober analysis of the situation. Illdus, he guessed, had gone into Greece to counter Germany's growing economic influence in the Balkans. "I am greatly disturbed," he said. The Italian invasion, he feared, would have grave consequence, and give the British a welcome opportunity to set up an air base in the Balkans. An hour later, his train pulled in the gaily decorated station of Florence. An exuberant Deuce rushed forward to embrace his ally. "Führer," he exclaimed, "we are on the march." Hitler controlled himself. The damage had been done, and it would be useless to complain. His greeting was aloof, a far cry from the usual warm reception he gave Mussolini. But even this coolness was momentary. In moments, both dictators, being politicians, were put in good spirits by the ecstatic cries of "Führer, Heil, Führer!" Dis from the crowd outside the Palazzo Pitti, where the talks would take place. Several times the two dictators had to appear at the balcony to appease the crowd. It was a greeting such as the Romans gave their Caesars, Hitler later told his valet, but they did not deceive me. They are trying to soften me now because of the way they have messed up my plans. During the talk, Hitler controlled himself well to Schmidt's surprise. With not the slightest sign of his mental gnashing of teeth, Mussolini was in exceptional good humor. Any guilt he may have felt for doing what Hitler had only given reluctant consent to had been dispelled by his own resentment over Hitler's recent dispatch of troops to Romania, days after they both had promised at the Brenner Pass to preserve peace in the Balkans. Hitler always is me with the fait accompli, he had complained to Ciano. This time I am going to pay him back in his own coin. He will find out from the papers that I have occupied Greece. In this way, the equilibrium will be re-established. Apparently, he had succeeded, for the Führer never uttered a syllable of complaint about Greece. Instead, he devoted most of his time to the problem that had brought him to Florence. He told Mussolini of the meeting with Pétain and Laval, in which he had been much impressed by the dignity of the former and had not been at all deceived by the servility of the latter. He described his talks with Franco as an ordeal, and rather than go through another, he would prefer to have 3 or 4 teeth out the caudillo. He complained had been very vague about entering the war. He must have become leader of Spain by an accident. The long meeting ended in brotherlands, with Hitler repeating the promise made at the Brenner Pass that he would on no account conclude peace with France if the claims of Italy were not completely satisfied on his part. Mussolini observed that their two countries were as always completely in accord. Once aboard America, however, Hitler began fulminating against Illdus's new adventure, the outcome of which could only be military catastrophe. "Why on earth," he exclaimed, "didn't Mussolini attack Malta or Crete? That would still make some sense in the context of their war with England in the Mediterranean, particularly with the Italian troops in such straits in North Africa that they had just requested a German armored division." The return trip through the snow-covered Alps was a morose one for the Führer. In little more than 6 months he had conquered more land than even the most optimistic German could have imagined. Norway, Denmark, Luxembourg, Luxembourg, Belgium, Holland, and France were his. He had outstripped Alexander and Napoleon. Yet nothing, it seems, fails like success. This incredible string of victories had been followed by frustration at Hendaye, Montoyer, and Florence. The mediocre leader of a second-rate country and the chief of a defeated nation were avoiding being led into the crusade against England and his own dependable ally. I was stupidly endangering the Axis position in the Mediterranean out of need for personal glory on the battlefield, as if that were not enough. The air campaign designed to bring England to the green table was now an admitted failure at a frightful cost in planes. Unable to hide his annoyance during the tedious voyage back to the fatherland, he railed at deceiving collaborators and ungrateful, unreliable friends. What other conqueror had ever been faced with such a superfluity of frustrations? Much of his display must have been theater. Hitler could not have been as disturbed by Petain's lack of commitment as he pretended, and he could have prevented the incursion into Greece if he had been willing to put pressure on Mussolini. But his bitterness at Franco's refusal to commit himself was sincere, for he was the key to Gibraltar, and seizure of this fortress could checkmate the English and clear the way for the crusade in the East. The caudillo must be forced into compliance. A few days later, a press advisor of the Washington embassy submitted the following memorandum to the German foreign minister after a talk with Fulton Lewis, junior political commentator for the Mutual Broadcasting Company, and in connection with the Republican and Democratic conventions met Americans from all classes and parts of the country who travels a good deal, stated that people did not want any war, especially now when by a cornucopia of enormous orders in all the states he had reduced the Congress to a rubber stamp without a will of its own, but were rather helpless before Roosevelt's cunning tactics. Chapter 23. THEWORLDWUILLHOLDITSBREATHNOVEMBER 12, June 22, 1941. Although Hitler had given only reluctant support to the tripartite pact with Japan and Italy, he was persuaded by its father Ribbentrop to invite the Soviets to make it a four-power agreement. And so, on November 12, 1940, Foreign Commissar Molotov arrived in Berlin to talk of coalition. The meeting began without Hitler at Ribbentrop's new office in the former presidential palace, and the host did his utmost to make the Soviet delegation feel at home, bestowing smiles on all sides. Chess player's face, he listened impassively to Ribbentrop's voice, loud assurance that the tripartite pact was not aimed against the Soviet Union. Only at long intervals, recalled Schmidt, did Molotov reciprocate, when a frosty smile glided over his intelligent. Japan had already turned her face to the south and would be occupied for centuries in consolidating her territorial gains in Southeast Asia. In fact, Ribbentrop observed, for her Lebensraum Germany too will seek expansion in a southerly direction, that is, in Central Africa. In the territories of the former German colonies, everyone, he said reassuringly, was going south. As if talking of the latest fad, he suggested in his heavy-handed manner that the Soviets also head south, and named the Persian Gulf and other areas in which Germany was disinterested. It was an obvious reference to India, but Molotov just peered without expression through his old-fashioned pince-nez. Disconcerted, Ribbentrop suggested that the Soviet Union join the tripartite pact. But Molotov, whose unerring logic in the presentation of arguments reminded Schmidt of his mathematics teacher, was saving his ammunition for Hitler, that after Nin Molotov listened impassively to the Führer, but when Hitler finally stopped talking, complained politely that his statements had been of too general a nature. He wanted details and began posing a succession of embarrassing questions. Does the German-Soviet agreement of 1939 still apply to Finland? What does the new order in Europe and Asia amount to, and what part is the USSR to play in it? What is the position with regard to Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey? And how do matters stand with regard to the safeguarding of Russian interests in the Balkans and on the Black Sea? No foreigner had ever before dared to express himself quite so boldly, and Schmidt wondered if Hitler would rush irately out the door as he had 2 years earlier when Sir Horace Wilson handed him Chamberlain's letter, but he meekly supplied reassuring answers. The tripartite pact, he said, would only regulate conditions in Europe. There would be no settlement without Russian collaboration in it, only in Europe, but in the Far East. Molotov was skeptical. If we are to be treated as equal partners and not mere dummies, he said, we could, in principle, join the tripartite pact. And I must be more precisely informed about the boundaries of the Greater Asia area, obviously disconcerted at being put on the defensive. But first, the aim and object of the pact must be closely defined. Hitler abruptly ended the interrogation with the announcement that they would have to break off their discussion. Otherwise, we shall be caught by the air raid warning. He sent the Russians an invitation for luncheon on the 13th, even though he disliked eating with foreigners. But the rare concession to cordiality did not moderate his guest's persistence. Molotov opened the second conference with continuing aggression. He brought up Finland, which Hitler was secretly planning to use as a military ally in case of war with Russia. The mere mention of Finland turned the Führer from genial luncheon host to testy litigant. We have no political interest there, he protested. Molotov was not convinced. If good relations are maintained between Russia and Germany, he said with studied calm, the Finnish question can be settled without war. But in that case, there must be no German troops in Finland and no demonstrations against the Soviet government there. Hitler controlled himself, answering in a quiet but emphatic tone that the only German troops in Finland were in transit to northern Norway. Molotov's suspicions were not allayed, and Hitler became so ruffled, he began to repeat himself. We must have peace with Finland because of their nickel and timber, but the next sentence, perhaps unwittingly, exposed his ultimate plan. A conflict in the Baltic would put a severe strain on Russo-German relations, with unpredictable consequence, as if Molotov did not see that this was a threat. He ignored it there by making a grave diplomatic error. It's not a question of the Baltic but of Finland, he replied sharply. No war with Finland, said Hitler obstinately. Then you are departing from our agreement of last year, said Molotov with equal abstinence. Contest in the debate with the British and Ribbentrop saw his cherished policy of Russian-German intent in grave danger. This was a far grimmer, if less spectacular. He intervened conciliatingly, and Hitler took the cue to sound the Ribbentrop theme of Southward Ho. The British Empire will be apportioned as a gigantic world-wide estate in bankruptcy of 40 million square kilometers, like the promoter of a new real estate development. After the conquest of England, he said Hitler painted a tempting picture. In this bankrupt estate, Russia will get access to the ice-free and really open seas. Thus far, a minority of 45 million Englishmen have ruled 600 million inhabitants of the British Empire. I am about to crush this minority. Germany, he said, wanted no diversion from her struggle against the heart of the empire, the British Isles. This was why he opposed any Baltic war. But this excursion did not mollify Molotov, who resumed his complaints. You have given a guarantee to Romania, which displeases us, he said with characteristic brusqueness. This referred to Germany's recent guarantee of Romania's new frontiers from foreign attacks. Is this guarantee also valid against us? In diplomacy, it is considered a blunder to pin down an opponent. It applies to anyone who attacks Romania. Hitler said flatly, and a few moments later abruptly adjourned the meeting, using the same excuse as yesterday's possible English air raid. Hitler did not attend the banquet at the Russian embassy that evening, an occasion marred by the appearance of British planes, just as Molotov was proposing a friendly toast. Ribbentrop escorted the host to his own air shelter in the Wilhelmstrasse, and while there took the opportunity to show Molotov a draft of the four-power treaty he so devoutly sought. Japan and Italy to respect each other's natural spheres of influence and settle any dispute in an amicable way. It defined the Soviets' territorial aspirations as south in the direction of the Indian Ocean. It called for Germany, Russia. Molotov was not impressed. Russia, he said, was more interested in Europe and the Dardanelles than the Indian Ocean. Consequently, he said paper agreements will not suffice for the Soviet Union. She would have to insist on effective guarantees of her security. He made an exhaustive list of other Soviet interests: Swedish neutrality, access to the Baltic Sea, and the fate of Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, and Greece. He could only repeat again and again that the decisive question was whether the Soviet Union was prepared and in a position to cooperate with us in the liquidation of the British Empire. Molotov replied with sarcasm. Ribbentrop was so taken aback that, according to the minutes of that meeting, he could only assume this meant that Germany was fighting for life and England for death. And when Ribbentrop persisted that England was beaten but didn't know it, if Germany was waging life and death struggle against England, as Hitler had remarked that afternoon, the Russian replied, if that is so, why are we sitting in this air raid shelter, and whose bombs are those that are falling so close that their explosions are heard even here? Molotov won the argument but lost the case when Hitler read the report of the air shelter discussion. He was galled, convinced that the Russians were not serious about a four-power pact. He gave up the last scant hope of intent and resolved to do what he had vowed to do since 1928, confiding later to Bormann that Molotov's visit had convinced him that sooner or later Stalin would abandon us and go over to the enemy. He could not submit to Soviet blackmail regarding Finland. At last he irrevocably decided to attack Russia, Romania, Bulgaria, and Turkey. The Third Reich, defender and protector of Europe, could not have sacrificed these friendly countries on the altar of communism. Such behavior would have been dishonorable, and we should have been punished for it. From the moral as well as from the strategic point of view, it would have been a miserable gambit. War with Russia had become inevitable, whatever we did, and to postpone it only meant that we should later have to fight under conditions far less favorable. that I would settle accounts with Russia as soon as fair, whether permitted. One encouragement was the miserable performance of the Red Army against Little Finland. I therefore decided as soon as Molotov departed. He had also come to regard himself as a man of destiny superior to any other human being, whose genius and willpower would conquer any enemy. He explained to one Nazi commander that he was the first and only mortal who had emerged in a superhuman state. His nature was more godlike than human, and therefore, as the first of the new race of supermen, he was bound by none of the conventions of human morality and stood above the law. Mesmerized by his political and military victories, Hitler kept his decision to himself, however, leaving his commanders under the impression that England was still the primary target. On the day of Molotov's arrival in Berlin, he had issued a directive aimed at bringing England to her knees without having to risk an invasion across the Channel. This plan called for a combination of blows to finish what the Italians had so ineptly started in Egypt and Greece. These attacks, combined with seizure of Gibraltar, the Canaries, Azores, Madeira, and parts of Morocco, would assuredly cut off England from the empire and force her to capitulate. It was a chancy if clever plan, since it involved co-operation with a dubious collaborator, an unstable ally and a reluctant neutral. No one was more aware of the difficulties of such a complex campaign than the Führer, but despite recent frustrations he was confident of bringing Pétain, Mussolini and Franco to heel. He began with the last. "I have decided to attack Gibraltar," he told the Caudillo's envoy, Serrano Sur, on November 18. "All that is required is the signal to begin, and a beginning must be made." But Franco's brother-in-law was as impossible to pin down as ever. He repeated Spain's dire need for grain and renewed her territorial demands. Hitler refused the latter outright, pointing out how well-paid Spain would be if she joined the victorious side. Serrano Sur observed that Spain, as Napoleon had found to his dismay, had always been ready to resist any invasion of its territory. This was succeeded by a final observation which somehow managed to combine another threat with the promise of compliance. Spain would have to use the remaining period of neutrality to buy wheat from the West. It was a tantalizing performance that left Hitler irritated and frustrated. And he later told Intim, "It's that Serrano Sur was the most evil spirit, the gravedigger of modern Spain." Convinced that Franco would eventually join the war, the Führer held the final briefing on the seizure of Gibraltar. Operation Felix early in December. He told his commanders that he would undoubtedly get Franco's formal consent in the near future, and then sent a personal friend of Franco's to bring him to terms. His choice, Canaris, was disastrous. The admiral, working against Hitler since 1938, formally presented Hitler's arguments, then informally advised Franco to stay out of a war that the Axis was bound to lose. When Canaris reported that Franco would enter the war only when England was about ready to collapse, Hitler lost his patience. On December 10, he instructed his commanders to abandon Felix as a lost cause. But a few weeks later, he made another appeal to Franco. In a long plaintive letter, he promised to deliver grain immediately if the Caudillo would only approve an early assault on Gibraltar. He made a pledge never to forsake Franco that was followed by a final plea. "I believe, Caudillo, that we three men, the Deuce, you and I, are linked to one another by the most implacable force of history, and that we should therefore obey the supreme commandment to realize that in grave times, such as these nations can be saved by stout hearts rather than by seemingly prudent caution. In this historic conflict, once more Franco appeared to agree with everything Hitler said, yet did nothing. It was by willpower alone that he stalled Felix and saved Gibraltar for England, and by so doing, he kept the Mediterranean open to the west, while confining Adolf Hitler to the continent of Europe. If the Mediterranean had been closed, it is most likely that all of North Africa and the Middle East would have fallen to the Reich. The entire Arab world would have enthusiastically joined the Axis with all its rests, or seas, because of their hatred of Jews. Apart from Spain's desperate economic situation and his fear of aligning himself with an eventual loser, there was a compelling personal motive for Franco's decision to thwart Hitler. He was part Jewish. Stalin waited almost 2 weeks before informing the Germans that the Soviets would join Hitler's proposed for power pact on several conditions, such as withdrawal of troops from Finland. The demands were not excessive, but, to the surprise of the Foreign Office, Hitler did not deign to haggle or even bother to send Moscow a reply. His mind was set on force of arms, and late in the month, his field commanders began a series of war games involving attack on Russia. A day after their conclusion on December 5, the chiefs of staff of the 3 army groups involved met with Hitler, Brochetsk and Halder. While approving Halder's basic plan of attack, the Führer was averse to imitating Napoleon with a main drive on Moscow. Was not so very important. Brochetsk protested that Moscow was of supreme importance not only as the focal point of the Soviet communications network, but as an armament center. Seizure of the capital, he said, this brought forth a heated retort. Only completely ossified brains, absorbed in the ideas of past centuries, said Hitler, could see any worth while objective in taking the capital. His interest lay in Leningrad and Stalingrad. The Bolshevik breeding grounds, with these 2 nests destroyed, Bolshevism would be dead. And that was the primary aim of their attack. Brochetsk's protest that this was the aim of a politician led to a lecture proving that politics and military strategy were interdependent. Hegemony over Europe, said Hitler, will be decided in battle against Russia. The defeat of the Soviet Union, for example, would help bring his secondary enemy, England, to terms. 5 days later, Hitler began preparing his own people for the coming crusade with a ringing speech in Berlin on the inequitable distribution of the riches of the earth. It was not fair, he said, for Germans to live 360 persons per square mile, while other countries were sparsely populated. We must solve these problems, he concluded, and for we will solve them. At the same time, Goebbels was preparing Germany for hard times ahead. The prolonged Yuletide atmosphere, he told his associates, must be confined exclusively to 2 days. Even then, the feast of Christmas itself should be fitted into the framework of present-day happenings. A sloppy Christmas tree atmosphere lasting several weeks is out of tune with the militant mood of the German people. There would also be a raising of Germany's moral tone outside of the big cities. No strip dancers are to perform in rural areas, in small towns, or in front of soldiers. Comedians were also forbidden in the future to make political jibes or lewd, erratic jokes. The revised plan of attack was presented to Hitler on December 17. He altered it to delay the drive on Moscow until the Baltic states were cleared and Leningrad captured. then changed the name of the operation from Otto to a more meaningful title, Barbarossa Red Beard after Frederick I, the Holy Roman Emperor who had marched east in 1190 with his legions to take the Holy Land, would be destroyed by daring operations led by deeply penetrating armored spearheads. Those forces still capable of giving battle would be prevented from withdrawing into the depths of the USSR. The bulk of the Red Army standing on its western frontier, he directed. The final objective of the operation is to erect a barrier against Asiatic Russia on the general line Volga-Archangel. The last surviving area of Russia in the Urals can then, if necessary, be eliminated by the Air Force. Halder suspected that Hitler was only bluffing and asked Engel if this was a genuine plan. The adjutant believed that Hitler himself did not yet know, but the die indeed was cast. The crusade set in motion. Hitler had no patience with those who, counseling moderation in triumph, wanted Germany to cease its aggression and enjoy the fruits of conquest. Most of Europe, they argued, was Hitler's, and if he bided his time, England too would recognize the reality of his hegemony. But to Adolf Hitler, such a passive policy was unacceptable. The aim of National Socialism was the destruction of Bolshevism. How could he turn his back on his mission in life? I had always maintained that we ought at all costs to avoid waging war on two fronts, he later told Bormann, and you may rest assured that I pondered long and anxiously over Napoleon and his experiences in Russia, and why at the time that I selected there was no hope of ending the war by invasion of England, and hostilities would have gone on interminably with the Americans playing an increasingly active role. Why then, you may ask, this war against Russia, the one and only chance of vanquishing the Soviet Union, was to take the initiative Y attack in 1941, because time was working in Russia's favor and against the Germans. Only when he held the territories of Russia would time be on Germany's side. On the surface, relations between the two unnatural allies prospered. Within days after setting Barbarossa into action on January 10, Hitler authorized promulgation of agreements with the Soviets and a secret protocol in which Germany renounced its previous claim to a strip of Lithuanian territory for 7,500,000 gold dollars, an economic treaty specifying reciprocal deliveries of commodities. Behind the facade of amity, however, dissension increased between the trade delegations. The flow of materials from the Soviet Union was steady and on schedule, while German deliveries were painfully slow and erratic. Machine tools were ready for shipment to Russia. Some inspector from the Air or War Ministry would appear to praise workmanship. Whenever, for instance, then hijack the tools in the name of national defense. This organized slowdown extended to warships. Hitler himself ordered work stopped on a heavy cruiser promised to Stalin so more submarines could be produced. The Germans did offer to tow the hull to Leningrad and arm it with 318 Krupp guns, but they wrangled so insistently over price that the ship was still in Wilhelm shaven. Stalin became involved in the argument over German deliveries, but he always restrained his own negotiators. He was determined to maintain good relations with his obstreperous ally for as long as possible, while he was striving for peace at least until the Red Army was brought up to fighting strength. Hitler continued to prepare his people for war and the new order. He did so in an ominously oblique manner in his annual January 30 address at the Sportpalast. After a rousing introductory speech by Goebbels, he strode rigidly to the platform, raising an arm diffidently in the party salute amidst wild cheers. He stood silent for a moment and then began speaking. His voice recalled Shire's replacement at CBS, was first a slow, low rumble, then with sudden vehemence. His arms began sweeping in wide gestures. I am convinced that 1941 will be the crucial year of the great new order in Europe. But the enemy he attacked was Britain. He could have been thinking of Barbarossa and the racial cleansing that would follow when he said, leader of the Pluto democracies which he charged were under the control of an international Jewish clique and supported by dissident immigrants. These words provided cover for his attack on the Soviet Union while preparing his own people for the final assault on Jewry and, upon hearing Halder's report 4 days later that German troop strength would be equal to Russia's and far superior in quality, Hitler exclaimed, when Barbarossa commences, the world will hold its breath and make no comment. His vision of conquest, in fact, soared beyond the limits of his own continent. On February 17, he ordered preparation of a drive to the heart of Britain's empire, India. This would be accompanied by seizure of the Near East in a pincer movement. On the left from Russia across Iran, and on the right from North Africa toward the Suez Canal. While these grandiose plans were primarily designed to force Britain on the side of Germany, they indicated the extent of Hitler's vaulting aspirations. Russia was as good as won, and his restless mind was already seeking new worlds to conquer, new enemies. America, and Roosevelt in particular, to bring to heel. For a dreamer, Hitler could quite often be practical. No sooner had he envisaged vast fields of conquest than he began devoting himself to a relatively modest one. The defeat of Italian troops in Albania and Greece had, in his own words, indirectly struck a blow at the belief of our invincibility that was held by friend and foe alike. Greece, therefore, had to be occupied and order re-established throughout the area before Barbarossa could safely be launched. This was not his sole motivation. Hitler also looked upon Italian failure in the Balkans as a golden opportunity to gain more territory and economic assets. The occupation of Greece, no simple matter, was particularly complicated by geography. 4 countries lay between Hitler and his Jesh: Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and Yugoslavia. The first 2 virtual German satellites had been invested by his troops for some months, and the third, under considerable pressure, had joined the tripartite pact on the 1st of March. While this gave German troops a clear road to Greece, strategic Yugoslavia remained a military as well as political concern. Its leaders wanted neither German nor Russian intervention in the Balkans and, after veiled threats and vague promises failed to bring them into the Axis, Hitler invited Prince Paul, the Yugoslav regent, to the Berghof so that he could exert his personal influence, tempted as he was by Hitler's promise to guarantee Yugoslavia territorial integrity. Prince Paul protested that the decision was most difficult for personal reasons, his wife's Greek ancestry, her personal sympathies for England, and his own antagonism toward Mussolini. The prince left without giving an answer, but 3 days late, an interminable wait for Hitler, replied that he was willing to sign the tripartite pact, provided Yugoslavia was not required to lend any military assistance or allow passage of German troops through its territory. This was unsatisfactory, but Hitler, controlling his feelings, sent back word that Germany accepted these conditions. This conciliatory offer unexpectedly brought a rebuff. The Yugoslavs could do nothing that might involve them in a war, possibly with America or even Russia. By mid-March, it was evident that the Yugoslav government would not yield, and the strain on the Führer was visible as he spoke on the 16th at the Memorial Day ceremony in the Berlin War Museum. His face was drawn and haggard, recalled Louis Luckner. His skin was ashy gray. His eyes devoid of their usual luster. Care and worry was stamped on him, but that was not the most striking thing. Detached way in which he rattled off his usual platitudes appropriate to such an occasion, he read the brief speech as though it bored him. What amazed me was the matter-of-fact, uninterested, making no attempt to rouse the millions listening to him over the radio. The next day, the situation in Yugoslavia changed with dramatic suddenness. The Crown Council agreed to sign the tripartite pact. This brought a public outcry of indignation, and after 3 ministers resigned in protest, high-ranking Air Force officers led a revolt. By dawn of March 27, the rebels had overthrown the government, and the youthful heir to the throne, Peter, was king. He had just received a message that the local population had been universally most impressed by Yugoslavia's acceptance of the new pact, and that the government was entirely master of the situation. 5 minutes before noon, in Berlin that morning, Hitler was congratulating himself on the happy conclusion of the Yugoslav problem. As he was preparing himself for an important conference with Japanese Foreign Minister Matsuoka, a telegram arrived from Belgrade. When Hitler read that the former members of the Yugoslav government were reportedly under arrest, he first thought it was a joke. Then he was seized with indignation. To be robbed of victory at the last moment was insupportable. This time, his rage was genuine. He felt he'd been personally insulted. He shouted an order for military commanders to report at once to the Chancellery, sent an emergency call for Ribbentrop, who was talking with Matsuoka at the Wilhelmstrasse, then burst into the conference room where Jodl and Keitel were waiting for the daily briefing. Brandishing the telegram, Hitler exclaimed that he was now going to smash Yugoslavia once and for all. Like a lover spurned moments after being accepted, the more he talked, the angrier and more excited he became. He vowed he would issue orders for immediate simultaneous attacks from north and east. Keitel protested that such an ambitious operation was impossible. The Barbarossa deadline could not be postponed, since troop movements were already proceeding according to their planned maximum railway capacity program. Furthermore, List's army in Bulgaria was too weak to pit against Yugoslavia, and only a fool would rely on help from the Hungarians. That is the very reason why I have called in Brochetsk and Halder, said Hitler. They would have to find some solution. Now I intend to make a clean sweep of the Balkans. It is time people got to know me better. By ones and twos, Brochetsk, Halder, Gring, Ribbentrop, and there, Jütens joined the meeting. All listened in awe as Hitler declared in a harsh and vengeful tone that he was determined to smash Yugoslavia, militarily and as a state, to Ribbentrop's protest that they should first confront the Yugoslavs with an ultimatum. Hitler replied acidly, "Is that how you size up the situation? The Yugoslavs would swear black is white. Of course, they say they have no warlike intentions. And when we march into Greece, they will stab us in the back. The attack, he exclaimed, must start as soon as possible. Politically, it is especially important that the blow against Yugoslavia be carried out with merciless harshness, and that the military destruction be done in blitzkrieg style that would frighten the Turks as well as Greece. Göring's main task was to eliminate the Yugoslav Air Force ground installations before destroying the capital in attacks by waves. Hitler disposed of the hastily summoned Hungarian and Bulgarian ministers with dispatch. In a 15-minute meeting with the former, his comment on the revolt in Belgrade was reduced to a quotation. "Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad." This was followed by a promise: if Hungary helped on this crisis, she would win back the long-coveted Banat area. It was a unique opportunity for Hungary to obtain revisions she might otherwise not get for years. You can believe me that I am not pretending, for I am not saying more than I can be answerable for. The next interview took but 5 minutes. Hitler told the Bulgarian minister that he was relieved by the events in Yugoslavia. "The everlasting uncertainty down there is over," he said, and used Macedonia as the bait for continued Bulgarian cooperation with the Axis. The dispensing of largesse of other people's property was abruptly followed by rage. "The storm," he exclaimed, "will burst over Yugoslavia with a rapidity that will found those gentlemen." With orders for attack issued and 2 hesitant allies bribed into line, Hitler at last found time that afternoon to see the Japanese envoy. Hitler hoped that America could be kept out of the war, and suggested that the best way might be for Japan to seize Singapore. This should be done quickly, since another such golden opportunity would not soon occur. And Japan, he added, need have no fear that Russia could counter with an attack in Manchuria, in view of the strength of the German army. Matsuoka, a graduate of the University of Oregon, answered slowly and deliberately in English. "But I can give no firm promise on behalf of Japan." At the moment he hastily assured the visibly disappointed Hitler that he himself was for action. He was convinced, he said, that the German proposal was the right one, then added, he was so eager for it that the Japanese army had sent Colonel Yats along on this trip to see that he made no harsh promises about Singapore. In truth, consequently, Matsuoka was forced to respond evasively to every mention of the British stronghold. Jokingly promised to come and see the real thing if Japan takes Singapore, the envoy nodded toward the edgy Colonel Nagai and said, "Even when Hermann Göring, after accepting a scroll of Mount Fuji, you'll have to ask him." Matsuoka was not at all reticent about a treaty he hoped to make with Stalin in the near future, and was surprised to hear Ribbentrop, who had given him the idea of a Grand Four-Power Treaty, say, "How can you conclude such a pact at this time? Just remember the USSR." But Matsuoka's enthusiasm could not be damped even when Ambassador Oshima told him in confidence that there was a strong likelihood that Germany and Russia would soon be at war. "Never gives anything for nothing, Nug." I took this to be a warning. The meeting with Matsuoka was not the end of Hitler's day. He signed Directive No. 25, calling for simultaneous attacks on Yugoslavia and Greece, before sitting down at midnight to tell Mussolini about Yugoslavia. "Now I do not regard this situation as disastrous, to be sure," he wrote, "but nevertheless as one which is so difficult that we, for our part, must avoid making any mistakes if we do not want ultimately to imperil our entire position." He had therefore taken all necessary measures to meet any developing crisis with the necessary military means. Not to carry out any further operations in Albania for the next few days, after this polite reminder not to endanger the situation with another hopeless adventure, I now urgently request you. This he called for absolute secrecy, underlining these words for emphasis. The letter, with all its punctilious courtesy, emphasized the new relationship between the two men. After the misadventures in Greece and Africa, Mussolini was no longer the senior partner in the Führer's eyes. He was branded with the unforgivable defect of failure. The list of Hitler's grievances was formidable, if debatable. The abortive Grecian campaign had not only encouraged the British to launch a successful offensive in Libya, and discouraged Franco from supporting the Gibraltar operation, but forced Germany to deal with the dissident Yugoslavs at a most inappropriate time. Barbarossa would have to be postponed for at least a month. Although Hitler blamed the delay of Barbarossa on the Yugoslav campaign, the general shortage of equipment for the Wehrmacht, responsibility, could have been a more determining factor. I was haunted by the obsession that the Russians might take the offensive. He did not seem perturbed when he summoned his field commanders to the chance gallery to announce a definite date of attack, and, in any event, he did not regard the postponement as a calamity, despite a gnawing dread more important. Deliver a doctrinal lecture on the coming struggle of two opposing ideologies by 11 a.m. March 30, the senior commanders for Barbarossa, along with their leading staff officers, were gathered in the small cabinet chamber where a speaker's lectern had been set up. More than 200 were seated in long rows according to rank and seniority by the time Hitler entered from the rear. With a shuffling of chairs, the assemblage smartly rose, then sat down once Hitler stepped to the rostrum. His mood was grave as he spoke of the military and political situation. The United States could not reach the peak of production and military power for 4 years. Consequently, this was the time to clean up Europe. War with Russia was inevitable, he said, and merely to sit back and wait would be disastrous. The attack would begin on June 22. It could not be postponed, he said, since no successor would ever again exercise sufficient authority to accept responsibility for unleashing it. He and he alone could stop the Bolshevik steamroller before all Europe succumbed to it. He called for the destruction of the Bolshevik state and the annihilation of the Red Army, adding an assurance that victory would be quick and overwhelming. The only problem, he added ominously, was how to deal with the conquered Russians, how to treat prisoners of war and non-combatants. The military sat stiff in their chairs, wondering if they would be called upon to take part in this program. As military professionals, most of them had been repelled by Hitler's ruthless measures after the conquest of Poland. Against Polish Jews, intelligentsia, clergy, and nobility, their fears were quickened by Hitler's next loud threat. The war against Russia will be such that it cannot be fought in a knightly fashion. This struggle is one of ideologies and racial difference, and will have to be conducted with unprecedented, merciless, and unrelenting harshness. There was no utterance of protest any more than there had been in Poland, not even an involuntary gesture of protest. That morning, Hitler had put his military leaders to the final humiliating test with his demand that they compromise their honor as warriors. Now, they, like so many in Germany, who shared his fear and hatred of Jews and Slavs, were reluctant partners in his crusade. Today, Lebensraum which they considered just recompense for the Russian territories won in battle but lost at Versailles, had been relegated to the background, and Hitler's real grounds for invasion lay exposed. Annihilation of Bolshevism, that is, annihilation of the Jews. In the meantime, preparations for the Yugoslav Greek invasions were brought to a conclusion. In Belgrade, there were daily patriotic demonstrations, some instigated by local communists carrying out Soviet Balkan policy, was so eager to bolster the Yugoslavs against German incursion that she signed a pact with the new government on April 5. Russia, in fact, this did not daunt Hitler. The following dawn, German troops crossed the Yugoslav border in overwhelming force. Bombers began systematically destroying Belgrade in an operation to which Hitler had given a significant code name: punishment. The Soviet leaders, their signature hardly dry on the treaty with Yugoslavia, reacted with striking indifference, relegating the attack on Yugoslavia and Greece to the back pages of Pravda. Mere passing mention was made of the devastating air raids on Belgrade, which were continuing around the clock. Hitler warned Goebbels that the entire campaign would take at least 2 months, and this information was passed on to the people. It was based on a gross overestimation of enemy strength. Within a single week, German and Hungarian troops marched into a shattered Belgrade, which was little more than rubble. In the process of punishment, 17,000 civilians had died. On the 17th, the remnants of the Yugoslav army surrendered. 10 days later, the Grecian campaign was virtually concluded when German tanks rumbled into Athens. 29 German divisions had been transported in the battle zones over primitive roads and rail systems at an extravagant cost of energy, fuel, and time. Of this huge force, only 10 divisions saw action for more than 6 days. A sledgehammer had been used to kill mosquitoes. It was this shocking failure of German intelligence which was more responsible for the delay of Barbarossa than Mussolini. Hitler's dismay at the cost of the Balkan invasion was more than mitigated by a startling development in North Africa. With only 3 divisions at his disposal, General when Rommel burst across Syria, Naka to within a few miles of Egypt. This triumph, which surprised Hitler as much as the enemy, compromised Britain's hold on the entire eastern Mediterranean. It also damaged British prestige and persuaded Stalin to maintain good relations with the Germans despite provocations, besides shutting his eyes to their aggressions in the Balkans. The Soviet leader persistently ignored the growing rumors that Hitler was planning to invade his own country. Warnings had already come from numerous sources, including the U.S. State Department. Foreign diplomats in Moscow talked openly of an imminent clash. Thus, the Jewish wife of the American ambassador Steinhardt reported a German diplomat to Berlin remarked that she would like to be out of Moscow before the troops entered it. For months, the Soviet intelligence service itself had been predicting the attack. But Stalin did not trust his own informants, and his paranoia increased with the volume of reports. Convinced that Hitler would not be stupid enough to attack Russia without first neutralizing England, he imagined these were rumors manufactured by the capitalist West, which hoped to come between him and Hitler. He wrote in red ink on one alarming report from a Czech agent, "This information is a British provocation. Find out where it comes from and punish the culprit." Marshal Yermenko confirmed Stalin's irrational suspicions in his memoirs. For fear that this would serve the Hitlerites as a pretext to believe the rumors, since his own hope was for the capitalists and Nazis to destroy each other. That was why he failed to authorize all urgent or decisive defense measures along the frontier. In any event, he wanted to avoid provoking Hitler into an attack before the Red Army was fully armed. He was equally anxious to placate Japan. He treated Foreign Minister Matsuoka, fresh from Berlin, as an honored guest, making a public show of his delight when a neutrality pact was signed. At the celebration party in the Kremlin, it came on the day Belgrade fell. Stalin personally brought plates of food to the Japanese envoys, embraced them, kissed them, and danced around. The treaty was a call for his diplomacy, convincing proof that he could disregard rumors of a German attack on Russia. Certainly Hitler would never have permitted Japan to conclude this agreement if he had any such notion. Stalin was in such a good humor that he followed the Japanese delegation to the station platform for a final tipsy goodbye. He kissed General Nagai, then, encompassing the diminutive Matsuoka in a bare hug, gave him several affection. It smacks. There is nothing to fear in Europe, he said, now that there is a Japan-Soviet neutrality pact. A few minutes later, as the Japanese train moved off Heathrow, an arm around German Ambassador von der Schulenburg. "We must remain friends," he said, "and you must now do everything to that end." He turned to a colonel. "We shall remain friends with you." In any event, he was probably referring to the numerous flights of German planes over Russian territory. Checked to make sure he too was a German, and roared out. In the past 2 weeks alone, there had been 50 such incursions. 2 days after embracing Schulenburg, however, Stalin was spurred to action by the emergency landing of a German plane almost 100 miles inside the Soviet Union. Aboard were found a camera, unexposed rolls of film, and a torn topographical map of the districts of the USSR. The Soviets lodged a formal complaint with Berlin, adding that 80 other violations of Soviet airspace had occurred since the end of March. Still, it was a mild protest, and Stalin persisted in ignoring a new flood of warnings. The latest from British Ambassador Cripps, who predicted Hitler would attack on June 22.3. While everyone in the German Foreign Office suspected an attack on Russia might be imminent, it was not until now that Hitler told Ribbentrop of Barbarossa. The unhappy foreign minister wanted to try one more diplomatic approach to Moscow, but Hitler refused to allow any further march. He forbade Ribbentrop to discuss the matter with anyone, and then assured Ambassador von der Schulenburg in Moscow, "I do not intend a war against Russia." 2 days later, Hitler again confirmed the attack date, the one Cripps had mentioned, June 22. There was no doubt that Germany was entering this contest with the most powerful armed force in the world. Yet she had no valid ally. Japan was on the other side of the world. Italy was a liability. Spain was intransigent. And Vichy France was unreliable. Hitler's alliance had been diminished by victory. His easy conquests had made all his fringing, including little ones like Yugoslavia, Hungary, and Romania, easy. His only strength was the Wehrmacht, and reliance on force was fatal for any conqueror. Wars are won by politics, not by arms. Napoleon had learned this hard lesson from the British, who had a tradition of losing battles and winning wars. They had lost the battle against Hitler on the continent, but had already won the battle for their dominions and the battle for American aid. Hitler's only chance for victory in the East was an alliance with those millions in the Soviet Union who hated Stalin. But unless he followed the advice of the Rosenberg grip to treat them liberally, He would not only lose his last chance for a genuine and grand alliance, but turn potential allies into relentless enemies. Although Hitler's military leaders had first been appalled by the thought of invading Russia, they now almost universally shared his conviction that victory would come quickly. The consensus was that the campaign would be successfully completed within 3 months, and Field Marshal von Brauchitsch had just drastically reduced this estimate. The war would degenerate into a mopping-up operation against minor resistance. The hard-headed Jodl concurred and curtly silenced Warlimont, who questioned the categorical statement that the Russian colossus will be proved to be a pig's bladder. After up to 4 weeks of major battle, he predicted, "Prick it, and it will burst." The Führer, according to General Guderian, had succeeded in infecting his immediate military entourage with his own baseless optimism. The OKW and OKH were so serenely confident of victory before winter set in that winter clothing had only been prepared for every 5th man in the army. There were, of course, a few dissidents in high places. From the beginning, Ribbentrop and Admiral Raeder openly opposed Barbarossa. Keitel, too, had serious reservations, but he had learned to keep any objections to himself. There was also opposition within Hitler's inner circle. Rudolf Hess, second in line after agreeing to succeed the Führer, heartily approved the theory of Lebensraum, but opposed attacking Russia so long as the war with England continued. The Bolsheviks alone, he confided to Schwerin von Krasik, were profiting by this unfortunate conflict. Determined to resolve the question of how to neutralize Britain, he had met with Professor Karl Hochschild, the geopolitician, in the Grunwald forest the previous summer. Until 2 in the morning, they discussed the best means of negotiating a peace. Hochschild suggested a secret rendezvous with some prominent Englishmen in a neutral city. From this modest beginning sprang an adventure that would intrigue the world. Excited by the prospect of a secret mission, Hess took the plan to Hitler, hoping perhaps that this would restore his own waning influence. Despite Hess's lofty rank, Hitler had not taken him seriously for over a year. "I hope he never becomes my successor," he reportedly told Hahn Stangl. "I wouldn't know whom to be more sorry for, Hess or the party." But his affection for Mein Hessel, his second Kubisek, had not diminished, and he gave the deputy Führer grudging approval to make inquiries through Albrecht Hochschild, the professor's elder son, who worked in the Foreign Office. Young Hochschild, a member of the resistance for several years, diffidently suggested to Hess that the best possibility would be a meeting with his own closest English friend, the Duke of Hamilton, since he had ready access to Churchill and the King. Hess left the meeting with enthusiasm, but Albrecht wrote his father that the whole thing is a fool's errand. At the same time, he decided to do what he could, as a patriotic German, to make peace with England. He wrote the Duke of Hamilton, proposing a meeting with Hess in Lisbon. He signed the message and sent it via Hess, his brother, to a Mrs. V. Roberts in Lisbon. She transmitted it to England, but the letter was intercepted by the British censor. He turned it over to the Secret Service, which eventually instructed our AF intelligence to take appropriate action. So much time had passed by then that Hess decided to act on his own without the knowledge of the Hochschilds or Hitler. His plan was to embark on the mission himself, doing so in a dramatic manner that would strike the English as a sporting gesture. He would fly over the estate of the Duke of Hamilton, land by parachute, and secretly conduct negotiations under a false name. He was an expert flyer, a flight officer in the First World War. The winner in 1934 of the hazardous air race around the Zug Spitze, Germany's highest peak near Garmisch. A solo flight over enemy lines to a remote area of Scotland would surely appeal to young Hamilton. The first to fly over Mount Everest I was confronted by a very hard decision. Hess later told interrogators, "I do not think I could have her. I've at my final choice unless I had continually kept before my eyes the vision of an endless line of children's coffins with weeping mothers behind them, and another line of coffins of mothers with mourning children." Hess was convinced that only by such an original stratagem could the Führer's dream of a coalition between Germany and England be effectuate, both English and German. If he failed, it would not involve Hitler. If he succeeded, he would give the Führer credit for the scheme. Admittedly, the chances were slim that he would even reach Scotland alive, perhaps 10 to 1, but the prize was worth the hazard. Hess was sure that Hitler would welcome a novel peace venture, but would never allow him to risk his life in the attempt. Hadn't he already refused to let Hess fly at the front there, for secrecy was essential? Was the Führer's most devoted and dedicated subordinate a painfully shy man whose greatest ambition was to further his master's career? It was the decision of a not too bright acolyte who, according to Adjutant Wiedemann, Hess hid behind tightly stern lips, heavy jowls, fanatic eyes, and a fearsome pair of eyebrows. But this was no Teutonic Oliver Cromwell. Once he smiled, the severity vanished. It was this Parsifal who conjured up the dream of flight to the enemy, this man of culture without judgment, this completely devoted servant who convinced himself that he was carrying out the true will of his master. If it was a woolly scheme, it was organized and prepared with exquisite efficiency. He persuaded Willy Messerschmitt, the aeronautical engineer, to let him borrow an Me-110 two-man plane for practice flights, then criticized its limited range. It should, he said, have 2 auxiliary tanks of 700 liters fitted on each wing. After reluctantly making this change, Messerschmitt was talked in, adding special radio equipment. Then came training under the excuse of recreation, and after 20 flights, Hess felt he had mastered the modified plane. In the meantime, contrary to wartime regulations, he had acquired a new leather flying sit, persuaded Bauer Hitler's personal pilot to get him a secret map of forbidden air zones, and installed a new radio in his home on the outskirts of Munich. It was quite possible, he later wrote his wife from prison, that I became not quite normal. The flight and its purpose had taken hold of me with the force of a fixed idea. Anything else? I seem to see and hear only partly. He lived and moved in those early days of May in a world of instruments, piston pressures, detachable petrol containers, auxiliary air pumps, cooling temperatures, and radio bearings. His secretary, Hildegard Fath, noticed that Hess often did not listen to what she was saying. His wife was equally aware of his preoccupation. What surprised her even more was the unusual amount of time he spent with their 4-year-old son, who bore Hitler's secret name Wolf. Surprising, too, in view of Hess' reluctance to pose for pictures, was his own recent suggestion that photographs of father and son be taken. Hess rose early on the morning of May 10, a Saturday, and upon learning that the weather forecast was good, He made arrangements for the flight. Never had he been more gallant to his wife. After tea he kissed her hand, and then stood gravely at the door of the nursery with an air of one deep in thought, and, almost hesitating, she asked him when he was returning, and told it would be Monday at the latest. She bluntly said, "I cannot believe it. You will not come back," as soon as that she guessed he was bound for a meeting with someone like Tane, but he feared that she had guessed the truth. He turned hot and cold in turns, and, before she could say anything more, he dashed into the nursery to take a last look at their slumbering son. At 6 p.m., after giving his adjutant a letter for Hitler, Hess took off from the Augsburg airport and headed for the North Sea. Abruptly, contrary to the weather report, the cloud cover vanished, and for a moment he thought of turning back. But he kept going and found England covered by a veil of mist. Seeking shelter, he dived down with full throttle, at first unaware that a Spitfire was on his tail. Outdistancing the pursuer, he hopped over the dark countryside at more than 450 miles an hour, narrowly skimming trees and houses. Bauer had always claimed Hess was the type of pilot who liked to fly through open hangar doors, and it was in this barnstormer's spirit that he aimed at the mountain looming ahead. It was his guidepost, and he literally climbed up the steep slope and slid down the other side, always keeping within a few yards of the ground. Just before 11 p.m. he turned east and picked out a railway and small lake, which he remembered were just south of the Duke's residence. He climbed to 6,000 feet, a safe height from which to parachute, and switched off the motor. He opened the hatch, then suddenly realized he had overlooked one step in his elaborate training. "I had never asked how to jump. I thought it was too simple," as the Me-110 plummeted. He recalled a friend mentioning that a plane should be on its back. After a half roll, he found himself upside down, held inside by centrifugal force. He began to see stars just before passing out. He thought soon the crash must come. Regaining consciousness, he saw the speed gauge indicate 0. He flung himself out of the plane, pulled at the parachute ring. Fortunately, while unconscious, he had automatically brought the plane out of its semi-looping curve to finish almost perpendicular on its tail, and so, to his amazement, he found himself safely in mid-air. He hit the ground, stumbled forward, and blacked out a second time. He was found by a farmer, marched off to the Home Guard, and brought to a barracks in Glasgow. Insisting that he was one Oberleutnant Alfred Horn, he asked to see the Duke of Hamilton. It was not until Sunday morning that his letter was delivered to Hitler at the Berg Hof. Martin Bormann's brother Albert broke in to announce that his adjutant wanted to see the Führer on a very urgent matter. While Engel was making his daily report, Albert was driven out with an angry "Can't you see I'm in the middle of a military report and not wish to be disturbed?" A minute later, Albert, face ashen, sidled in again, but this time he would not be put off. Insisting the matter was important and possibly dangerous, he extended the letter from Hess. "When you receive this letter, I shall be in England." He dropped into a chair and shouted so loudly he could be heard downstairs. Hitler put on his glasses and began to read indifferently, but as soon as he saw the words "My Führer," "Oh, my God, my God, he has flown to England," he hastily read of the technical difficulties of the flight, and that Hess's goal was to further the Führer's own aim of alliance with England, but he had kept the flight secret, since he knew the Führer would have forbidden it. And if, my Führer, this project, like I admit, has but very little chance of success, ends in failure, and the fates decide against me, this can have no detrimental results either for you or for Germany. It will always be possible for you to deny all responsibility. Simply say I am crazy. Chuck White, the Führer, ordered Engel to get the Reichsmarshal on the phone. As soon as he was located near Nuremberg, Hitler shouted Gring. Come here immediately. He yelled at Albert Bormann to fetch his brother, and Ribbentrop placed Hess, his hapless adjutant, under arrest, and began pacing the room angrily. When Martin Bormann arrived out of breath, Hitler demanded to know if Hess could possibly reach England in an ME 110. The question was answered by the famous ace of the Great War, Luftwaffe General it. Never, he said, not with its limited range, and the Führer muttered, I hope he falls in't. The sea, as the day wore on, Hitler's anger developed int a rage. Private guests, confined to the upper floor, wondered in fear what had happened, while Hitler agitatedly stalked his study, trying to work out a believable explanation for the public. Would the Japanese and Italians suspect that Germany was after a separate peace? Would his own soldiers fight less hard? Worst of all, had Hess revealed the plans for Barbarossa? After many drafts, a communique was finally drawn up explaining that Hess had commandeered a plane against orders and disappeared. It was assumed he had crashed. A letter left behind unfortunately showed traces of a mental disturbance, which justifies the fear that Hess was a victim of hallucinations. Frühling Fath heard a broadcast of this announcement while dining. Its tone was so unfriendly that she thought, is this the thanks for his lifetime devotion? She phoned Hess, his brother, Alfred, and they mulled over the possibilities. Frau Hess was watching a movie with chauffeurs, servants, and adjutants when she was called out by the most junior adjutant. Distraught, he begged her to put on her things. It was such a senseless request that swift dread crossed her mind. But upon learning that it was only a radio broadcast, presuming that her husband was dead, she angrily replied, nonsense. She doubted that anything tragic had occurred, and put in a priority call to the Berghof, intending to speak to the Führer, but she got Bormann, who said he had absolutely no information. Knowing her husband's assistant as she did not believe him. She phoned Alfred Hess in Berlin. He too could not believe Rudolf was dead. No announcement had yet come from England, even though Hess, admitting his true identity to the Duke of Hamilton, told about his mission of peace and how he and Albrecht Hochhofer had tried to arrange a meeting in Lisbon. Hamilton rushed off to see Churchill, who said, well, Hess or no Hess. I am going to see the Marx Brothers. Only after the film ended did the Prime Minister interrogate Hamilton thoroughly. A few